education and skills training to meet the demands of a technology-driven job market. They must improve tax administration to scale up domestic resource mobilization. In addition, African countries must attract private sector investment, leverage innovative financing mechanisms, and promote regional integration to build domestic value chains and boost productivity. Africa requires substantial investments in infrastructure, human capital, climate action, and technology.
The report estimates that Africa needs $402 billion annually to close the financing gaps in key growth sectors: education, energy, productivity-enhancing technology, and infrastructure, to fast-track Africa's structural transformation and catch up by 2030 with other high-performing developing countries.
The scale of resources needed to achieve these vital objectives are enormous. Domestic resource mobilization alone will not suffice. The continent needs external sources of financing. The current global financial architecture has not done enough to mobilize resources at the scale needed for Africa's development, let alone transformation. There have been many commitments from the international community, but external financial flows, including investments, aid, and remittances to Africa, have declined. Climate finance to Africa remains limited, with the continent receiving only 4.5% of global climate finance. The current global financial architecture, with its high cost of borrowing, continues to impose a huge debt burden on African countries. Borrowing rates for Africa sometimes run even beyond 8%, considerably above what advanced and emerging economies pay. Reforms proposed by the African Development Bank and the High-Level Working Group on the Reform of the Global Financial Architecture, convened by the Economic Commission for Africa, aim to increase funding for Africa's structural transformation. Rechanneling special drawing rights to multilateral development banks, making a healthy replenishment of the concessional lending windows of the African Development Bank and the World Bank, implementing the G20's capital adequacy framework, improving debt resolution processes, and enhancing tax transparency are vital for mobilizing external financing for Africa's economic transformation.
Accelerating structural transformation efforts and financing its implementation will be key to unlocking Africa's development potential. And while consistent implementation of structural reform policies are critical to boost the level and sustainability of economic growth, their implementation depends on availability, timeliness, and scale of long-term development financing for structural transformation and enhancing spending efficiency.
The 2024 African Economic Outlook Report recommends embracing an African-led development strategy tailored to local circumstances, fostering a conducive environment for private capital flows, and building and deepening national and regional markets as key policy actions. By taking these proactive steps and working together, Africa can overcome challenges and capitalize on its immense investment opportunities to speed up its transformation.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge potential, so much to do. At this point, to start us off, let's give a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Akinwunmi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group. A warm round of applause, please, as he comes up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie, and good morning, dear governors, and Welcome to the launch of the African Economic Outlook. And as we think of Africa's economic outlook, and we have to look at it within the context of the global reforms of the global financial architecture. Let me start by thanking you, Professor Kevin Oroma, and all of your team for the great work that you've done in producing this report, which yesterday we had the pleasure of actually launching. I want to thank all the governors for being here in your large numbers. Now, I will not take much of your time, but I just want to make a few points. First is that when you take a look at this report, you will see that African economies are operating like everybody else within a very, very challenging global context that has to do with geopolitical risks, rising global inflation that has come because of high energy costs, but also the price of food that arose out of the Russia war in Ukraine, which has a tapering effect. We still have the long COVID in terms of fiscal space for countries because countries have still not recovered from the impact of the COVID-19 situation. You also have the situation where, because of the rising global inflation and the contractionary monetary policies being run in developed economies, US, across Europe, to try and taper inflation down, that has significant implications for African countries' ability to actually access capital. Many of them have gone to Eurobonds and raised, 19 of them over time have raised more than $200 billion of Eurobonds. Now, these debt service costs have continued to rise as a result of that. And so, but despite all of these headwinds that I just mentioned, African economies have done pretty well. We had in 2023, African grow at 3.1%, 2024, 3.7%, and next year projected that it will go at 4.3%. And one thing that you will notice in that report is the fact that 10 out of the 20 fastest growing economies in the world are actually in Africa. So the report talks quite a lot about the resilience of African economies. Now, having said that about the resilience of African economies, I think we need to be very clear as well that just having real GDP growth of that level is not enough to be able to get our hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. And we believe that African economies ought to be growing at double digit for probably the next decade or so to be able to have the kind of transformation that we need as a continent. And for that, we need to make sure that we have structural transformation of our economies. You know, moving resources away from low productive areas to high productive areas. You will see in that report quite a lot about what people say about we are moving to the service sector. Well, if you're moving from a low productive agricultural sector and you're moving to a low productive service sector, you're still poor. And therefore, we have to raise the productivity of that service sector, but also make sure that we have the enablers of structural transformation. And those enablers are the things that we do as a bank that you support us to do, which is infrastructure. It's like a backbone. You have infrastructure, you will grow. Energy infrastructure, digital infrastructure, water and sanitation for infrastructure, but also making sure that we have what it takes in terms of, in particular, digitalization, because that digital infrastructure is going to be key for Africa's accelerated growth and development. That said, and of course, let me say, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as an aggregated market that allows us to be able to have the scale, the economies of scale and scope in growing as a continent. But that said, we all have a lot of challenges with debt. We have today, you'll see in the report, 22 countries that are at either risk of high debt distress or are in debt distress. Today, we have payments this year of $74 billion that African countries are going to make in terms of debt service payments. The debt to GDP ratio is probably about 65.3%. And you find that this particular issue have arisen for various reasons, because of various reasons. One is the era of cheap money is gone, so everything gets very expensive. Second is the structure of the debt itself has changed. We used to have before, in 2010, roughly about 57%, I would say, like that, of Africa's debt was concessional debt, bilateral debt. Today, that has gone down to 25%. But you see the opposite side has happened. You found that commercial debt, private commercial debt, Eurobond debt now dominate. It used to be 17% then, Today, we used to think they are about 45%. Now they are probably about 55%. And those things have implications. They're short-term debt, they're expensive debt, and at the same time, you find because of the huge amounts of Eurobonds that have been issued, you have bullet payments that are due, and so there's accumulative things that are there that risk our economy. So we need to find out ways to make sure we have debt resolution, debt treatment for African countries. The G20 Common Framework is a great initiative. We all know and we applaud all the efforts being done, but it's slow. And we have to make sure that it goes on faster. The debt service suspension initiative worked, but it simply, postponed the amount of debt services that has to be done. So all that just means that we need to make sure that if we want Africa to grow, we need to solve the issue of Africa's debt challenges for many of the countries. And that, of course, I'll come back to in closing in a minute. I do want to also say a few things about the global financial architecture, which is at the core of this report. That global financial architecture, as we had yesterday, yes, has a number of challenges in terms of inability to actually allow Africa the financing it needs to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. And second is its ability to provide the financing Africa needs to be able to meet its climate financing goals. Africa will need $277 billion a year for climate finance. It gets $30 billion a year. We, the global financial architecture MDBs, are working very hard. In fact, for the first time, we reached about $99 billion as a group in terms of climate finance. But we do need to have a lot more financing for countries. As President of Somalia said yesterday, you look for money, it's very expensive, it's very difficult to get, you get it, you invest in infrastructure, and then suddenly floods come, wipe it away, now you have to look for new money. So the kind of resilience we are talking about cannot happen unless and until we deal with the issue of climate change. And I told Alexia, we were together in that meeting in Washington when we were talking about the reforms of the global financial architecture. One of the things that I said on our panel is, you all need to also talk about the global climate financial architecture needs to reform. Because it's a different thing to have the money out there. It's a different thing if I can access the money. And it's not relevant to me to be able to do it. So I think we need to change that global financial architecture. But climate finance is delivering only 3% to Africa right now. It's not serving Africa. It's not serving Africa well. The other thing that I think it's important is the need for us to look at how African countries are rated. Credit rating agencies. The UNDP shows that if African countries were rated fairly, that in fact they will save $75 billion a year in debt service payments. And yesterday you had on the panel, and also in our governor's dialogue when I make the case, that we should have an Africa credit rating agency. Not to replace global credit rating agencies, no, but first-class, world-class rating agencies that gives me, here is my diagnostic of your situation, and here is a second opinion. And so I think that's very important to have transparency into that particular process. And we just finished a meeting now. Commissioner Mushanga from the AU was particularly also reinforcing this particular issue. For us as multilateral development banks, we are working hard. And I'm speaking not just for ourselves, but I'm speaking for everybody else. The G20 capital adequacy asks us to do a number of things, which we are doing. First, I am pleased that as multilateral development banks, we are doing, at least leading as African Development Bank, on the MDP exposure exchange, which allows us to essentially share risk among ourselves in different areas. And that has allowed us as a bank to actually free up $7 to $10 billion when we did it with the World Bank and Inter-American Development Bank a couple of years ago. We did another one this year to free up $1 billion together with the Asian Development Bank. Synthetic securitization is something that we are using very, very effectively as an institution, both in terms of sovereign and non-sovereign operations, taking the risk off our balance sheet and transferring it to institutional investors, and also ensuring ourselves in global capital markets. The third one, of course, which you all know, is the issuance of hybrid capital that allows us now to be able to have instruments that we can leverage several times as a quasi-equity for us within the bank. The SDR is another one that can play a big role. And on this one, I want to thank the IMF. Thank you all, the governors, for all the help that you've given us on that. It's a game changer. IMF board said $20 billion cap to start. But look, we can leverage that directly 4 times. That will become $80 billion because we are AAA rated financial institutions. But that's just the direct part. The indirect part, in terms of co-financing, in terms of de-risking instrument that can leverage private sector, can mean that this could raise hundreds of billions of dollars. So it's a real game changer, and I want to just notice that that's very important. And lastly, before I sit down, I think there are a number of structural issues we have to deal with. Energy, top of it. Agriculture, top of it. We have to make sure that our growth is also delivering value for the youth and for the women. We don't eat GDP. It doesn't matter how great that GDP is. We have to make sure that it's creating jobs, quality jobs. And I've said it, migration in Europe is not Europe's problem. It's our problem. We cannot have 477 million young people below the age of 35 and have nothing for them on our continent. We must make sure we are investing in our young people, in skills, talent, entrepreneurship, and giving them the tools. And that's why I'm excited about what we are doing with the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks at the bank. But also in agriculture, structurally transforming agriculture through the special agro-industrial processing zones will make a big difference for us. And lastly, is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Yes, we can trade. But if I'm trading sorghum with you, and you are trading millet with me, in a free trade zone, we are going to be efficiently and competitively poor together. That zone must be an industrial manufacturing zone in which we have consolidated infrastructure to allow Africa to be able to have export-oriented industrial manufacturing stance that will raise the share of manufacturing in our GDP from what it is today to a higher level. That's the way we are going to have the structural transformation we're talking about. My last 3 points is domestic resource mobilization. You saw it on the slide. It's very important. Second one, of course, is private sector. We have talked a lot about that to you, the governors. I will not be repeating myself here. And lastly is to turn around the declining of the reliance on concessional financing, and now the increase we have with regard to relying on commercial creditors. We need more concessional financing. We need more blended financing to be able to accelerate development of the continent, and that's where I'm glad that we're talking to you, our governors, about your instrument, which is the African Development Fund replenishment, and I want to thank you very, very much as governors for the meeting we had yesterday, in which you get a robust support for this bank in terms of general callable capital that allows us to continue to strengthen ourselves, to be able to leverage more capital, to maintain and strengthen our AAA, to get long-term, low-interest money that our countries need to develop. And as I close, I just want to say at the end of the day that Africa's future is bright, but we need to make sure we also tackle governance, transparency, accountability, management of our natural capital, and make sure that whatever resource we have is used to the fullest for the benefit of the people of this continent. We have $6.8 trillion of natural capital assets. That was just in 2018. If we actually manage that transparently and better, there is no reason in the world why Africa's transformation cannot be faster. Thank you very much, and I wish you good discussions.
Thank you very, very much. Incredible insights there, and I think just a reminder, we do not eat GDP. Africa's future is bright. It is, but only if we do the things we need to do right now. So let me warmly welcome to come up now Professor Kevin Chika Urama, Chief Economist and Vice President for Economic Governance and Knowledge Management at the African Development Bank Group. And he's going to present the highlights of the 2024 AEO report. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, for that eloquent presentation of the key outcomes of this report. Can you put the presentation on, please? So I'm going to run because a lot of what is in the report is already been well articulated by Mr. President. And here is just the structure of the report. We're looking at economic outlook of the continent, taking stock of transformation on the continent, but also looking at how to finance that transformation on the continent within the current context of the global financial architecture, and also some recommendations on what African countries need to do more and what the global financing architecture, the global community needs to do more to help that to happen. So here is the growth trends, which the President has already summarized for us. If you look at GDP growth, in terms of real GDP growth, Africa is doing very well, only second to Asia, with 10 of African countries amongst the 20 fastest growing economy. So it's just a story of resilience. If you try to look deeper, you find that up to 15 countries in Africa, estimated to be about 17 this year, post growth of more than 5 percentage points. But we know that that 5% or 4% or 3.8%, 3.1% we have this year is not enough to drive structural transformation on the continent. Our estimates is that Africa needs 7 to 10% of growth consistently for about 40 years before we can break the vicious cycles of poverty. And in this slide, just to show that this growth trend that we are seeing in terms of real GDP growth is also divergent across the countries, depending on structures of economies in the regions, but also exposure to shocks, that how they can be able to bolster all the global challenges that the President had already pointed out. And the same is the story when we are looking at different economic groupings, resource-rich countries, non-resource-rich countries, and so on. And funnily enough, on the continent, the non-resource-rich countries are doing better than the resource-rich countries. Again, begging the question of what the President has talked about in terms of how we transparently use our natural capital to leverage resources for growth. And here is what I call, when you look at what I call the paradox of development on the continent, where you have rich resources, high growth rates in terms of GDP, but low performance in terms of improving the welfare of people and also addressing SDG outcomes. If you look at one indicator, which is GDP per capita, we'll find that the continent has not been doing as well as we saw with regard to GDP growth rates. The continent has trailed other regions consistently for decades in terms of GDP per capita, and that because of that, the growth rates we have not created enough jobs for youth. There's persistent poverty, there's debt vulnerability and recurrent debt distress, but also several other fragilities across the continent. And I've already said that for us to transform, we need much higher growth. Here we're looking at the growth, the dynamics within Africa's macroeconomic fundamentals, be it on inflation or depreciation in currencies. We see that Africa is also not doing very well because of several endogenous and exogenous factors. Our consumer price inflation rose this year to about 17%, up from 14% last year, and several countries saw depreciations in their local currencies because of the strengthening of the US dollar and other domestic factors. The President has already talked about the debt. The good news here is that the stock of debt is tapering. The rise of debt to GDP growth rates is tapering, estimated to be around 60% by the end of 2024. But the challenge is that the strength of the dollar has increased a lot of the spread between African countries. Since the fiscal tightening that we've seen post-COVID-19, the spread for Africa has increased 3 times more than other emerging countries. And then currency also being denominated in the dollar, about 70% of Africa's stock of debt is dollar denominated, and a lot of move away from normal low concessional, low-cost financing to high-cost, short-term private sector financing also has strong implications for debt and debt vulnerability on the continent. And this slide is just showing us, because of all this confluence of changes in the structure of debt, we are now seeing that debt service payments for our external debt is rising so sharply that it's actually taking resources away from structural transformation, economic development, and other things we need to do. The president have talked already about the 74 billion that is supposed to be paid in debt service. 40 billion of that is from the private sector. And we see also in our analysis that MDBs are actually a good model for financing structural transformation on the continent. Looking at the costs of debt, Africa pays about 500 percentage points more when they are borrowing from the international capital market than if it's borrowing from the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and other MDBs. The other challenge we are seeing is refinancing risks, which will be rising for countries that have large bullet payments due, including Kenya and several other countries. And if you look at the report, you will see all the details. And amid all these issues, now we're going into the global financing architecture. When Africa needs a lot more resources to address climate change, address all the challenges of the geopolitical tensions we're seeing, if you look at all external flows collectively, it's been declining significantly on the continent by 19.4 percentage points between 2022 and 2021. FDI, which many times we all look towards, has declined by 44% in 1 year, and ODA has declined by about 6%, and only remittances has remained a bit stable. If we look at this, then it's the paradox of Africa, where we have good potentials and good opportunities, but high perception of risk is creating high cost of debt and all those confluence of factors I've mentioned. And if, the president has already cited this report, Moody's Analytics, that shows the default rates in long-term infrastructure on the continent being 1.9% compared to 12.4% in Eastern Europe, and other regions are much higher. So we see a vicious cycle where the continent doesn't have access to resources because of high perception of risk. They are then not investing more. They are even paying more for the little they are able to access, and that leads to low capital investment in structural transformation projects. And that locks Africa into poverty, as we've talked about. But the caveat here is that it's not just external factors. We have several internal factors that the countries need to deal with. And here, the point I would like to make is that there is no substitute for sound macroeconomic policy management on the continent. Once you do that, you're able to reduce the perception of risk, you're able to reduce the cost of capital, you're able to leverage resources even more. So as Africans, we need to do a little bit more to address that challenge. And because of corruption and poor institutions and others, we're seeing that capital flight from the continent, illicit financial flows, payments because of poor perception of risks, or the cost of corruption itself, which we estimate to be about 148 billion annually for the continent, and also international profit shiftings in the global markets for Africa, about 275 billion. So if you look at all the outflows, just these few indicators we looked at, which is not comprehensive, Africa is already losing almost 600 billion annually. So can you imagine if we did good macroeconomic policy, good rule of law and regulation, accountability that the president was talking about, and we will be able to save that resources on the continent. All the external flows we got in the same year when we measured this is around 175 billion. So multiples of what we get is leaving the continent annually for things that African countries can address. Here are just some risks to watch on the continent in terms of macroeconomic performance. The high interest rates and debt service costs we have talked about, dependence on commodity with very low value addition and high price volatility, regional conflicts and political instability that is rising on the continent, climate shocks that is costing the continent sometimes up to 15% of GDP, and persistent inflationary pressures we have talked about. And because of these challenges we have now seen, we move into the report, and this is what I call the development paradox in Africa, where we have high resource potential, we have high economic growth performance in terms of real GDP, but we are performing poorly with regard to SDG outcomes. This is again looking in at a longer term on GDP per capita, and you see that Africa has been trailing other regions. And in terms of structural transformation, the reallocation of labor from lower to higher productivity sectors, we see that many Africans are still locked in the low productivity sectors, in agriculture, in services, wholesale, and so on. And in this graph, you can see that there are large gaps in the lower productivity sectors. And the only sectors that are performing a bit better is like mining, services, and utilities, most of which those resources are not largely African, because the Africans are not highly employed in that. So the president has already made very clear, increasing productivity in agriculture and in all those sectors where we are employed will help to drive GDP per capita up in Africa. And this is just looking at sectoral shifts, which is how you measure structural transformation. So in Africa, unlike other regions, we are seeing shifts from agriculture to other sectors, but then the productivity of those sectors remain low, primarily because people are not shifting because of capital accumulation in terms of human capital, but because of other push factors like climate change pushing people out of agriculture, but also insecurity in rural communities pushing people out of agriculture. We have to reverse that trend because we see that in manufacturing, the growth in productivity has only been 0.6% when you look at that. And this is just looking at the stages of structural transformation in Africa. We're seeing that technically, you can say structural transformation is happening because labor is being reallocated from agriculture to other sectors. But like I have mentioned, that is not really happening because it's reallocation from poverty to poverty in many ways. And then you look at labor productivity by regions, you see again the same way different countries actually not transforming, seeing negative labor productivity like in Central Africa. So we need to look at that in more detail. Shares of domestic value added in exports, you also see that is decreasing from agriculture and manufacturing, but also increasing in many sectors, typically export services, which we call servicification of Africa's structural growth. But if you look at technology content in exports, the same way Africa lags other regions, and we have not seen major changes across decades of the continent, that we looked at. And then key drivers of structural transformation, there's quite a number of things that you can look at, but the president has already summarized it a lot, is that little blue thing on the ground, macroeconomic policy environment. When we get that right, all the other things fall into place. Deal with corruption, deal with illicit financial flows, and other things, and then you will see economies growing a lot better. Here is the how we estimated the financing gap. I'm not going to go into detail because of time, but just to say that we have 402.2 billion in financing gap for Africa to be able to catch up structurally. And they are in those sectors that the president have already mentioned, which I will not repeat: energy, agriculture, and the rest of it. On the right side is also to indicate that we have this estimation for each country and each region. So please read the report and you can see what percentage of your GDP you need to invest in order to move forward. Improving efficiency in domestic revenue mobilization is always the key, but revenue utilization is also the major thing that we need to do more on the continent. On both sides, we need to improve. Africa's tax to GDP ratio is still very low, 13.6% compared to others, and that's also how the tax capacity is, very low at 20%. So Africa trails others even in collection of VAT. Last year, we collected only 24% of VAT that could have been collected if we improved the efficiency and so on. Then here is a big question. Can domestic revenue mobilization alone and better utilization of those resources address structural transformation and fill the gaps for us in Africa? Yes and no. For some countries, depending on the structure of their economy and where they are with the efficiency in tax collection and the efficiency in use of resources, they can, but many other countries cannot. So on average, Africa still needs a lot to do in terms of mobilizing foreign capital in order to be able to address the issues of structural transformation. Value addition to critical rare earth minerals provides a low-hanging fruit for Africa. If you look at only four that we mentioned there, copper, nickel, cobalt, and lithium, a lot of which Africa has so much. The market is growing so fast and will grow by about 3.5% in terms of demand for critical minerals for green transition. Africa is projected to, currently, if business as usual continues, harness about 10% of the 16 trillion market over the 25 years coming. But Africa can do more to some of the policies you will see in the report in order to leverage better of these resources. But again, investing in productive infrastructure is key, because while the debt markup we see on the continent has been driven by investing in infrastructure, we also see from the data that inefficiencies in the investment, even in the decisions of the projects that we invest in, contribute to poor effectiveness of debt for growth on the continent. So, and this is just to tell us that we also then need to balance knowledge and economic governance and all those soft issues as we try to mobilize resources for infrastructure. And here is a vicious cycle which summarizes everything we are seeing. I've talked about it. And the sound alarm that I want to make here is that 9 out of 10 of the world's extremely poor by 2030 will be in Africa if we continue with business as usual. And it will take Africa about a century, 108 years, to be able to transition to higher productivity. And even countries that have managed to get to middle income are likely to be trapped in the middle income trap. 26 African countries already seen that phenomenon, that in the past 10 years, they have been in and out of that income class. So we really, really need to change, and change urgently. So in this, we are then looking at what are the issues we see with the current global financial architecture that is limiting access to resources in Africa. One, of course, has supported Africa greatly during crisis, but those supports have been episodic, counter-cyclical support, and we see recurrent downside trends and risks re-emerging, like in debt. We get debt relief, debt comes back, and so on and so forth. Global commons challenges have changed the nature of the challenges that need to be addressed, and we need to reform to get to that. And the inequalities, lack of access to resources, inability to deliver climate finance, concessional finance, and all the other things that the president has talked about requires that we need to change. But inclusiveness and voice for Africa is also a major point to look at there. Now, the major point we find there is that affordability, timeless, and economies of scale matters. We can support Africa as much as we can, but if the scale of support is not up to the point that can deliver economies of scale, we are not really moving, and that's what we are seeing on the continent. Access to all emergency financing facilities in the world, in Africa, has been very far short of what is needed to reach economies of scale. I'm not going to mention all of them because of time. But the same way, concessional financing access has remained low and is declining on the continent. Here we just use a metric of the ADF replenishment. But if you do the same analysis with IDA replenishment and other things, you will still find that the stack of all the concessional resources we get on the continent is not enough to be able to address the issues that we need to address. And here, the hope for bilateral ODA and bilateral debt is also not very positive. You can see on the left side there, bilateral debt is decreasing from different countries, and also a number of countries have not been meeting even the 0.7% of GDP that was required. Africa's access to external financial flows, therefore, remain low, and is likely to remain low if major reforms are not done. And here is just mapping official development assistance in the past decade, foreign direct investment, and remittances. You see the proportion for the world and for Africa is still very, very low. And we see that despite the shifting composition of public debt towards private creditors, MDBs has remained a constant and good partner for Africa. You can see on the right side here that the World Bank and the African Development Bank alone constitutes almost 70% of MDB resources coming to the continent. And if you look at that left side on the bottom, the support has remained constant, even when the higher cost, shorter term private sector financing has been growing and complicating the debt architecture of the continent. We recognize and really are very grateful to the global community, the World Bank, IMF, and everyone for the reforms that's going on, because that already, from our work, is going to deliver if all the recommendations, the capital adequacy framework, the SDR, rechanneling, and IMF's lending in arrears policy, and even if we reform the credit rating agencies' methodologies, that will deliver to Africa about $169.4 billion in US dollars. But that still is not enough. So countries need to do as much in order to complement what the global community is already doing in order to deliver resources for the continent. What are some of the key policy recommendations? African governments need to focus on a number of things. In the report, you will find the separate recommendations to address macroeconomic stability, to address all the issues in the different chapters. But here we just summarize what are the recurring themes. African governments need to develop and consistently implement endogenous development plans. We see in our research that sometimes development plans are not followed consistently. Scaling up domestic resource mobilization and utilization, we have also talked about it. And then natural capital accounting, beneficiation, and conservation. This is key and can lift a lot of resources for the continent. But deepening capital markets could also become a source of local currency financing. But we can't deepen capital markets, we can't deepen regional integration in Africa if there are so many non-trade barriers for that to happen. Movement of labor and all those things that we've been talking about. Macroeconomic policy reforms to leverage resources more, both private and public, is there, but also having a collective voice. The Africa Rating Agency has been talked about, and more importantly, mindset change on how we relate with African products and African markets. If Africans don't buy African products, we're not going to see structural transformation happening. And then also establishing an emergency financing facility for the continent, human capital development, and so on. For the international communities, MDBs, DFIs, and bilateral partners, quite a number of things that could be done, but priority is accelerating low-cost concessional financing for Africa so that it can help leverage the private sector and others. And this is where the call that was made by President Ruto on the replenishment of ADF comes very handy, and also replenishment of IDA, but calling also on the ODA countries to meet their commitments, as SDR channeling and so on is very, very important. Implementing the capital adequacy framework of the G20 and the triple agenda, reforming the global debt architecture to become more nimble and equitable. We need to look at the credit rating agency methodologies, the IMF, World Bank, debt and sustainability framework. There's quite a lot that has happened already, looking at what could change in that will deliver huge outcomes. Simplifying climate finance architecture to align with climate vulnerability and the scale of loss and damage is critical, because we see that on the continent, meager resources are invested, but climate change washes them off. So we need to look at that. Leveraging private sector financing is also another thing that the global community need to help Africa to be able to do, but improving the tax, international tax reform will be very important to curb profit shifting and so on and so forth. Governance reforms to make it more inclusive is very important as well, and a lot of them are already doing this, but access to global financial safety nets and delinking it from quotas, because safety nets is meant to help people in emergency, countries in emergency. But if it's linked to quotas based on income, poor countries will never get enough. And that's what we saw in SDR and all the other things that has happened. But we also need to focus on accelerating low-cost financing for Africa. Specifically on global safety nets, because it's urgent, we make 3 recommendations, which you can see in the report. I've already talked about it. And in conclusion, we just want to go back to wise words of Albert Einstein. In the middle of all these challenges and difficulties the world is going through, there is an opportunity to do things differently. And we cannot use the old map to explore the new world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very, very, very clear. As we walk through that, it's clear that the potential in Africa is significant. Like a baobab tree, Africa could stand tall, but the ground is not sound. And it doesn't matter how strong the tree is if the ground is not sound. Can I warmly welcome, for the launch of the report, just up for a few minutes, for some pictures and some and some action on the floor. Can we welcome Dr. Akinwumi Adesina to come back up, please? Professor Orama, please come back up. Let me welcome Professor Njuguna Dongo to come up. Good to see you, Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury and Economic Planning here in Kenya. Also, let me welcome Ms. Hassatu Nsele, who is the Vice President for Finance and Chief Financial Officer at the African Development Bank Group. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up. And Ms. Marie-Laure Akin Olugbade. If you are here, would you please also come up and join them? Can I ask the team from African Development Bank, please bring the reports up as quickly as, thank you so much, sir. Can we hand each of them the report? Excellent. There we have it. The report is being handed over. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a round of applause, a critical report for Africa, for the way forward. Wonderful. Thank you all so much. Lady and gentlemen, you may take your seats. Professor Juguna Dongo, if I could ask you to stay up, I will ask you. Thank you. I love to do this, so allow me, because your round of applause was not energetic enough. We are in Africa, we must have African energy. We give a warm welcome again to Professor Juguna Dongo as he takes his seat for the panel discussion, which is coming up just now. Can I also welcome the other panelists? His Excellency Ali Lamine Zain, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Republic of Niger, Governor for Niger. Thank you, sir. Please take your seat. Alexia Latortu, Assistant Secretary for International Trade and Development. Thank you. The Honorable Professor Ntuli Nkube, Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Governor of Zimbabwe. Thank you. Dr. Barbel Koffler, Parliamentary State Secretary, Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, and Governor, Germany. Dr. Rania Al-Mashat, Minister of International Cooperation and alternate Governor, Egypt. Thank you. Her Excellency Nardos Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer, AUDA and NEPAD. Let's give her a round of applause as well as she comes up. His Excellency Ambassador Albert Mushanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Tourism, Trade, Industry and Mining, African Union Commission. Thank you. Mr. Ismail Nabe, Ministry of Planning and International Cooperation, Conakry, Republic of Guinea. Thank you, sir. The Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, former Minister of Finance, Economic Planning, Ghana. And if Ken does arrive, I hope he will take his seat. I don't see him, okay. And we'll move on. Ms. Hanan Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary, Program, and a Chief Economist, UNECA, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Thank you all. I had mentioned earlier that we are in the land of marathoners, but we are going to sprint, and sprint we shall. So this is almost going to be a quick fire round, but I hope you are able to get your thoughts in. We appreciate having you all. Having heard from Professor Urama, we'd really like to understand your key highlights, outtakes from that report, but more importantly, what are the reforms that you think are most critical, the actions moving forward that truly will help to drive this agenda? Professor Juguna Dongo, let me begin with you, please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, and nice to see you, Jury. There are so many things to say, but let me start off, for example, with what Kevin has presented. It has shown that actually the East African growth average as we stand now is much higher than the rest of Africa at 5.7%. And that is the growth, the real growth that you're finding also in Kenya in 2023, which gave us some reason to think and even to very strongly believe that we have a very strong economic recovery, but it is fragile. So when you look at that growth, you can actually talk a lot in terms of that. But let me offer 4 points which I like to relate so much, and most of which was covered by the report by Kevin. And the first one is human capital development. You know, we have worked in this area, and we had a session on this. Let me say, I like starting from where are we in terms of education, where are we in terms of health, and especially health infrastructure that was tested to the limit by COVID-19. But where are we also on labor market, and then nutrition? In terms of human capital development, you have to connect those 4 dots. Because in a sense, we can even spring from there and say, where you see institutional failure problems is because of our human capital development. And that is the characteristic in Africa. So we can talk about that, but I wanted just to make sure that I connect those dots. The second one is markets. Now, I always give Kenyan examples, because essentially, when you see where markets have failed, it means production has also failed. It means that investments have sunk. You can go on and on and on. But the most important thing about markets is that it's going to signal participation in a particular market. It is going to signal economic rents are shared and distributed in the markets. If you look at the works, for example, by Justin Lee, he'll tell you that economic transformation depends very much on some critical thresholds of capital accumulation. That's savings. But that is actually distributed in the marketplace. So in a sense, if markets collapse, then it means that we cannot get there. Let me give examples in Kenya. Kenya is an agricultural economy. So smallholder producers, even producing tea, coffee, and all that, will observe, they don't know how the export market works, but they have an aggregator. So downstream, they are looking at the market is functioning. Downstream, they are going to increase production and productivity. But if the markets fail, it means it fails them not only in terms of economic rent and distribution, but also on their own investment. Third, let me go to domestic resource mobilization, and Kevin has talked about it. It's a subject that I have talked about. In the last decade, I was invited all over, even in the African Development Bank, to talk about domestic resource mobilization. We need to look at it in terms of, first, our own tax instruments and the structure of those instruments, they can be optimized. The second thing is the market performance itself. We have to look into it. And we have to look into it in terms of how we can deal with it. It is okay, we can finance infrastructure through debt. But we have actually to ask ourselves that debt, when it is contracted, you have to make sure that the real interest rates are not significantly higher than the real growth, because you are going to signal solvency challenges. That's why we are talking about debt distress right now. So in a sense, we are actually saying we have a lot of space to deal with. And finally, we have to know that the fourth industrial revolution will be ignited by digitization. Digital evolution is coming to us. It's efficient. It can create efficiency across all the things that we are doing. And that is why we really need to look at that. We need to look at that. Recently, I've been talking about the 5.7% growth in Kenya. And I was saying, I've been asking myself, how do we protect that growth? Because it's a strong signal for economic recovery. How do we protect it? And that is something that this report is telling us, these are the things you need to do, but it's also telling the East African and other regions that growth that you have, and you believe that it is a strong recovery coming in, but fragile because of the factors facing us, you need to come up with a structure to protect it so that the future, it creates a momentum for future. Success begets success. Let me stop there.
Thank you so much. Really clear and very concise, but well thought out. Really appreciate that. Your Excellency, Zain, let me come to you for your thoughts, please.
Bonjour, je voudrais tout d'abord.
Good morning. Let me start by congratulating our colleagues of the African Development Bank. Our colleagues of the African Development Bank, who, as is often the case, have worked tremendously to issue this report. I am not going to belabor what the professor has said. Let me just take 2 or 3 points. First, human development. It's critical for us to place special emphasis. We have to lay special emphasis on training, the health sector, youth employability. And this means that we need to work hard, make efforts. It's a well-written report which oftentimes talks about those exogenous shocks, insecurity, climate change, refugees, internally displaced persons, and pandemics. So it's important for us to enable the bank, which has to implement what it has planned, to have the wherewithal. We often talk about resources. It's absolutely necessary for our institution to have the resources it needs to finance the continent's development. Second point, and I think this is a mission assigned to the bank, and it's to work on this fundamental issue of MDB reforms or reform of the GDP. We have to really consider this so that the continent, finds itself in a situation where it has a good debt capacity, financing capacity, and can go to the market as we usually talk about. Now, third point, integration, which is one of the high fives of the bank. There are examples which abound in our region, about the difficulties with integration. And this explains why countries like Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali are withdrawing from ECOWAS, which was unable to play its role, and now they want to establish the Alliance of Sahel States. Why? It is this objective which led to pooling efforts so that we can defend ourselves. We are talking about insecurity and terrorism in the region, but that institution did not help those countries to defend themselves. The economy, which is at the very heart of the mission of that institution, has never been given pride of place. It's more politics. And this translates into those sanctions which those countries have suffered from, and which has impacted their potentials. And let me conclude by talking about my country so as to explain our vision. What I would say is that the bank should be able to provide financing, and I've seen some signs, financing to the extractive industries sector. So far, we have seen that the bank cannot invest in uranium extraction, in coal, or in oil and gold, which are actually the fundamental wealth of our countries, especially in West Africa. We have the biggest uranium reserve, and the bank should be able to help the countries to produce what will enable us to trigger our sovereignty and energy independence, which is one of the objectives of the bank in agriculture, in industrialization. So we really need to consider this. So this is what I can say in a nutshell. We will come back to specifics. We do agree with what is said about good governance, extending the tax assessment base. And lastly, what contributes to the replenishment of the Africa Development Fund? It's It's non-regionals, which are really the contributing countries. And we should always bear in mind that it is from taxpayers' money that they make those contributions. So on the continent, we should really work on this fundamental issue of extending the tax base. I'll stop here and we'll come back. Thank you.
Wow, can we give that a round of applause? Thank you very much for your thoughts. Minister, Professor Nkube, can I come to you next, please?
Thank you very much, Moderator, and thank you for inviting me to this very important discussion. I used to do this a few years ago, launch the African Economic Outlook, and I think that a round of applause to the President and Kevin for a job well done in producing such a great report. And I agree with the conclusions of the report that we need to reform our global financial architecture so that we can have capital that is concessional, that is long-term, delivered at scale, that has got speed. I would like to add that it should be delivered at quick speed, and there must be flexibility as well. The global capital markets are very tight right now. We used to be able to borrow commercially at about maximum, if it was high, at 8%. per annum. Now we're borrowing at 10%, easily 12%. So clearly there's a tightening of global credit markets, and we need the support. And the reform of the global financial system is part of that support that is needed. Looking at the growth figures, you can see the highest growth in Africa still rests with what I call the tropics: East Africa, Central Africa, West Africa. Those tend to lead almost in that order. Then number 4 is North Africa. And then number 5 is our side, which is Southern Africa. That's the growth ranking. But what was revealing is also the per capita growth rates, which shows the need for structural transformation. So Africa growing at about 2% in terms of per capita GDP growth. That shows that a lot of work needs to be done. But I think that to achieve structural transformation, we still need to focus more on the enablers. So it's infrastructure development. So investing in rail, in our road transportation, in our energy infrastructure. So this capital needs to go there, and we need long-term capital. It's not easy to invest profitable in the railway sector. It's not easy at all. It always needs government. It always needs some public-private partnership arrangements. I think unless what you do is the following. You perhaps just consider a railway company as 2 companies in one. You've got the passenger, you've got the cargo. Cargo can be commercial, and then it can be used to subsidize the passenger side. Road is a lot easier. A road investment is a lot easier. We know what to do there in terms of concessioning out the roads for 25 years on a BOT arrangement, and then through the toll fees, we're able to support the loan repayments for the SPV. For energy, I see an opportunity in when you really combine the investment in the solar space, solar energy space with climate finance. We know that, for example, that most IPP projects in solar space are profitable at tariffs of about 9 cents per kilowatt hour, 9 US cents per kilowatt hour. But we can lower that level, I think, easily to about 6 cents if we take into account the profits that the investors will make from selling carbon credits from the solar energy facility. They can do that. You can increase the internal rate of return of a project by also considering the extra yield they will earn from the voluntary market in terms of carbon credits, because you earn those carbon credits not just by creating a carbon sink, but also by not polluting in the first place. And solar energy allows you to do that. So I see opportunity. Moving on to my third point, which is on agriculture and climate response, because we need this new financial architecture to respond to climate shocks. In my region, we're affected by that right now in my country, Zimbabwe. What we should do is just invest in more dams. Where you've got potential water bodies, build a lot of dams. We have a strategy. We're building dams, a major dam in every province. So we've got about 20 major dams. The next stage now is to invest in irrigation so we can evacuate that water onto the land. We find that our drought cycles tend to have a 2-year gestation. So we know that if we have good rains and we harvest enough water, if we have a dry season, another one, we will be okay. So investing in dams is very, very critical for that transformation. My last point, my penultimate point, is on the mining sector. We have to insist on beneficiation to achieve transformation in that sector. For example, in the iron and steel industry, what we've done in Zimbabwe, we've insisted that the company must not just, that's investing in iron ore, should not just invest in iron ore, export it, that ore raw, but they must beneficiate. So they're moving all the way down the value chain and are producing steel. So in the next few years, we're going to establish the largest steel company in sub-Saharan Africa, producing 1 million tons of carbon steel per annum. So it's very important to focus on the beneficiation. We're insisting again on beneficiation for the lithium sector. No raw lithium can be exported from Zimbabwe without beneficiation to the level of lithium carbonate, at least. And companies are responding and building concentrators and, to beneficiate that steel. Finally, on domestic resource mobilization
Minister,
and capital markets.
30 seconds, please.
30 seconds. This is a critical issue. We need to deepen domestic capital markets to raise additional capital from the private sector, from our pension funds, but also focus on innovative, domestic resource mobilization, including, mobile transfer, money transfer, taxation, and so forth. So these are some of the issues that we need to focus on, but it's critical that we focus on overall a change in architecture of our global financial system. And I thank the report for pointing us in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for those practical examples, really critical. Alexia Latortue, let me come to you now for your thoughts.
Thank you so much. So I'll focus my remarks on the role of the multilateral development banks. If we did not have multilateral development banks, we would need to create them. If we did not have the African Development Bank, we would need to create one. Secondly, however, since these institutions have been created, the world has changed. We're seeing with increased frequency, severity, and complexity, regional and global challenges like climate change, pandemics, fragility, conflict, and violence that are actually undermining and threatening the development gains we have made. And therefore, we absolutely need to evolve the multilateral development banks. And as our brilliant chief economist also said, countries need to evolve what they do as well. The good news is I believe that there is more political leadership around this issue. We saw it on the presidential panels yesterday. Secretary Yellen certainly has called for the evolution of the development banks. It's on the G20 agenda. So there's political momentum and there's technical work, including the African Economic Outlook, that points to the right direction. Borrowing countries want the development banks to be more responsive to their needs, to do that with greater scale, greater speed, and greater agility. There are 4 big questions that I think MDB evolution is driving towards. Number 1, are the development banks focusing on the right things? I would argue all of them are now refining their mandates to say our work must be also about helping countries tackle these global challenges, without which we will not have sustained progress on poverty reduction, without which we will not have sustained progress on inclusive, resilient growth. So that's starting to happen. Number 2, do we have the right incentives for the right things to get done? Incentives around domestic resource mobilization, incentives around private capital mobilization, incentives around the targeted high-impact use of concessional resources. A major theme this week, concessional resources will always be scarce. That's a reality. And so what is the framework to think about where to place that scarce resource? On projects that have cross-border impacts, on projects where a country is making the investments, but the results, the benefits are for the region or for the world, so we need to help underwrite that investment. Thirdly, do we have the right operating models to be able to do the right things? So, for example, if you look at the challenge of fragility, conflict, and violence, often it's not an entire country that is fragile. It can be part of a country. So can the MDBs work more at the sub-sovereign level? Can they decentralize more to be more targeted about the work that they need to do? At the same time, if we look at regional integration and the importance of something like the Lobito corridor, do the MDBs have the right approaches, skill sets to really work at the regional level in effective ways? And then finally, what people usually start with, although I think that's wrong, is do we have the right resources, the financial capacity to do the right things? And clearly, we need to scale up finance. That's both about the MDBs doing innovative things, and Vice President Asatu, you have done that here with hybrid capital, with exposure exchanges, with working with other MDBs on giving more value to callable capital. And can the shareholders contribute differently also and more to the MDBs through the concessional windows, but also through new instruments like guarantees and like hybrid capital. And if we do all these things correctly, we will crack the paradox that the chief economist raised earlier.
Excellent, very, very clear. With that, Your Excellency Nardos Bekele Thomas, can I come to you next for your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. Well, I'm listening to the economic outlook, and thank you very much for the presentation. A very good, really, indicator of what we should do to accelerate our development, programs, to make sure that we implement and we don't talk. Talk less, but, act. And, I would like to really ask the audience, how many of you know about the Vision 2063 of the African Union, and how many of you know about the second 10-year implementation plan? Maybe none.
How many?
Wonderful. I'm sure our economists should know about the second 10-year implementation plan. This was a plan that was formulated with the participation of all the ministers of plan of the continent, together with all the development partners. And it has, in a way, solutions to all the issues that are raised, which is we need to expand our economies, first of all, and we need to increase exponentially the stakeholders in the economy, meaning that we really need to expand our economy and increase our stakeholders. It has got 7 moonshots, and one of those moonshots, which is the most important one, is to make sure that each and every African country reaches the middle income status by 2033. We cannot wait 108 years to have Africa reach the higher income country. What do we need? We need to accelerate infrastructure, agriculture, energy, human capital, be it health, education, skills development, environmental and climate change. These are all the things that we need to do. But there are so many things that we have to put in place. What we need is the programs are there, they're well articulated. We have, for example, when we talk about the energy, we have got the master plan for power for Africa, which looks at the blended renewable plus non-renewable to make sure that we get 1,200 gigawatts energy, to make sure that you have this energy to energize Africa and have all these countries out of poverty. We need resources. We have got the MDBs, yes, but we need a unified force and concentrate on areas that are of critical importance, that have got multiplier effect, that are catalytic by nature. And therefore, our getting together is critical. We just came from a coordinating meeting, which was really a fantastic idea, but we have to really walk the talk. We need to take action, and I'll stop here.
Thank you. Action, walk the talk. Very, very clear. Because you referenced Africa's Agenda 2063, Ambassador Mushanga, let me come to you next for your thoughts, please.
Is it automatic? Okay. Thank you very much, Moderator. And I would like to, first of all, congratulate President Adesina, Professor Orama, and the teams for producing this report, which is very, very incisive. I concentrate my insights on the African situation. My first observation is that the growth outlook is very, very positive. It has registered very good rates of economic growth. But when you look at the statistics very critically, you find that only 2 countries, Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal, have gone above the 7% growth rate threshold. And because of this, you relate that to GDP per capita. It was shown very clearly by Professor Orama that Africa has the lowest GDP per capita in the world. And that really makes it very, very, very difficult, because with the lower rates of economic growth, there's going to be eventually social tensions and political tensions, and hence the importance of accelerating the pace of economic growth. And in this connection, we are working with the Professor Orama, my sister here, to come up with a strategic framework on key actions to achieve inclusive growth and sustainable development across Africa, anchored on as indicated earlier, 7 to 10% annual growth rate of a period of 4 to 5 decades. Now, the good news with that strategic framework is that it is going to have an overall continental framework and country-by-country frameworks if countries so desire. So that should enable us to really address this issue. And this is very, very important because right now, 33 of the world's 46 least developed countries are in Africa. My last point is on the question of productive transformation, very, very, very vital. And here, the first element is to ensure that we develop a scorecard on the operation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Let's monitor how it's delivering each year so that we know the pace of continental economic integration. And related to that is to start thinking right away on the issue of deeper economic integration anchored on the African Customs Union and common market. Because this is going to help us in removing a lot of non-tariff barriers and promoting productive transformation. And in this respect, we have produced a readiness assessment towards the African Customs Union / common market, which we are going to look at before the end of this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, and so important because, thank you, you can give that a round of applause, absolutely. So important as the fastest growing markets in the world in terms of size. If we don't start to confront these issues, we won't benefit from the growth of our own markets, right? Let's get a perspective from Dr. Rania now. Al-Mashad, please, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Let me first start by congratulating the Chief Economist, Kevin, for a very well-articulated report. And I want to say that I've been reading the outlooks over the years. I think this one has a very important comparative advantage because it is providing evidence-based by the countries, and it's going to become, if we're talking about voice and participation from the continent, this report can be a very strong voice in the MDB world. I want to, before I talk about country specifics, reflect on what Alexia said, and that is, for the first time, we are hearing in the different boards of the MDBs a consistent message. And therefore, when you put Einstein's quote, it is absolutely an opportunity today as the leadership in the different MDBs are really, for the first time, talking together in granular matters, not just the vision and mission, but trying together to find solutions. And here, let me also commend Hasutu for the fantastic work on the SDRs that can actually open up the space for particularly also how the bank can leverage private sector investments in countries. Now, when I look at the report you had several slides that had conclusions. And here, I want to say that for different countries, macroeconomic stability is a necessary condition to be able to do the structural transformation. But given the successive shocks, macroeconomic stability in countries in general and in Africa in particular have become even, I don't want to say more challenging, but requiring so much policy maneuver more than any time before. And in order to achieve this macroeconomic stabilization, MDBs need to step in as well. So there is, before we go into structural transformation and trying to figure out how we can bring in regulatory or legislative reforms to drive in private sector engagement, we need to have tranquility and predictability with respect to macroeconomic stability to make that possible. So that is on the shoulders of governments for sure, but also there is a need for, if we're talking about concessional finance, maybe more budget support at the initial stages to be able to bridge this gap when we talk about macroeconomic stabilization. The other very important aspect when we're looking into this is the point of the global public goods, and how, and it's very, very important to showcase, and that is a fact, that they are also very much aligned with national goals. Because at the end of the day, if it's going to be a public investment or even trying to access concessional finance, this relationship between private or public, global public goods and its impact on inclusive, sustainable, resilient growth within the economies, this again I'm very happy that it was also in the slides related to a report. So that's another important aspect. Another issue that is very nicely presented in the report are the sources of external financing. When we take a look at the source of external financing, all of them, to a large extent, the ones that are more concessional have been narrowing, and those that are available are high cost. So when the debt sustainability analysis, whether it's the rating agencies or the IMF, I think there needs to be a more detailed analysis of the quality of debt, not just the quantity. If we're trying to say that concessional finance is going to help the global public goods implementation, if the concessional finance is what's needed to be able to do the climate action in the different countries, are we going to weigh that type of finance the same way we weigh the Eurobonds and the commercial finance? I don't know. I don't have an answer. As a macroeconomist, yes, we look at an aggregate number, but at the same time, there's a lot of detail in the type of debt and how it is being used and what are the impact of this, particularly on the concessional finance. So that is a question I have. I don't have an answer, but I think we need to bring this more into the discussion, the quality of debt or the different trade-offs between types of debt, and how, when we're talking about increasing more concessional, that countries are not penalized for looking into that just because of a debt ceiling that might exist. My final comment is on the talent. The macroeconomic situation in our countries, particularly in the continent, might drive away talent. And this is going to be a very, very big challenge. It already is, and it will be exacerbated. And that's why trying to achieve the macroeconomic stabilization, to be able to do the structural reforms, to bring in private sector investment, I think we need to find ways of trying to keep talent within the countries so that the productivity gains can be easier, because as we saw from the presentation, there is a gap there, and without this productivity gain, the competitiveness is going to be much less, and the FDI that we are looking for might actually be more hesitant just because the talent may not be there. There's so much more I can say, but I think I will stop there. Thank you very much.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. I particularly love the idea of quality of debt. Really, starting to reframe the way we approach things, right? And talent critical. Ismail Nabil, let me come to you next, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Before I start, let me thank the people of Kenya, the greeting of the people of Guinea, but also the great work that President Adesina and their team, they are doing for the global economy, but also African economy. The part of Guinea, basically the report is excellent, but what we've been doing thus far with the new regime in Guinea, it's focalizing on our own internal procedures. What happened to that? Because external factors is important, but internal factors reform. We are doing the big reform right now in the country. Economic reform, social reform, at the same time like political reforms. Those elements are extremely important, but diversification of economy. We are a mining country, but the biggest project right now in the world is called Simandou project. That's what we are doing. We're not only depending on the mining sector, but how we can diversify the mining sector into the economic growth, which is agriculture, which is fishery, which is transportation. That project, even though it's mining, but we are doing infrastructure project, that's going to create job for the young people, because we have millions of African or Guinean going Europe, but the only way to get them in the country, you have to create job. That we are doing 650-kilometer railway, at the same time deep port development, that are creating more job for Guinean. The second point is about debt sustainability. Yes, we are very fortunate in Guinea because our debt to GDP is about 39%, compared to the region, which is about 6%. We have a lot of leeways that we can borrow, but we need to make sure that the international community help us in order to have structural reform, debt reform, in order to move forward. Because if you look into the, some kind of financial blending, it is important that we use some blending financial mechanism by OECDs. You know, OECD has been like, since 2020, they are giving only 85%. We want to move from 85% to 95% when it comes to the concessional loan. But it's extremely important that also we look into the ECA financing. This is another area. If we can couple the ECA financing with the concessional loan, we can have a proper project. So ECA financing is extremely important for us. So likely what we need from the international community is very clear, actionable roadmap for reforms. Those are the elements that we need in order to carry forward. Lastly is the system that we have in right now. We talk about debt, we talk about all these elements, but we need to transform our resources in the country. Because for many years, we've been taking our resources out of the country. If we can transform our resources inside the country, we'll create jobs, we'll add value, we'll have transformation. That creates more opportunity to other enterprises, other companies in terms of energy sector. Because you can't transform bauxite, you can't transform iron ore if you don't have energy. So therefore, that gives opportunity to companies around the world. And lastly, the last point is a cooperation and coordination between agencies. If African Development Bank, we need to collaborate with IMF, World Bank, by regional development agencies, and also best practices that have been done in Asia, we can couple that one in our country to move forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. We are now going to Dr. Barbel Koffler, and then we will hear the last word from UNECA. So Dr. Barbel Koffler, over to you first.
Well, thank you very much, and I also want to thank Professor Urama for his presentation and, like every year, very excellent report which gives a lot of insights. I want to comment only on 2 points because of the shortage of time. The one was said by a few colleagues already. We have to look on the quality of growth. Economic growth and the outlook is giving us hope is not enough. We have to look on the economic growth per capita. And we really have to have a closer look why there is such a big difference in between the income situation of different parts of societies. So the question of inequality inside a society, I think, is crucial for coming up with better ideas for solving poverty problems. There were some hints in value-add production, for example, in investing in human capital and so on, but I think that needs close reflection how we come to better per capita growth. And maybe only one sentence on that. We have also to have a look on gender in that aspect, because we cannot exclude the potential of 50% of society. That has a big impact of growth, economic growth, and also has a big impact on how we really fight poverty on the long run. If we don't take gender seriously, I don't think we find the right answers to that issue. Second point I want to comment on is the global financial architecture debate. And I'm very thankful to Professor Urama that you were pointing out the 2 pillars, basically. The one which has to be done domestically, and the other question, what has to be done on an international level. And both sides are important. They are equally important. I want to underline that. I'm very thankful for your comments on domestic resource mobilization. It's tax, yes, but it's not only tax. And by the way, it's not only VAT. There's a broad range of taxes which are not so heavily infecting at the end of the day than the poorest in a society. So we have to think about the broad range of taxes. It's about, you mentioned it quite frankly, corruption. So I quote you on that. I think it's very, very good that you were mentioning those topics. It's about illicit flows. So we have to realize that there has to be done a lot on that. On the international level, we have a lot of homework to do also, and I would agree we have to really work on debt release and do it differently. It was striking what you were saying about the private creditors in that case. We have to work for including private creditors in debt release and become quicker also with the G20 common framework, because we have to address in a proper time frame also the needs of the countries. If it's coming to the access to finance as a whole, my government is very much supporting the reform of the World Bank and also of the MDBs, because we need a broader range of possibilities to finance, on the one side, the issue of, like you were mentioning, global public goods, which are also, of course, domestic public goods. I think that's important. But don't do it on then stopping or hindering another financing in development issues. So we need to broaden that spectrum, and therefore we need the reform of World Bank and the MDBs. And I would always subscribe that we need a strong African development bank. That's why we really engaged also in the callable capital issue yesterday. That is a hint that we really want to support that. I also could agree very much on what was said yesterday, that we have to calculate things differently. Leveraging, for example, Africans' natural resources was a big topic on yesterday's debate, and we would agree very much to have a different framing than, which is also at the end of the day counting into the rating debate. Last point, I try to be really quick, last point I want to make. We have to get simpler and easier with access to climate finance, because we know that it's also a part of how administration can handle things if they can get access to climate financing. And we have to become easier in that. We have to become more supportive with, for example, climate action window from the AFDB and technical assistance, but also from the international framework, we have to become easier in that. And for elaborating more on those topics, that's a little bit the public relation part now. We're having the Hamburg Sustainable Conference in October this year, where we want to really elaborate deeply also on those issues on global finance architecture.
Thank you very, very much. And with that, we go to a view from UNECA. It's Hanan Morsi. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to first say congratulations to Kevin and my former team for a great job. Very well done. I would like to just focus perhaps on what do we need to achieve the economic transformation that we all aspire to. I think there is a joint responsibility at multiple levels. So at domestic level, we need to ensure that we're crowding in the private sector, creating an enabling environment, reducing policy and regulatory uncertainty. We need to also ensure that there is better debt management. We need to build capacity to design and structure the innovative instruments that Kevin has been referring to. So we need to make sure that we're doing our part, and that also includes ensuring high returns for each dollar that we spend, that we're getting the highest returns. So really ensuring expenditure efficiency, and of course we need to enhance domestic resource mobilization. We need to ensure that we are really curbing leakages even in taxation, meaning, the tax exemptions that we have, the concessions that we have. We need to have really tough discussions at a national level, of what are we getting in terms of returns for the revenues that we are losing. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we are leveraging huge regional opportunities. We have the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement that we need to advance its implementation, and we need to focus on building regional value chains so that we can create better jobs, higher wages, and actually tap our natural resources, be it renewable resources or green minerals. This is the future. We need to shift, our growth paradigm. We can no longer export our development opportunities by exporting raw material. If we do that,
can we give that a round of applause, please? Thank you.
So really tapping on this and building on it to develop our green industries will be key for us not to be followers in development, but to lead the way in developing for the future. And we need to also use that to tackle, I think, the biggest challenge for the economic transformation, which is the huge energy gap that we have in the continent. So if we can tap the energy pools, build the transmission lines that we were talking about in an earlier meeting today, that will give us the opportunity to address that biggest obstacle to economic transformation. And then, doing all that, then we need to also make sure that we're advocating at a global level to get what is needed to achieve it. And here comes, the global financial architecture reforms that ECA has been convening the Africa High-Level Working Group with the African Union, with AFDB and others, to try to really build the consensus of African asks for reforms and advanced at a global level. And here, the three most important areas is, one, making sure that we have affordable finance at scale. We need to be able to invest in SDGs. We need to be able to tackle climate action and at an affordable rates. For that to happen, comes exactly what my dear friend Alexia was mentioning, the role of MDBs. That will be critical. We need a bigger role for MDBs, and to enable them to do this, we need to make sure that they are sufficiently capitalized, that their concessional windows, and here I'd like to emphasize the need to make sure that the Africa Development Fund is appropriately capitalized so that it can provide concessional and affordable finance. And we need to also make sure that we are maximizing the balance sheet utilization that allows MDBs to take more risk on their balance sheet. So all these things will be very critical to make sure that this happens. And I'm really delighted, and congratulations, that the SDR rechanneling framework has been approved. This is a critical and historical milestone that now will enable underutilized idle resources in the form of IMF special drawing rights that are not currently utilized to actually create 3 to 4 times leverage. And we hope the size of that allocation and the channeling of it will materialize soon to actually enable that. So that would be a very important area to ensure that we get the donor country support and pledges to make that operational. And of course, we need to make sure that we have a global debt resolution framework that actually works. We need to reform the G20 to make sure that it's effective, time-bound, transparent, includes middle income, and have a comparability of treatment. So this will be really important. And finally, and relates to the issue of curbing illicit financial flows, we have a great opportunity with the UN Tax Convention that has been put forward by the African group in the United Nations to actually address this issue at a global stage. So hope that we can really rally efforts to ensure that that goes through so that we can curb these leakages. Just to illustrate, the leakages from the illicit financial flows, which is over $85 billion a year, is multiples of what the continent receives annually in official development finance. So in ODA assistance. So that tells you that we need to keep our eye on the ball to focus really on what matters.
Thank you. Thank you so, so much. Thank you to an incredible panel. Great insights, a lot of alignment. And I think one of the things I will say as we close, been driving these kinds of conversations for over 2 decades, Africa's voice is getting louder, and Africa is increasingly speaking with one voice. This issue is so important, ladies and gentlemen. Stay the course. Stay the course. Thank you for the report. They appeal to all of us. Stay this course. Let me finish by just reminding us that this is really for the mama mboga. It's for the woman in the market who struggles every day to eke a living for her children. It's for this huge population of young Africans coming out, looking for opportunity, passionate about this continent, some dying literally to leave the continent when this is their home. And we owe them here opportunities, lives, dignified and fulfilling work, safety, and a stake in the continent that is Africa. And so just settling back on that as we close and saying, I referenced Africa earlier as a strong tree without strong ground. And there is an African proverb that tells us a tree cannot stand without roots. Africa, let's create those roots, and let's ask our partners and stakeholders to ensure there is a level playing field. The ground is firm. Thank you so, so much. A warm round of applause, please. Can I ask our panelists to stand and ask, please, Professor Orama to come up, and we're going to take a picture. Thank you so much.
In English.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, copies of the report are available in English and French. And where do people collect them, Eric? At the door? At the door. Please pick your copy at the door. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few minutes, we will be transitioning to one of the annual meeting's marquee events, the financial presentation and the effectiveness report. This is a major event at the annual meetings, and we ask that you stay on. We should be beginning within 5 minutes. We're running just a little bit late, but we should be on track shortly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please leave the stage for the next panel to begin? Thank you. To the media, please, if you mind taking your interviews outside, the next panel is going to begin. Thank you. Please take your seats for the financial presentations.
Calls to action, high-level commitments, and celebrations were all part of the official opening ceremony held on day 3.
It is a great honor for Kenya to host the 59th meeting of the Africa Development Bank Group,
which then set a powerful tone for the day.
We are making a commitment of $20 million as Kenya into that meeting.
We've done well against the headwinds. I think we deserve a clap for Africa.
Next, the presidential dialogue carried on in front of a standing room only crowd, and President Ruto of Kenya urged Africa to invest more in African institutions.
We can support more financial institutions, the Africa Development Bank, and all the other continental institutions to support Africa's development and progress.
The bank officially launched their 60th anniversary celebrations with a spectacle filled with spoken word, traditional singing, and what's a celebration without dancing? If you thought that was entertaining, wait to see what's in store for the actual anniversary.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We are about to proceed momentarily. Kindly take your seats. Honorable governors, ministers, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the African Development Bank Group's financial presentation and annual development effectiveness report, which really is a signature event at these annual meetings of the governors of the bank. My name is Victor Oladokun, and as always, it is an honor and a pleasure to moderate this very significant event. And it is one that provides a very good sense of the bank's financial and development impact over the preceding years, as well as significant achievements. To help set the stage following an overview by the Senior Vice President of the bank, there will be a Davos-style panel discussion which will provide all of our vice presidents, or most of them, with an opportunity to provide a synopsis of their stewardship. The composite picture that they do provide is designed to provide you with a very keen sense of the bank's many accomplishments over the previous year. With that being said, and given the limitations of time, please join me in welcoming to the podium the Senior Vice President of the African Development Bank Group, the one, the only, Swazi Shabalala, as she comes to provide a short opening speech. I know it's still very early in the morning, but I think we can do better. There we go. And I must say, you look wonderful, Ms. Shabalala.
He's such a charmer. Good morning, honorable governors, President Adesina, distinguished ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. Let me first of all start by expressing my sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Kenya for their hospitality in hosting us in this beautiful city of Nairobi, and their laudable support in the organization of these annual meetings, especially to His Excellency, Professor Ndungu, Chairperson of the Boards of Governors. Thank you very much. Honorable governors and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this staple event of the bank's annual meetings, the financial presentation and the African Development Effectiveness Review. It's an opportunity for management to share the bank's performance in the past year. As the continent navigates through challenging times, the results reflected in these reports underscore Africa's remarkable resilience. These development results represent a collective achievement delivered in collaboration and partnership with other multilateral development banks and development partners, and of course, our client countries. In this year's report, we've incorporated innovative tools and methods like satellite imagery to better capture and analyze the development impact of our investments. For instance, using high-resolution impact mapping, we were able to assess the impact of bank-financed water and sanitation projects on the living conditions of residents in 28 urban areas in Kenya. In responding to the desire of our shareholders for MDBs to work as a system, this year's report also provides the full development results of our co-finance projects, which allows us to demonstrate the bank's increased efforts in mobilizing and catalyzing other sources of financing, including from the private sector. As you will see from the upcoming presentation, the African Development Bank Group remains financially sound. Despite the lingering challenges of the pandemic and geopolitical tensions, the bank preserved its AAA rating, generated an historically high net income, and approved projects to the value of $10 billion, the second highest level of approval in its history. Following my intervention, my colleagues will present further details on the development impact of our operations and financial performance achieved in the past year. And of course, there will be a short video which will showcase some of these operations. Honorable governors, the bank has just released its 10-year strategy for the period 2024 to 2033. The new 10-year strategy reflects the priorities and most pressing needs of our regional member countries, and it is fully aligned with the SDGs and Agenda 2063 objectives. The strategy reflects the ambitions of the continent for the Africa we want, and comes during the year when the continental body is prioritizing making the Africa Continental Free Trade Area fully operational. The new 10-year strategy outlines the vision of an Africa that is prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and integrated, supported by twin strategic objectives: accelerating inclusive green growth in Africa and driving prosperous and resilient economies. To pursue these twin objectives, the bank has defined clear pathways for addressing Africa's pressing challenges and to help put the continent firmly back on track towards sustained economic growth and prosperity. The High Five operational priorities will continue to shape the implementation of the strategy as they continue to be aligned with the objectives of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. The implementation of these priorities will be underpinned by the cross-cutting priorities which promote gender equality, investments in young people, responding to climate change, building resilience to shocks, conflicts, and fragility, and of course, strengthening economic governance. The strategy outlines the bank's response to the complex threats facing Africa and to the global and regional challenges, answering the call by the G20 for MDBs to reform to become better, bigger, and more efficient. The new strategy is clear about the need to scale up, individually and in partnership, in order to massify impact, to accelerate delivery, to address global and regional challenges, so that we can help Africa achieve its development objectives sustainably. In this regard, the bank will continue to adapt its operational model, simplify its business processes, and further collaborate with other MDBs to promote mutual reliance in areas such as procurement, diagnostic tools, and social and environmental safeguards. For instance, the bank is making progress in discussions with the World Bank towards mutual reliance, but more importantly, in pursuing joint programming in areas such as increasing access to electricity. The bank will also support member countries or regional member countries in establishing appropriate platforms for better coordination at country level. The bank is recognized for its leadership in financial innovations, implementing many of the recommendations of the G20 Capital Adequacy Framework. Our financial innovations, from the pioneering sustainable hybrid instrument issued in the first quarter of this year, balance sheet optimization, such as the room to run transactions on our sovereign and non-sovereign portfolios, and the progress we've made in partnership with the Inter-America Development Bank to advocate for the rechanneling of SDRs demonstrate the potential of the ingenuity of our teams to mobilize resources for Africa. We will not stop here. We agree that more can and should be done to crowd in the private sector to address global and regional public goods. As a learning organization, the new TYS and MDB's reform provide an opportunity to rethink our processes, policies, and procedures to improve our delivery where many challenges remain. We are acutely aware that our ability to respond to the challenge to be better, bigger, and more efficient requires a rethinking of how we work. We will increasingly focus our means and resources to improve quality at entry, enhance forward planning, review our delivery approaches, including optimizing the organization of our project staff to ensure quality throughout the project cycle and leveraging technology for our operational processes. We are assessing our staffing needs based on current and future business needs, particularly as we intend to scale up private sector operations. Your views, governors, and reflections during the Governors' Dialogue will guide management's engagement with the Board of Directors in this regard. The bank will define incentives for countries, private sector, bank staff to implement reforms and mobilize the necessary financial resources to support regional member countries. The bank will also provide appropriate institutional incentives to focus on outcomes and development impact across projects. We shall enhance our decentralization model through a more universal but tailored presence to better respond to the needs of our clients and to strengthen our dialogue with them. We are committed to fully resource compliance functions, including the full implementation of the Safeguard Strengthening Action Plan. I am pleased today to confirm that the updated Integrity Safeguard System policy will become effective tomorrow morning, following extensive communication to staff and our clients. Finally, honorable governors and distinguished guests, the African Development Bank is motivated to start implementing the new strategy. We recognize that we can achieve more by collaboration, mutual reliance, and combined efforts to massify our development impact. So I will end my remarks today with a popular proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Well, at the AFDB, we want to do both. Go fast and go together. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Asanteni sana.
Well, as the saying goes, the taste of the pudding is always in the eating. And following that very compelling but succinct overview by Senior Vice President Swazi Shabalala, kindly turn your attention to the screens for a short Annual Development Effectiveness Report video presentation.
Africa continues to thrive despite a challenging environment of rising living costs, high borrowing rates, climate shocks, and persistent fragility. It is a continent of resilience and progress. For 60 years, the African Development Bank Group has been a beacon of hope and socio-economic progress, standing shoulder to shoulder with all African countries to overcome today's challenges and build a strong foundation for a brighter and prosperous future. In 2023, the bank continued to deliver impactful and far-reaching results, in collaboration with its partners across the high 5 priorities. From bringing electricity to 2.4 million people, supporting the establishment of 34,000 agribusinesses, to improving sanitation services for 8 million people, the bank's work and projects are transforming lives across the continent. Infrastructure development remains the cornerstone of the bank's priorities, with over $44 billion invested in the past 7 years. For instance, the Nacala Corridor is linking Zambia and Malawi to the port in Mozambique, reducing travel times by 58% and significantly boosting regional connectivity. In West Africa, the bank is fostering a dynamic electric power market in Mano River Union countries, promoting sustainable power trade and reducing regional reliance on thermal power. In Kenya, the town's Sustainable Water Supply and Sanitation Program is providing crucial water security to rural communities, stimulating economic growth and strengthening climate resilience. These are not just numbers. They are real stories of impact. To ensure this is the case, we track our impact. In the past 8 years, this project has helped over 2 million individuals gain access to improved drinking water, leading to remarkable social progress, such as the 61% increase in youth employment in Chogoria in eastern Kenya. As we celebrate our 60th anniversary, we reflect on our journey. In this time, we've funded over 5,400 projects, representing an investment of $184 billion in Africa's development. Our results are evident. Our impact is measurable. You can explore our investments through our Map Africa platform, whose new features will transform how we measure our impact. Explore project details and track our progress on delivering the bank's new 10-year strategy. See the tangible impact of our work across the continent through our results management framework. From rural areas to towns, cities to countries, countries to regions, results can be obtained in one easily accessible portal. For more, dive into this year's annual Development Effectiveness Review or visit Map Africa to see how, together, we are shaping Africa's future, a future that is inclusive, resilient, integrated, and prosperous. The African Development Bank, Africa's Solutions Bank, making a difference.
Very succinct, very powerful. There's a lot that stands out there, but for me, $184 billion worth of investments over a 60-year period. Those are no small potatoes. Once again, let's give the management, present and past, of the African Development Bank a warm round of applause. The truth of the matter is that in leadership, we stand on the shoulders of those who have come before us. And the bank has had a historic season of very seasoned leaders who have helped bring us to this point. During the rest of the year and during the 60th anniversary celebrations, there will be opportunities to acknowledge the contributions of many of our leaders. As we hear these reports, again, let us keep them in mind, those who are still with us today, and in absentia, give them also a warm round of applause. So following that short video presentation, we will segue very quickly into a panel discussion with several key members of the bank's senior management team. Through their hard, challenging, but very impactful work, the bank is able to do what it does year on, year out. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the platform the Vice President of Finance, Hassatu Nsele. Please give her a warm round of applause. And she will be followed by the Vice President for Regional Development, Integration, and Business Delivery, Marie-Laure Akin-Olugbade. And please also welcome to the platform the Vice President for Power, Energy, Climate Change, and Green Growth, Kevin Kariuki, who will be followed by the Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development, Beth Dunford. And joining them on the platform will be Solomon Quainer, the Vice President for the Private Sector and Infrastructure, as well as Industrialization. Joining them also is Kevin Urama, the Vice President for Economic Governance and Knowledge Management, as well as the Chief Economist of the bank. And last but certainly not the least, we will be joined by the Director of Development, Impact and Results, Armand Nzeyimana. Well, thank you very much for joining us on this panel discussion. You know, it's one thing to see and it's another thing to hear first-hand accounts of what has transpired over the last 1 year. And as I look at you on the platform, I get the feeling, I have a suspicion, that you're loaded with information. But given the limitations of time, I'm going to ask that we kindly keep our responses short and concise. Someone once said that the most basic of all human needs is to understand and to be understood, and that the best way to understand people is to listen. So we're here today to understand and to listen to you as you make your presentation. And it is my hope that as we listen intently to what our panelists have to share with us this morning, that we will gain very useful insights into the challenges, the opportunities, as well as the successes of the bank over the preceding year. I think it's only appropriate at this point that I go with my first question to Armand. It really is pretty exciting to see the latest edition of the bank's flagship publication, the African Development Effectiveness Review, which has been summarized pretty much in the video presentation and been talked about by the Senior Vice President. So I'm certain that along with many members of our audience today, myself included, there is a curiosity about how the bank measures success, the success of its interventions. So my question to you, Armand, is, as far as the bank is concerned, what does success really look like?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Victor. So indeed, we are very pleased to use the opportunity of the annual meetings to share with shareholders, partners, key stakeholders, the progress that the bank is making in supporting the continent's development efforts. So going back to your question, Victor, how do we measure success? So the success at the African Development Bank is measured through the use of our results management framework, and we've mentioned it in the presentation, in the short video you've just seen. So this is an important corporate tool that assesses the bank's contribution to Africa's development priorities. This important tool was, in fact, recently recognized by the Center for Global Development as a model for other MDBs for its effectiveness in measuring and reporting on development results. So we're very pleased by this recognition by the Center for Global Development. So let me clarify, what do we mean by development results? Our role, as you all know, as a trusted partner of African governments and the private sector, is to engage in policy dialogue, to provide knowledge, capacity building, technical assistance, institutional support. But our core business is really about financing high-quality investments. These investments result in tangible output, such as the number of kilometers of roads that are built, megawatts of electricity generated, number of youth training or skills enhancement programs that are delivered. But the true measure of success for the African Development Bank is the impact that these investments are provided to communities and businesses across the continent. So what we measure as a success would be the number of jobs for youth that are created, the number of small businesses, women-led SMEs that are established through our financing, established and supported through our financing. The volume of trade flows increased as a result of infrastructure development financed by the African Development Bank and partners. This is really the true measure of development results of success for the African Development Bank. And I can see that Victor is signaling that my time is up, but let me perhaps just illustrate this point by one specific example, and then I'll stop here. You will recall during the opening ceremonies yesterday, His Excellency President Ruto, and in fact, President Adesina as well, made several references to the last mile connectivity project in Kenya. So this important project basically was designed to, and I'm sure VP Kariuki, who's been leading the team working on this one, might come back to this. So I hope I'm not pulling the carpet under your feet. But just to demonstrate what we mean by development results, so this is a project designed to connect low-income households and businesses across many counties of Kenya. And the outcomes delivered through this project include, for instance, 300,000 households, I think benefiting about 1.6 million people that have been now connected to the grid, but also 5,000 small businesses, including women-led SMEs, that are connected now to the grid, and now basically stimulating job growth and economic prosperity in these communities. So this is truly, for us, what success means for the African Development Bank. I hope I wasn't too long.
Thank you very much, Armand. I love what you said a few moments ago. You said the true metric of the bank's success lies in how its investments impact communities, and that really is so true. That's the bottom line of why the African Development Bank exists. Now, you did exceed the allotted time by a few minutes, but since I only have one question for you, I'll give you a pass. But for the other members of our panel, I'm going to ask, because there's so much that we need to cover in the limited amount of time, that you limit your responses to a maximum of 3 minutes. Do we have a deal? Yes, we do. Deal we do. Yes, so I'll go on to Marilaw Akinyalugbade. You know, it's only natural that my next question goes to you. As it turns out, we've heard during the opening ceremony, the governor's dialogue, as well as during the president's opening speech, that in 2023 proved to be an exceptional year for the bank's operations. Now, given the limitations of time, what would you consider to be some of the key highlights in 3 minutes or less? Tall order.
Merci beaucoup. Comment je fais ici, là? Merci beaucoup, Victor. En effet, l'année 2023 a été une année exceptionnelle pour les opérations du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement. En 2023, vous l'avez entendu, en réponse aux demandes des pays membres régionaux pour des ressources
by
en
our
plus
regional
large
member
volume,
states for
nous avons
larger
été en mesure
larger volume of resources, we were able to approve some 10.1 billion US dollars, 30% increase as compared to 2022. And this is the second highest level of approvals in the bank group history. In addition to this, we have also set other records, which I'd like to underscore here. So, record in approvals for multinational operations. These are operations including various countries. So, in the upward of 2.9 billion US dollars, another record set in the history of the bank. I'm sure you've also heard about projects such as the railways between Burundi, the DRC, and Tanzania. This is an instance where the bank was able to demonstrate its nimbleness as a lead manager for this project, demonstrating synergies between the resources of the AFDB, the African Development Fund, leveraging innovative resources such as partial credit guarantees in order to deliver this financing totaling $2.9 billion. We've also worked on a multinational project between Mali, which is a country in transition, grappling with huge challenges, and Mauritania, which is a country that unfortunately doesn't have access to much resources within the ADF. So we were able to leverage Desert to Power. We mobilized $300 million from the ADF, concessional resources, as well as co-financing resources. We were also able to innovate with the largest amount or allocation for partial risk guarantees for several countries. So in the amount of 1.2 billion US dollars, we were able to mobilize 1.5 times that amount to finance projects, particularly in the social area. We've also been innovative in 2023 as we were able to deliver 24% increase in disbursements because all of these allocations would be dead letter if we did not disperse them. This is the only way to reach these projects and populations.
Thank you. I love the passion. I love the sense of engagement. And again, I believe that's a reflection of what you know really is happening on the ground. Innovative partial credit guarantees, a 30% increase in approvals, reflecting strong demand for what we do have to offer as a bank. Now, to the extent that you don't keep within the 3-minute schedule that we have for each one of the panelists, I will deduct one of the questions down the road. I have, on average, I think about 3 questions for each one of you. So again, kindly work with us. Keep within the time, very much appreciated. I'm going to go next to Hassatu. One of the things that the last 4 years have shown us is that in the twinkling of an eye, life can change. The world has changed. We've had to deal with COVID, obviously, with conflict, with climate changes, and most recently, significant increases in interest rates. These have had a tremendous impact on the world in general, but also on Africa in particular. So recently, the African Development Bank has sought additional callable capital from its shareholders. So I'm just curious, what does this mean? Should we be concerned? And what does it say about the bank's financial strength? Now, I'm only being the angel's advocate here, based on what I've heard during some of the other sessions. So, Hassatu, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning.
And if you could speak directly into the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it better?
Certainly is.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning to all. So let me start by saying that the African Development Bank is financially strong. We have a very strong financial profile, and this was confirmed by credit rating agencies through their rating reports last year. And actually, the credit rating agency Standard & Poor's upgraded the standalone credit profile of the African Development Bank to AAA. So what does it mean to have a standalone credit profile of AAA? It means simply that the African Development Bank, from S&P's perspective, no longer needs the support of its shareholder. We are AAA on a standalone basis. But why have we been seeking additional callable capital? There's been lots of discussion throughout these annual meetings about credit rating agencies. Fitch, in particular, has an approach which is different from the others and which requires that we have substantial amount of AAA callable capital. Unfortunately, many of our AAA rated shareholders have been downgraded. France, UK, Canada, the US, Finland, and others. So basically, we need to replace this AAA callable capital by additional volumes. We basically went from 28% of our balance sheet being made of AAA callable capital to 10%. It is not tenable. So we have to find a new solution. But in the meantime, we needed to replenish our callable capital. And I would like to thank our board of directors and our board of governors for the approval yesterday with overwhelming support of a AAA callable capital increase, of a callable capital increase for the African Development Bank, $116 billion. But were we not rated by Fitch, we would have been in a position today to be able to fund additional lending for $21 billion. So this is an issue, which is why we are working in order to have a standalone credit profile of AAA by Fitch. Because again, we cannot rely on AAA callable capital. We have to build the bank in terms of capacity to stand on its own.
Thank you very much, Hassatu. Very informative, very inspirational also, and congratulations to you and your team. Now, my next question is to Solomon Quainer. The more integrated Africa is, the closer it is to fulfilling its true potential. And I think more than any other MDB or a development finance institution in the world, this bank has invested more in infrastructure projects than any other. I believe I'm correct in that assessment. I see a smile, but if I'm wrong, I stand corrected. I'll leave that to you in just a few moments. But I'd like for you to highlight for us some of the most significant projects that the bank realized or initiated in 2023. There are tons of them, but which ones stick out for you?
Okay, thank you very much, Victor, for that. So definitely we're known as the infrastructure bank, but we have high five priorities that includes industrializing Africa and also connecting Africa. Now, one of the key projects that we've initiated with an MOU last year was the Lobito Corridor, where we bring everything together. It's a regional corridor in partnership with PGI of the US, the European Union, the Africa Finance Corporation, and 3 of our countries, Angola, Zambia, and DRC. It's really built around, the green minerals. However, for us, it's important that the green minerals not simply be exported as raw commodities, but that we industrialize within the Africa space. So that's the anchor of the project. But in addition, we're going to really look to build special agro-processing zones. We're going to look to build, industrial parks to actually have industrialization within that corridor itself. So for us, this is an example of where we take a core competency of infrastructure, combine it really with the focus going forward of industrialization, using the principle of the African Continental Trade Area, which underlines it, to really create economic corridors that would really promote economic growth going forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, I'm going to come to Kevin Kariuki. Globally, some of the most vulnerable countries in the world, as far as the impacts of climate change are concerned, are in Africa. Now, to compound matters, making them really worse, is that they have very limited access to capital. So my question to you is, what is the bank doing to help provide these countries with much needed finance to deal with the impacts of climate change?
Thank you very much, Victor, for the question. But allow me to first contextualize Africa's climate change as well as climate finance, because this relates to the question that you've raised. According to the Global Center on Adaptation, Africa's climate change is locked in for the next 20 years. At the same time, the World Meteorological Organization indicates that Africa is warming 50% faster than anywhere else in the world. What this means is that Africa will continue to experience the increasingly frequent and severe impacts of climate change. Last year, we had Cyclone Freddy land twice in a month in Southern Africa. This year, to be precise, a few weeks ago, we had floods in Kenya and Tanzania. At the same time, in Southern Africa, you have a very severe drought situation. Yet, Africa, despite contributing only 3% of historical greenhouse gas emissions, bears the brunt for climate change and accounts for 9 out of 10 of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. But meanwhile, Africa accounted for only $30 billion, or 2.5% of global climate finance, which is a tiny fraction of the $277 billion that is required for climate action on the continent. So this is what has motivated the bank to make strenuous efforts to raise significant climate finance for Africa. First, what we did is that we committed to raising allocating 40% of our investments as climate finance between 2020 and 2025. You'll be pleased to note that last year, or rather to date, we have mobilized $14 billion and raised, including a record of $5.85 billion last year as climate finance, which constituted 55% against the target of 40%. So I think what I would need to say is that we are on target for to achieving the $14 billion, the $25 billion that we confirmed earlier on. So other bank efforts include the Global Center on Adaptation, where we are raising $25 billion for adaptation action by 2025. In addition, we have the Climate Action Window, which was mentioned earlier by the governor from Germany. And we also have the issue of the guarantees that are going to be critical in raising additional financing, because unless we innovate, we are unlikely to be able to move the needle of climate finance on the continent. So we have...
Now, I'm just going to, I really want to jump in here.
Yeah.
Something that you said earlier just triggered a thought in my mind. President Ruto said during the opening ceremony that the projections are that over the next 7 years, this region will continue to see the very unusual weather patterns that it has experienced. And we saw the devastating floods that took place here. But you've extended that almost 3 times to say that these weather patterns are locked in almost for the next 20 years. My question is this: for a continent that suffers the most, is there really an understanding and appreciation of the significant need that Africa has in the global community? How do we surmount the issue of insufficient capital? How do we accelerate that? Just very shortly, very succinctly, tell us what kind of engagements are taking place on the global scene.
I think there are two ways of looking at it, Victor. First of all, I think, as Professor Urama mentioned earlier in the preceding session, there has to be a change in the climate finance architecture globally. Because today, 90% of climate finance goes to mitigation. So we need to be able to help our countries adapt more or better by increasing the amount of adaptation finance on the continent. But what I wanted to also mention here is that the bank on its own will make extensive efforts to be able to mobilize greater climate finance for the continent. One of the things that we did as part of our 2020 to 2021 to 2030 climate change and green growth framework is to commit to try and help Africa increase its access to climate finance from 3% to 10%. And then, but all these issues will not be able to move the needle of climate finance. What we actually
even
need,
at 10%.
Yeah, to 10.
Even at 10%.
Even the 10% would not move the needle of climate finance. What we actually need are innovative solutions. And as I think we've heard here, that the bank is an innovation bank. So one of the things that we are doing is that we are looking to, we've conceptualized a number of very innovative schemes, such as the guarantee mechanisms. For example, the $1 billion guarantee with UK's FCDO that we approved last year. We also have the issuance of sustainability bonds, similar to the 750 million sustainable hybrid bond that we issued early this year and was subscribed by orders of magnitude. Then I think I've mentioned the climate action window. And this is a small but very impactful intervention, because one of the things that came from COP26 was that everybody said we need to double adaptation finance. But they always retorted, where are the projects, where are the adaptation projects? And what we've done through the climate action window is to demonstrate that there's indeed significant amounts of adaptation projects that we can actually be able to present. This year alone, based on the first call for proposals, we have actually, today we can actually be able to finance $1 billion of adaptation projects. But all we have from the climate action window is $429 million. So I think, and the last one, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention this, I think the most impactful way of raising significant climate finance will be through the rechanneling of SDRs. I think that is what is going to be a game changer, translating the billions maybe to the trillions. Let me stop there, Victor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you. Exciting developments. I'm going to come next to Beth Dunford. Over the last few years, we've seen the impact of Russia's war in Ukraine, and the war shows really no sign of abating. This is a region that Africa in particular has depended on for grains, for oils, for many years, and this obviously has affected food supplies, not just globally, but particularly for us on the continent. Now, to blunt the effect of this, the African Development Bank launched an African Emergency Food Production Facility 2 years ago. What's been happening since then? What kind of impact are we seeing, or have we seen, from the launch of that particular facility?
Great. Thank you very much, Victor. And indeed, when a war thousands of miles away really, throws Africa into distress, increases levels of food security, it was really a call to action moment to help us realize how dependent Africa is on importation just to meet basic needs. And so the African Emergency Food Production Facility, $1.5 billion food production facility, was really an immediate call to action to say, quickly Africans can produce more food themselves if given the right tools to do so. So again, with record speed, the $1.5 billion facility, we sprung it into action. We approved a record 37 operations in just 3 months after the approval of the facility. It was a lot of work by many people in this room for sure. And although there are still 2 seasons left in the African Emergency Food Production Facility, we've seen impressive results. And again, this facility came at a time when our Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation program, which is really our platform to deliver improved climate-adapted seeds to farmers at scale, was up and running and had proven successes. And so this emergency facility was a way to take that at scale to reach millions of farmers. So it came at the right time. We've been able to deliver 410,000 metric tons of certified climate-adapted seeds. 2.5 million metric tons of fertilizer, and that's to 11 million farmers across the continent, across 32 African countries. Importantly, this emergency assistance has resulted in the increase of agricultural production, this boost of 34 million metric tons, valued at $13 billion. That's tremendous impact very quickly to really scale up food production on the continent of Africa. So importantly, to really increase, well, Swazi was going to can't clap. I think we need to clap for that. It was a tremendous achievement.
And I think one of the reasons why it is important is because there were certain projected shortfalls from the conflict. How have we been able to overcome that? Were we able to meet or exceed that anticipated shortfall?
So I think that with this production, with this increased production, we were able, in many countries, we saw Ethiopia go from a net importer of wheat to a net exporter of wheat. So I think you have several examples of countries really rising to the challenge to produce their own food. And what we're really looking to do is take the success of that dramatic increase in production over those couple of years and really bring out the sustainability of this effort. Within the African Emergency Food Production Facility, we were able to work with 24 countries to either establish or improve their ICT platforms. So we know that farmers, the efficiency and the success of farmers efficiently receiving inputs or gaining access to markets, gaining access to extension information is really not possible without a strong ICT system. And then, so we really enabled that to grow during this facility. We also worked on reviewing or really helping to develop 41 policies that were really critical for agricultural transformation and produce seed production roadmaps for key staples across the continent. The sustainability of the African Emergency Food Production Facility, I think, really came to fore in the Dakar 2 summit, where President Adesina, co-hosting with the government of Dakar, brought together 34 heads of state and government, which came together to develop country food and agricultural delivery compacts that set out targeted and costed plans to invest in agricultural transformation in each country. And with these targeted action plans, we've been able to support an investment in these plans. In 2023, we invested as a bank $740 million. And this year, as we're ramping up our support to these compacts, we're on track to deliver $2.9 billion in assistance to support the development of these compacts. And importantly, just as we're looking at the sort of leadership and importance of that to drive this effort forward, 8 of these countries have established presidential delivery councils at the head of state level to really drive investment, resources, human resources, institutional resources, financial resources across governments towards this important effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beth. Again, very exciting developments. I'm going to tell on your colleagues here on the panel. They kept on looking at me, trying to signal that you've exceeded your 3 minutes. But I was glad.
I went too long. Too much to talk about.
I was glad to go along with you because these indeed are significant developments. So thank you very, very much for that. So I'm going to come next to Kevin Urama. Just curious, domestic resource mobilization and public finance management are really critical for debt management and also for transforming African economies. Critical, really, really important. To that extent, what is it that the African Development Bank is doing to help support African countries in this regard? 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Victor. That important question. Domestic revenue mobilization and public financial management, as we've seen even in the report we've done, is actually the fundamentals for any country to be able to transform its economy, because you have to be able to have the fiscal capacity within your country to even be able to leverage the private sector. And once you have that clarity with regard to having your macroeconomic policy frameworks stable, then you also be able to get foreign direct investments and other things that come with it. So the bank recognizes this, and in its 10-year strategy, but also have specialized strategies that have been developed to focus on that, specifically the strategy for economic governance in Africa, but also a capacity development strategy for Africa and a knowledge management strategy. And in all these strategies, we focus squarely on domestic revenue mobilization because of its criticality for driving development on the continent. And we do this in a four-pronged approach. One is knowledge analytics that we provide to countries so that they can have proper diagnostics of both their public financial management systems, but their capacity, their tax capacity, but also other avenues that they can mobilize revenue through non-tax revenue options, like several issues that we have all been talking about even in the report. And such reports like the one we launched today, we also, in addition to the African Economic Outlook report, we also develop a regional economic outlook report and a national report we call country-focused reports to deep dive on each of these countries because there's a heterogeneity in different countries, as we have already talked about. And then the second thing we do is we have established a public financial management academy specifically to address the whole value chain of public financial management, starting from domestic revenue mobilization, but also prudent budget management, budget and expenditure management, sustainable borrowing, deepening capital markets that we see is very important for this, but also macro fiscal stability policies that countries need, tailored to each country's needs, and then also strengthening supreme audit and accounting institutions and audit institutions across the continent to plug all these illicit financial leakages that we've been talking about. So, but we also do program-based operations. And through these program-based operations, we take the knowledge we've generated and the analysis diagnostics we do with countries to identify what are the weakest links in those countries in terms of policy reforms and institutional reforms required. And then through these operations, we did last year 18 program-based operations, 15 of them focusing on specific reforms in sectors, but 3 of them were budget support. And this was to the value of $1.75 billion US dollars for the last year alone. And we normally focus on we discussed across several countries, so I'm not going to mention all of them because of time. I see you already touching your microphone. And so another thing we do is policy dialogue, having really speaking truth to power. That's how I will call it, because of the respect and the trust that the African Development Bank Group has. We have the opportunity to really have tough discussions with countries on things that needs to be done in order to improve their domestic revenue mobilization.
Let me just ask you this question here. I mean, this is all fantastic. For quite a number of years, the African Economic Outlook report was published in conjunction with other partners. Over the last probably 5 years, 6 years, that has been a standalone project for the African Development Bank. How much of a global reference point has that become for your complex and for the bank?
Thank you, Victor. In this case, I really want to commend my team that have been working with me on this report, and also the previous leaders of the economic complex, but more specifically, President Adesina. A lot of what you see in the economic outlook reports we do, he reads them letter by letter, every comma and every foot stop. And you can understand when he gives his opening remarks, because he has very clear passion that knowledge that is embedded in local realities is the basis for development. We cannot fly a plane with one wing. So we cannot just continue to fund infrastructure development without thinking about the knowledge that have to drive the development going forward. The specific question you ask, how influential has the Economic Outlook report become? I have a very busy life with my teams. It's immediately after every lunch, speaking to the media, but also several invitations by our development partners. This particular one, thanks to the executive director from Japan, Japan has already booked for us to come and present that to them. And the one of last year, thanks to E.D. Knudsen that is here, we also went to all the 5 Nordic countries to present this to high-level policymakers to shape their strategies on Africa. So those reports help in several ways. For African countries, what we need to do domestically in order to improve our macroeconomic framework, but for our partners, what they need to do to help Africa, but also the opportunities that are there for investments, both from the private and public sectors.
Thank you very much. Please give our panelists a round of applause. One of the things that I think really has come out of everything that you've heard here really is the passion with which they communicate the work that they're involved in. And that just simply tells me that what you do is not just a job, it's a passion. It really is, and it comes out very, very clearly. I'm going to jump over to Hasatu for my next question. You've mentioned, and we've heard quite a bit here at the annual meetings, that the bank's financial performance in 2023 has been pretty strong. How important is financial performance for an institution like the African Development Bank?
Thank you. Thank you for asking this question. So yes, we had a stellar performance in 2023, $536 million in net income before distribution, $472 million for allocable income, the highest ever for this institution. And income generation is important for various reasons. First, it allows us to reinvest into the bank a portion of that income, which is going to be used to fund additional projects. So it reinforces the bank's capital base in order to allow it to do more. Second, a portion of that income is allocated to key continent-wide initiatives. So we do make contributions, grant contributions, and donate to the African Development Fund. We've been able to seed institutions like Africa 50. We are also supporting our countries when they have catastrophes and disasters. For example, last year in Morocco, we've supported in case of flooding, in cases of locust invasion. We also fund project preparation facilities, which are key and a catalyst for allowing us to do transformative projects. But very important as well is the fact that the income that we generate from private sector investment, from our treasury portfolio, is exactly what allows us to offer to our sovereign clients prices at subsidized cost. So we don't make profit on our loans to our sovereigns. We give them a AAA cost, thanks to our credit rating, and we allocate a small portion of our cost. So that has to be subsidized, which is why we need the income from the private sector and the treasury investment. And another thing that I want to talk about is that our income also has allowed us to fund the Africa Legal Support Facility. And I'm sure that the audience knows how important and critical that facility has been. So let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Hasatu. Well, I think that's a natural segue to Mary-Laure. The bank does have a 10-year strategy, and Kevin alluded to that earlier. But given the bank's great financial performance in 2023, if I was a member country here, I would have heightened expectations of what it is that the bank can do for me as a country. So how does the bank intend to respond in terms of better operational efficiency and faster and more responsive delivery to our member countries, particularly given the resources that we have available?
Thank you very much, Victor. And indeed, our countries are asking us, our clients, our shareholders are asking us to be a better institution. They would like us to be, yes, able to provide financing at scale. And I think Hasatu has said it already, with formidable capacity to innovate in the way we raise funds and we sweat the balance sheet of the bank. But our shareholders and our clients also expect us to be more nimble, agile, to continue to be innovative, to continue to be extremely relevant to the issues as they occur. And this is what we heard from Beth. We were responsive. when the food crisis hit. We were responsive when the pandemic hit. And we are really constantly innovating to really adapt. But I think that we heard, I hope we all heard President Ruto yesterday indicate that he was also very satisfied of the bank, and this is why he's planning to invest more as shares become available, which means that we are already a good bank, and I want to say even a very good bank. Last year, you've seen it, we scaled up the volume of financing. Last year, we innovated, we really leveraged the instruments that are available. Last year, we responded to our clients' needs to really get the regional integration agenda move forward. This is why we had a record approval of regional multinational operation. Our clients also want us to work better as a system. And they would like us to be able to do that at the country level. This is why we believe indeed in the country platform. This is not a new concept, but this is one that is critically important today because we want to be sure that the resources that are raised are truly utilized in the most effective way at the country level. Our clients are also asking us to be, I think, continue to be innovative. I think we are already a very innovative bank, but because of the complexity of the challenges, and let me just take an example like insecurity. Insecurity, unfortunately, is a phenomenon that we have to live with. But we all know that without security, there cannot be any development. So we are also innovating in this area and looking at different ways to be able to help secure the environment in which some of these projects are happening. Because they are happening at the community level, it is extremely important to find constantly being agile. I think one area where we think we can continue to become better is to make sure that the quality of the projects that we really design, and I would like to use maybe the expression by the governor Alamin yesterday, his PDF model. We want to be able to better prepare projects. We want to be able to de-risk them. We have instruments to do that, and we want to be able to finance. So let me focus on the P, which is prepare projects. And I think Asatu has said it. Last year, really, we ramped up the use of the project preparation facility. We saw actually an increase of 40% in the use. And this is really what gives us a very good assurance that the projects that we are preparing are well prepared from a technical point of view, from a financial point of view, and also from an environmental and social safeguard point of view. And we will continue to do more of that. We will also decentralize further because clients want us close to them. They want us not just decentralized for the sake of decentralizing, but they would like to have the skill mix, the size available in each country. And I think this is certainly an area where we can do better.
Thank you very much for your leadership in this regard. I'm going to try and conflate two questions into one, and I'd like for Solomon Quainer and Beth Dunford to speak to us because they're related. But first to Solomon. The United Nations defines youth as people aged between 15 to 24 years. And Africa's population as a whole, as we all know, is very young, with 60% of the entire continent being under 25, making it the youngest continent in the world. As huge as those numbers are, by 2030, it is projected that the numbers of youth in Africa will increase by 42% in relation to its population makeup. So my question is this: given these huge projected numbers, what has the African Development Bank done in 2023? What will it do down the road? And to Beth, about 11 million African youth graduate every single year from higher education on the continent with very few job opportunities. They're not able to find decent work. And in large part, there's also a skills mismatch. So from where you sit, what is it that the bank is doing to support the youth in this regard? So first to Solomon, and if Beth could dovetail into his intervention, that would be very, very much appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Victor. I mean, when it comes really to, the youth bulge and the youth demographic, I defer a lot to VP Beth in terms of all the work that we're doing to really skill up the youth, to prepare them for jobs, and also even to support youth entrepreneurs. However, in terms of innovation, one of the ways in which we have complemented what VP Beth's, Human Capital Department is working on is an innovation that we call the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank. And one of the reasons we've arrived at this is really because of the consistent market failure in supporting youth entrepreneurs with the right products at the right time. And so the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank has taken a look really at the life journey of youth entrepreneurs, and the gaps where we feel that we can best support is really at that early stage equity point. And then a lot of youth entrepreneurs tend to be asset light, and so at the latter stage where they need debt, they don't have collateral, so we are also supporting with credit guarantees. But most youth entrepreneurs have not run businesses before, so they need a lot of capacity building. Business development services, how to set up their accounts, how to manage third-party funds, how to access markets. And so what we're doing with the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank is really creating an ecosystem aggregator. The idea is not to create an institution that would be the biggest and the best, supporting youth entrepreneurs, but it's really to catalyze venture capital firms to come in a lot earlier, to really work with youth entrepreneurs. It's also to catalyze financial institutions, whether commercial banks or MFIs, to really, support youth entrepreneurs on a pooled basis. And then in addition is to provide the right capacity building. So we see this really as a very structured, systematic, sustainable, and scalable model. We've piloted this in Liberia. Unfortunately, because of the elections, it's taken us time to operationalize that. We also, received our board approval this year, to do this in Ethiopia. We're going to look at, a few more countries to have a representative sample across Africa. And then we're really going to focus on operationalization, because when you innovate, it's a great idea. You're filling a market gap, but you have to make sure that you deliver. So we're going to focus really on operationalization.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Beth?
Thank you. Just to add quickly to what Solomon said, if 11 million Africans are entering the job market each year and there are only 3.7 million jobs created each year, there's obviously a big issue. And I think supporting financially youth entrepreneurs is very, very important. Also, skilling Africans to be able to excel in these as entrepreneurs, but also to engage with industry that is severely lacking in qualified skills workers. So our skilling approach is very targeted. Just to give a couple of examples so you can understand what we're doing. In Rwanda, we recently approved investment in the Center for Aviation, Airline and Aviation Services Center. And this is really focusing on training pilots, training air traffic controllers, training mechanics that can really help Rwanda scale up its investments to become a regional or continental hub for the airline industry in Kigali. So I think these are the types of targeted investments that we're working on these days. Also, a recent approval of a railway project in Uganda contains a skill component. We need skilled workers not only to build the railway, but also to maintain it. We are currently designing a large agricultural value chain program in DRC. And in our assessment, we recognize that in order for this to be successful, the absolutely first thing we need to do is invest in skilling of workers across the entire agricultural value chain. So again, skilling is becoming more prevalent in everything that we do, either targeted to industries or within sort of our broader, mainly infrastructure investments.
And I'm just curious, in working with the different country managers that we have, are you scaling this up in each of the member countries? Is there a demand for these kind of services? If not, what is the bank doing to ensure that we're able to replicate this across the board?
So there's tremendous demand. I mean, over the last decade, we've invested almost $1 billion, and the demand just keeps coming in. I think that more and more you're seeing when operations come to board, they have a skilling component across the continent. And then again, there are certain specific skills projects that we develop with industries that need specific targeted attention, such as the airline industry. So it's exciting to see how it's really evolved.
Okay, and I'm going to come back to you again, Beth. Two of the most critical segments of the African population are youth, which we've just referenced, as well as women. So I'd be remiss if I didn't use this opportunity to ask you about AFAWA, the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. To what extent really is this significant initiative changing the financial landscape for women in business on the continent?
Great.
Just very briefly,
Very
2
briefly.
minutes.
2 minutes. I think that, the president stood up AFAWA to address the $49 billion gap that women-owned SMEs face on the African continent. And it works in two main ways. One is to work with women to help them become bankable, to be able to, develop good business plans, to network, and to be able to enter the formal financial market and receive financing. We also work with banks to help them become what we call womenable, right? Helping them to de-risk finance. De-risk, of course, it's a perceived risk because actually loans to women-owned SMEs have proven to be quite profitable. But again, de-risking helps sort of facilitate that entry into this market and also support financial institutions to design products that really meet the needs of women with flexible collateral requirements, longer repayment rates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think also incentives for first-time borrowers to really bring them into the financial market. So this is really changing the financial landscape. I think that right now we're working with 169 financial institutions across the continent of Africa. We have dispersed $720 million into the hands of 18,000 women-owned SMEs. Again, and we're just getting going. We've approved $1.7 billion that's on its way out to women. That was at the end of last year, so we expect this number to grow dramatically. And again, the point of this is really to enable women who have creative ideas to be able to go to financial institutions and get the financing that they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very encouraging. Thank you for that report there and intervention. I'm going to try and conflate two questions into one for Kevin Kariuki. As we know, Africa is the smallest emitter of global greenhouse gas emissions. So what is the relevance of an energy transition for Africa, and what role is the African Development Bank playing in this regard? But add to that recent interventions with regards to clean cooking. The president launched a major initiative in Paris recently, very well attended. How critical is that? Two questions in one, so I'll give you 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Victor.
Following which, I believe we only have sufficient enough time for 3 more questions, and we will be 2 more questions. Actually, it's a wrap. Okay, so the word from the Senior Vice President is that after this, we'll give Hassatu Nsele the final word. So, Kevin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Victor. If you consider the amounts of emissions that Africa accounts for, I always say that energy transition in most of Africa's context is indeed a misnomer. And it should be all about embedding low carbon development trajectory while providing electricity access to the 600 million people without that access. And here we would be leveraging on our abundant renewable energy sources, including 60% of the world's best solar resources that remain largely untapped. And hence, African countries call for almost quintupling of the renewable energy capacity to 300 gigawatts by 2030 at the African Climate Summit last year in this very room, which is greater ambition than the tripling that was called for at COP28. But to actualize this ambition, Africa must mobilize our tracked renewable energy investments at unprecedented scale and speed. And this is because, according to the International Energy Agency, we require almost $100 billion every year up to 2030 in order to meet our energy needs. But Africa only accounts for only 2% or $6 billion of renewable energy investments every year.
So given this backdrop, what is the bank doing?
So
just very quickly.
That's what I was coming to. And then what has happened is that the bank has had to double down on supporting renewables. And the first thing is that today, renewables account for 87% of our energy portfolio since 2016. We also have the $533 million Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, or just SEFA, that was actually mentioned by a number of governors, has been mentioned by a number of governors throughout this week. And through SEFA, we hope to be able to leverage up to $15 billion to provide another 10,000 megawatts of energy and provide electricity access to another 5 million customers. And indeed, let me just mention that last year, SEFA actually saved 2 very landmark transactions from unraveling amidst significant EPC price increases on account of the post-COVID supply chain disruptions and the issue of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So the bank is also implementing, this is very important to mention, the $20 billion Desert to Power that will generate almost 10,000 megawatts of solar power throughout the Sahel. And here I want to mention a project that VP Mariro mentioned, the 1,400 kilometer Mali-Mauritania interconnector, which will also embed about 100 megawatts of solar power. But in addition, and you've heard this many, many times this week, it's been a constant theme, you've heard of the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, which will generate almost sort of $10 billion of green investments throughout the country. But to go to your last question, Africa's energy transition will not be complete without addressing the issue of clean cooking. And why I say this is because we will be moving from using biomass, wood, and agricultural waste to clean cooking solutions. And just to tell you, the importance of this is that it is not just an energy transition solution. It is a health solution. It will save at least 600,000 lives every year. It will save for Africa at least 100,000 hectares, 100 million hectares every year. And most importantly, and unknown to many, it will cause a reduction of 900 gigatons of CO2 emissions. And just to contextualize, which is equal to half of all planes and half of all ships that ply the world today.
So in 60 seconds or less, what was the outcome of the launch of the initiative in Paris? What's the major takeaway?
The beauty about the bank, we've said we are always an innovative bank. For us, the journey did not start in Paris. At COP28, the bank president announced that we will be able, working with our countries, to mobilize $2 billion over 10 years for clean cooking solutions. And what this did, and I say this without any fear of contradiction because I discussed with the Norwegians, this catalyzed an additional $2.2 billion from international community on account of the seed we planted at COP28. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Indeed, a round of applause. And my very last question is to Hassatu. Repeatedly, we've heard the phrase, the bank is not only a solutions bank, but an innovation bank. And in 2023, we've heard about quite a number of innovations that the African development has led. These are global innovations. I didn't say regional, global. You're pushing the boundaries of financial innovation and showing us what is possible. This includes many firsts within the MDB space. So how important is innovation for the bank, and how does that play out for the continent?
Thank you very much. So
in 2 minutes or less.
Yeah, I will do it. So the bank has really been at the forefront of innovation, and not because the G20 asked us to do it, because this is exactly what we needed in order to catalyze our impact and to accelerate development into the African continent. And we are very proud of the pride with which our stakeholders talk about our achievements. So these are, yes, MDB first, that have unlocked and will continue to unlock billions of dollars for the continent. Exposure exchange agreements, synthetic securitization, balance sheet optimization through hybrid capital, SDR channeling, the idea of hybrid capital to be used by a multilateral development bank. These are, and I just want to say something for the SDR. So it's really been a baobab approach. You've heard about the baobab approach, because, and I need to thank my incredible finance team, our ecosystem, our legal department, our risk departments, our operations departments, the board of directors, my colleagues here, and in particular, our senior vice president, Swazi Chabalala, and the president of the African Development Bank. The UN, UNECA, shareholders, think tanks, civil society organizations, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Center for Global Development, it's really been a baobab approach. Another thing that I need to say is that I told the president of the bank that I was weary sometimes of his phone calls, wondering what seemingly impossible idea would fall on my lap. SDR channeling was the brainchild of the president, and a black box that we were able to unlock, which now leads light in terms of contributions from shareholders, and we're starting now a discussion to make sure that they contribute. And last, we are a solutions bank. We are transforming or changing the way that we approach our operations. Marie-Laure talked about the Standard Gauge Railways project. We're taking a mandated lead arranger. So it's not just how much we can do with our own funds, but what solutions we can bring in order to make sure that the project is implemented. So for the SGR, we're bringing export credit agencies, commercial banks, guarantors, and so forth. Your question, what's new? I need to talk about what's new. It's
Can you do that in 30 seconds?
Yeah, security index investment bond to help, among others, invest and rebuild infrastructure that have been damaged by insecurity and conflict. A guarantee platform, and the president talked about that, and it's going to put together all our instruments, political risk guarantee, partial risk credit guarantees, and others. But it's not just going to be for the African Development Bank, but for Africa. And a synthetic securitization vehicle to credit in private sector, not just for the bank, but for DFIs in a synthetic platform. And last, a shout out to Max Njai, who's the director for Client Solutions, Co-Financing and Syndication. We call him the Maximizer. A shout out to Omar Sefiani, our treasurer, which I'm going to dub the treasure, and to Jacques Diofac, jack of all trades, who makes sure that we stay within.
And on that note, Marie-Laure, Solomon Quainer, Hasatu, Kevin, Kariuki, Beth, Kevin Orama, and Amor, thank you for being a part of this panel. Thank you for the excellent work you do, collaborating, working together, and the huge, very, very significant work that you're doing that impacts millions of people daily on our continent. I'm just going to end with a quote. Henry Ford once said, "Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success." Not only do you work together as a team within the bank, you also have networked very significantly on both a regional and a global scale. So for this, for your interventions, for the work that you do, on behalf of the African Development Bank and on behalf of our continent, we say a very, very big thank you. Could you kindly give our distinguished panelists a warm round of applause? Once again, my name is Victor Oladokun, and as always, it really, really is an honor and a pleasure to moderate these sessions. Once again, thank you very much. And to our SVP, again, thank you for being with us today.
New Africa, Africa manyan.
Logo, songa side. Songa huko. Umepiga? Nivo. niwarakishwe.
Okay. On a serious note.
Merci.
So, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Bienvenue. Bienvenue. Bienvenue.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can I please ask you to take your seats so we can make a start? And if possible, if we can have everyone sitting in the middle block. Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for making time to attend this Alliance for Entrepreneurship in Africa side event on the role of entrepreneurship in Africa's transformation. My name is David Ashiabo. I'm the Chief Financial Sector Strategy Officer at the African Development Bank. and I'll be your moderator for this afternoon. I know it's been a busy week with lots of meetings and yet more to come. So we would like to get this show on the road as soon as possible. So thank you very much for making the time to attend this event. My role is really simple here. It's really just to introduce the speakers and the sessions as they go along. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who is no less than our Vice President for Private Sector, Infrastructure and Industrialization at the African Development Bank, Mr. Solomon Queno, to give us his welcome remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apparently, we anticipated a full turnout, so that's why we brought you into the biggest room possible. But apologies for that on behalf of the African Development Bank. But I see we still have a very good gathering, and we're going to have some very good interactions all the same. So it's a pleasure to welcome you to this event on the role of entrepreneurship in Africa's transformation on behalf of the Alliance for Entrepreneurship. As a member of the Alliance for Entrepreneurship in Africa, the African Development Bank is proud to host this session here in Nairobi today during our annual meetings. Let me first of all commend the French Trésor, who at the Paris Summit several years ago had the vision for the Alliance for Entrepreneurship. This is critical. As we know, most of the private sector in Africa is really MSMEs. And so to really come up with this, where, a forum where we can share ideas, share models, and really develop partnerships, thank you very much for that vision. And also thank you to IFC for being really the initial head of the Secretariat and for all the work you've done in shaping this from the beginning. Because when we started off, Sergio, you remember, you and I kept asking, okay, how do we really develop this to achieve what were clearly the objectives set by the French Trésor? So the Alliance for Entrepreneurship for Africa is an international project-driven platform to promote dynamic, competitive, and inclusive economies across the continent. The Alliance supports investments in MSMEs by developing and scaling up instruments that accelerate growth and competitiveness while taking into account the specific needs of African MSMEs and entrepreneurs. The Alliance aims to contribute to the transformation of Africa through targeted support for SMEs and entrepreneurship, ultimately leading to increased employment and sustainable growth. For us, our contribution to the Alliance for Entrepreneurship is really focused around youth entrepreneurship. So Africa's young population is a source of both challenge and opportunity in terms of job creation and economic development. With the fastest growing youth population globally, Africa is expected to represent 1 in 4 people on the planet by 2050. The challenge lies in persistent youth unemployment, currently affecting nearly 13 million young Africans. Some 60 million youth on our continent are not engaged in employment or education, with a significant portion being young women. Entrepreneurship has emerged as a potential opportunity to address Africa's demographic and job challenge. Each year, more than 12 million people, young people, enter the labor market, but only 3 million jobs are created. Many young Africans, recognizing the scarcity of traditional employment, are turning to entrepreneurship to create economic opportunities. One survey found that 76% of Africans considered entrepreneurship as a good career choice. It is the young business leaders who will create African solutions to African challenges, creating jobs, driving social mobility, and adding breadth to the economy. However, African startups and youth-led enterprises
face important barriers to growing and creating jobs, including limited access to financial services, poor managerial skills, low investment readiness levels, and lack of access to markets. So this is where we have developed this innovation called the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank. And I would also like to thank Agence Française for the partnership that we've already agreed to, covering 3 to 4 countries. This really demonstrates the intent of the Alliance for Entrepreneurship. And so, Papa, thank you very much. Some of you may not know, but before Papa joined Agence Française, he was my senior advisor, actually, on the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks. So the partnership is really a continuation of what we started together. This event will provide an update on the Alliance for Entrepreneurship's work and achievements, foster dialogue with stakeholders around actionable outcomes to support a conducive entrepreneurial ecosystem to promote MSME growth in Africa. So we will showcase the potential, the practical support provided by the Alliance's projects and programs to African entrepreneurs and conducive ecosystem building through a progress report and case studies, specifically focusing on the initiatives of the Alliance for Entrepreneurship. And a presentation will be made of the work of the Alliance to date. In addition, we'll identify opportunities for new partnerships to support projects and expand working group membership as well. And this is where we're also bringing in the associated members. So as a member of the Alliance for Entrepreneurship, the AFDB is fully committed to the Alliance's mission and goals, which are fully aligned with our private sector development strategy and also our Gender and Jobs for Youth in Africa program. Perhaps more importantly, the Alliance for Entrepreneurship in Africa underscores our fundamental belief in the transformative power of partnerships in addressing Africa's development challenges. So I thank you for your attention, and once again, I welcome you to the meeting of the Alliance for Entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Queno. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Shanti Bobbin, Deputy Assistant Secretary, Multilateral Financial Affairs and Development at the Directorate General of the Treasury, Ministry for the Economy, Finance, and Industrial and Digital Sovereignty of France. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues and participants, I'm delighted to be with you today for our 6th event dedicated to the Alliance for Entrepreneurship in Africa. I want first to warmly thank the African Development Bank to make this high-level event possible. No doubt that next year we will need an even bigger room, I think, to have everybody in the room. I would like also to welcome our speakers for today from IFC, from EBRD, AFD, BPI France, AfriCinvest. I would like really to thank you all for your engagement to make the Alliance for Entrepreneurship a reality. Let me take a look back, even though the Vice President has already said it. I want to look back to the Summit on Financing African Economies held in Paris in 2021. By that time, more than 30 heads of state and leaders of international organizations insisted on the need to support the private sector in Africa, and particularly MSMEs. And, well, indeed, the private sector is a key driver of the continent's sustainable growth. We know also that it's a key element to create the necessary jobs for the many young Africans entering the labor market every year. So 3 years after this summit on financing the African economies, 2 years after the official launch of the Alliance in Dakar, almost 1 year after the summit for a new financing pact in Paris, we have the Alliance now completely operational. What is it about? It aims at mobilizing financial and technical knowledge and support. It aims at offering a one-stop shop for African MSMEs and entrepreneurs. Several initiatives have already been launched thanks to the islands. I think about the IFC $1 billion African Trade and Supply Chain Recovery Initiative, for instance. I also think about EBRD's SAR Venture program. By mobilizing and putting together instrument, initiative, ideas, institutions, actors, the islands must be the platform where partnerships are built for the benefit of African small, micro, and medium-sized enterprises. I just wanted also to say that every day, day after day, we talk about cooperation between MDBs, cooperation with financing institutions, with bilateral agencies, with DFIs, with private sector actors. And we talk about how to scale up projects. And so this, the islands, is how to make an idea a reality. I think it's a very concrete example of this willingness to really make the cooperation between MDBs, between public actors and private sector actors to make this cooperation work. So today it will be about how strengthening, accelerating, scaling up successful initiative for MSMEs in Africa, and I really think we really need it. To conclude, I would like to insist once again, on the full support of the French government for the initiative or for the islands. Also, I want to recall our President Emmanuel Macron willingness to really look at these issues, to tackle the challenges, and I must say he closely follows the alliance. So with all the knowledge, determination, talent, ideas we have in this room today with you, know that the discussions will be fruitful, they will help the alliance grow, and above all, it will contribute to implement and find solutions to answer the needs of MSMEs in Africa. And so it's an example of a transformative power of partnership, and I hope it will be very successful. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Sergio Pimenta, Vice President for Africa at IFC, to give us a progress report on the alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I cannot tell you how excited I am to be here with all of you to have this session to discuss about the Alliance for Entrepreneurship and tell you a little bit about our progress report. But before doing that, I want to really thank the African Development Bank for hosting this event and thank its Vice President, Solomon Quainer, for being here with us and for your leadership in the Alliance. As you mentioned in your speech, Solomon, this is something that from the beginning you've been supporting and backing, and so here we are today, after a few years of the Alliance, to make a bit of a status point of where we are. As David was mentioning, I will try to give you a summary of this report. This is the second progress report that was issued today. It is now available on our website, so I encourage you all to go and take a look. I will try and give you a few of the key points, but I don't want this to prevent you from going and reading the report. It is actually a very interesting document with a number of examples of what the Alliance for Entrepreneurship has been so far. So I'll give you a quick overview highlighting the achievements, the prospects, and the approaches for fostering innovation and collaboration among our members and stakeholders in this report. The progress that we have made together, especially since the Paris Summit in the last one in June 2023, is a strong testament of our commitment to driving transformative change, nurturing entrepreneurship, and promoting economic development across Africa. So allow me to start with what has been accomplished concerning expanding the membership of the Alliance. Since the Paris Summit, where you will recall that we had the first associate members signing up to join the Alliance, since that summit, 8 more new members have joined the Alliance. So we are now 22 members in the Alliance. This growth is not just a number. It really reflects our enhanced capacity to support entrepreneurship in Africa. And I'm very glad to also mention that other institutions have been approaching us to join us. So I think that this number of associate members will grow in the near future. Each new member that has joined us has brought fresh perspectives and unique experiences, bridging risk sharing, advisory services, and research gaps. So I'm very excited to have them with us, and I know some of them are here with us, so I really want to welcome them very warmly to this session. The Paris Summit itself, I believe, was a real milestone, garnering strong political support and featuring influential voices, including, as Shanti mentioned, the voice of President Emmanuel Macron and President Patrice Talon of Benin. Their endorsement underscores the collective effort required to build a thriving regional private sector. Their endorsement also underscores the collective effort needed to build this thriving regional private sector. Let me talk a little bit about some of the projects. In our ongoing efforts to drive innovation and collaboration, the Alliance has introduced several groundbreaking projects. One notable initiative is the Africa Agriculture Accelerator Program, which aims to transform Africa's agricultural landscape by leveraging data and technology. I will talk a little bit more about it in detail, since it is quite an interesting project. But let me also mention, and Solomon, you also made reference to it, to one of, I think, one of the most interesting projects that we have at the Alliance, which is the African Development Bank's Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Bank initiative. We'll learn more, we heard about it from Solomon, and I really think that this is one initiative that brings new avenues to access finance for young entrepreneurs. With its comprehensive support services, this initiative aims to unlock financial access and market opportunities for youth-led businesses, fostering job creation and economic growth. Another example that I would like to mention is the Yola Fresh, that is supported by EBRD, by EBRD's Star Venture Morocco program. The Yola Fresh program is revolutionizing the food supply chain by integrating smallholder farmers directly with retailers, thus removing intermediaries and benefiting both farmers and consumers. By eliminating these middle intermediaries and leveraging technology, they have increased farmers' profitability and reduced retailers' costs. This startup has grown significantly and now generates over $2.3 million in revenue. Let me also mention the work that has been done on communication. Effective communication and knowledge sharing is a critical part of the Alliance. We believe that disseminating this information and forming new partnerships is crucial for our progress. So our efforts to ramp up communication include developing knowledge management modules and online resources for key stakeholders. We aim to stimulate investment and drive further entrepreneurial activities by providing vital information and tools to the market. I mentioned it earlier, but I do encourage you to go and check our website. The Alliance website is actually getting richer every day with the contributions from all of you, so it's a very interesting website to go and browse. Let me talk a little bit about collaboration, which is at the heart of the Alliance. Collaboration, for instance, between AFC and Proparco in risk distribution is a prime example of forming project partnerships through the platform of the Alliance. The establishment of a risk distribution partnership has facilitated financial support in sub-Saharan Africa and prioritized intra-Africa trade transactions, aligning with IFC's Paris alignment framework. This collaboration exemplifies how collective expertise, capacity-building advisory services, and resources can support intra-regional trade and SME development. One innovation from the Alliance that I would also like to mention is the creation of working groups. In order to understand better the diverse needs of our beneficiaries, the Alliance has established recently 2 working groups, focused one on agribusiness and the other one on startups. These groups are tailored to address sector-specific challenges and foster targeted interventions. The Agriculture Working Group, for instance, is committed to improving agricultural entrepreneurship and transforming food systems by identifying financial and non-financial methods to support the entire value chain. This group aims to strengthen value creation and job opportunities, particularly in underserved markets. Similarly, the Startup Working Group aims to bolster early-stage African businesses by facilitating knowledge sharing, identifying best practices, and developing new support products. This collaborative effort among members and stakeholders will enhance the overall startup ecosystem, providing more robust pipelines for innovation and growth. I think it's important at this stage to really reflect on our progress since the last report, since implementing the acceleration plan backed by the French Trésor. We have seen considerable enhancement in knowledge management, event support, and communication. The plan has strengthened our external presence and attracted crucial stakeholders to our cause. Despite ongoing global challenges, the Alliance has maintained its focus on expanding membership, developing innovative projects, and enhancing communication. And I do want to highlight, because it's core in this report, the projects that we have brought to the Alliance collectively, the ones that we have developed together in the Alliance. Currently, as of today, the Alliance for Entrepreneurship in Africa boasts a portfolio of 24 projects. So I just want to add one more, so I'm sure that we'll get to 25 very soon, with a total value of more than $6 billion. This is a considerable amount that shows the strength of the Alliance. These projects address pressing regional challenges such as climate change, sustainable agriculture, and food security, while promoting trade, facilitating access to finance, and providing liquidity. I mentioned earlier the Africa Agriculture Accelerator Program. We also call it AAAP. But I'd like to go a little bit deeper in it and mention a little bit details about it, because I think it really illustrates very well how the Alliance is pursuing innovative solutions. The AAAP tackles pressing issues like food insecurity, inflation, and over-reliance on food imports, leveraging Africa's vast arable land to boost production of essential crops. What makes this project genuinely innovative is its integration of cutting-edge technology and data to modernize agriculture, making it more productive and sustainable. The program utilizes blended finance, combining public and private sector funding, to de-risk investments and reduce costs, creating a sustainable funding model. The program also focuses on supporting smallholder farmers by connecting them with agtech companies, input suppliers, and financial institutions, enhancing their viability and attractiveness for commercial finance. Through innovative funding instruments like tapping into capital markets to support climate-smart agriculture and gender initiatives, the AAAP showcases a forward-thinking approach to tackling agricultural challenges. Moreover, by freeing up public resources, the program enables their reallocation towards other social sectors, contributing to broader development goals. This program's disruptive potential and reach can be linked to the transformative impact of digital financial services on financial inclusion in Africa. So let me now, before closing, mention a little bit what lays ahead for us, what is in the planning. Looking ahead, the extension of the Alliance initiative for another 2 years reaffirms our commitment to fostering sustainable economic growth. During this period, we will focus on several key areas. Excuse me. First, we want to expand our portfolio. Through increased cooperation and innovative projects, we aim to develop more impactful and innovative initiatives that address well-known obstacles to growth and of micro, small, and medium enterprises and entrepreneurship. Second, we want to enhance stakeholder engagement. We will strengthen our engagement with a broader base of stakeholders, including development institutions, financial actors, local private sector players, and authorities. Third, we are focusing on developing new analytical tools. And by the way, the working groups that I mentioned earlier are a good example of how we can do this. So these tools will facilitate markets research and project development, and they will encourage greater MSME involvement in economic processes. And finally, we want to integrate and expand the membership, leveraging the expertise of the new members and filling any existing gaps within our core members by diversifying our resources for a more comprehensive approach. So in closing, let me mention that the Alliance continues to champion the cause of entrepreneurship and economic development across the continent. Through our diverse projects, collaborative efforts, and strategic initiatives, we're making significant strides towards achieving the primary goal of entrepreneurship development, recognizing that there is still work to do. Our collective efforts support the growth of MSMEs and contribute to broader goals of sustainable and inclusive economic development in Africa. Together, we can build a prosperous ecosystem for African entrepreneurs, fostering innovation, creating jobs, and promoting economic resilience. So thank you very much for your support, for your time, for your commitment to this vital initiative. Thank you for being here today, and I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the session and to continue working with you to the continuation of the Alliance for Entrepreneurship in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. So Sergio mentioned the 2 working groups in his progress report. So I'm now pleased to welcome Ms. Heike Hamgart, Managing Director for Southern and Eastern Mediterranean at EBRD, to give us an update on the Startups Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm incredibly happy to be here for and represent the EBRD at this event that really brings together a lot of partners. But I think I want to also highlight a big thank you very personally also to Vice President Solomon Quainer, who's been really, since the day one, a champion of entrepreneurship in Africa and the Alliance. So I think I'm incredibly happy to be here and speaking today. Also to follow up on what Vice President Sergio has said a little bit about what we have done the last few years, and I think what we are doing in actually developing these partnerships in greater depth and in greater impact. So EBRD, we are at the moment only in North Africa, but we feel incredibly honored and also a bit daunted by our shareholders asking us to go to 6 new countries, including lovely Kenya in sub-Saharan Africa. So Kenya, Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Senegal for next year. But I'm based in Cairo, and I think we've already working a lot together on entrepreneurship in North Africa. And so I don't want to repeat what has been said of the Alliance as such, but really delve a bit deeper about the partnership, the shared institutional experience in the working group on startups. And people who know me, so I'm a big fan of cars. So I think actually partnerships are also a little bit like cars. You know, they really need to come together for the car to move forward. And like Sergio was saying, that we need some risk mitigants. Yes, so without an airbag, I think we won't drive particularly fast. But without, you know, an electric vehicle, of course now it's all electric, we will not really be able to accelerate. So it's also about how we can have electricity in the car that functions. We need a navigation system, so we need the right advice. We hopefully train the drivers how to drive. And so I think all of these elements of partnerships, not one institution can provide alone, but we need each other to really provide these elements for us to drive safely from A to B and to get to our destination quickly. And I think what also Sergio already has said, we're so happy by the new members, associate members that came to the Alliance only last year. I think now I sort of don't want to miss anyone, but basically the network of knowledge and innovative practice that particularly informs the startup working group that we co-lead with the EIB, and I see also already the EIB also in the room, so which we're really doing together, is bringing the associate members to help our work on the startup scene. So I want to mention Algebra Ventures, Falak, Afric Invest, GTEx Africa, who are all hosting a summit in Marrakesh this week to really see of how the startup scene can be deepened and supported with the right instruments. And I'm incredibly happy that actually Sergio mentioned Yola Fresh Morocco as one of the examples that the Star Venture program of EBRD supported. It's in the report as well, because it really shows together with technology, advice, that a food supply chain platform can really reduce costs and grow regionally without a lot of extra logistical waste, but by actually sourcing a network that's powered by technology and reducing food wastage. And what is important when you look at startups is really that you take the startup entrepreneurs from the ideation stage, so they all have great ideas, but then there's often a phase where it's difficult for them to get more support on becoming bankable, becoming investable, becoming a company that really can spread its wings. And there, the work of the Star Venture program with mentorship, with networks, with events, really helped a company like Yola Fresh to go from the pre-seed stage raise pre-seed funding, and ultimately actually become an attractive company for venture capital funding and investment. And I'm very pleased to say they have now raised over $2 million in venture funding for their next expansion phase. And it shows that if you bridge this initial gap with cooperation, you can really reach a stage where you become an attractive investment proposition for VC funds. So the STAR Venture Program, which is what we bring into our working group together with the EIB, is really a package, holistic A to Z entrepreneurship program that looks at mentorship, but also really matches successful entrepreneurs in a certain sector. So for example, in the food retail space, with new entrants to the market, to really develop a tailor-made program from idea to venture capital funding. And so this is really a working group where we exchange our ideas of the program and how we can learn together and deepen together with the associate members. So how can we better involve accelerators? How can we better involve early stage VC funds, late stage VC funds? How we can bring the philanthropists who want to invest in innovative startup technology into the program. So this is part of the working group, and this is part of, hopefully next time you will see not just 25, but a lot more projects also in the startup scene that are coming out of this working group that takes a lot of time to look more deeply into the barriers for startup enterprises across the continent, across Africa, and how the network of startup enterprises can learn from each other and build really strong alliances through the Alliance for Entrepreneurship, but also through the alliance with each other and learning from experiences in successful venture financing and in successful growth across a number of markets across the continent. So I personally am very excited about the deepening of the alliance into working groups, into the next level of really partnerships. And so I just want to thank particularly the African Development Bank, but also of course the IFC for hosting the alliance and for the opportunities that it creates in connecting, in building partnerships, and hopefully for us to all drive very fast and very safe to our destination. Thank you very much.
Hello. All right, good. Thank you very much, Heike. And I think you've set us up very nicely for the panel discussion, which comes next, which is all about partnerships for transformational growth. So if I can just invite my panel to come up and join me. If I can have Mr. Papa Sarr, who is Executive Director for Mobilization, Partnerships, and Communication at the Agence Française de Développement Group. Mr. George Odo, who is Senior Partner and Managing Director, East and Southern Africa for Afrique Invest. Yeah. And finally, if I can have my boss, Mr. Ahmed Atut, who is the Director, Financial Sector Development Department at AFDB. Join the panel, please. There. Yeah, where the lights are. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for being part of this panel. And I think what we wanted to do on this panel was really to have a conversation about partnerships and to sort of demonstrate how transformational the Alliance has been and the potential for the Alliance to be transformational. So if I can just kick off, and this is a question to all of you, so maybe we'll start with Papa and maybe just move down the line. So if you can just talk to us about how the Alliance fits with your strategies regarding MSME development and entrepreneurship, please, from your various perspectives. So, Papa?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'd like to thank Sergio and colleagues, EBRD, AFDB, and all the partners that are here in the French Treasury. To mention quickly key figures that will come back to what Sergio and Solomon was mentioning, the inception of the youth investment banks into the alliance, and then the Choose Africa program we're running right now at the Agence Française de Développement. The AFDB and the the French Development Agency co-funded a program I used to run in the Senegalese government from 2018 to 22, which was supporting youth and female entrepreneurship. That program helped create 200,000 jobs, supported at least 5,000 startups to get access to loans from $5,000 to $200,000. That initiative was duplicated in several countries. And then when I left the government to go to work, before I left the government to work the French Development Agency back in September 22, the president of African Development Bank reached out to me with Solomon to work on a concept called the Entrepreneurship Investment Banks for Youth. Why? It is important because the challenges I faced in 5 years as minister in Senegalese government is if we went to the banks, World Bank, I name it, African Development Bank, French Development Agency, commercial banks, all of them together, if you come see them, you see we need resources, funding to support young entrepreneurs and startups, female-owned businesses, without collateral, without guarantees, without any land, property, etc., etc. The answer was no. They are risky. We can't lend them resources. Or you have to fully guarantee 100% upfront uploaded so that they disburse. The president of Senegal at that time gave us around $50 million a year from government budget, and the objective was to support young and female entrepreneurs without asking them such guarantees and collateral, and make it fast and disburse in 3 months. This triggered, in effect, after a year of operation, the French, the World Bank, AFDB started to come to see us. Okay, let's see how we can work together. Now that you prove that it can work, and we got ultimately $150 million from the African Development Bank, $20 million from the French Development Agency, USAID, MasterCard Foundation, and so on, and ended up having literally $300 million from donors to support and scale up those entrepreneurship programs, from startups to nano credit, small micro loans from $150 to $200,000. Why I'm making this story, it's important to see how the partnership fits between AFDB, IFC, the French Treasury, and the different partners, EBRD today, IFAD, and others that are joining the alliance. It created a accumulation when IFC President and Sergio Matajob and others, we created the alliance as founding members to see how we could scale this up and bring concrete projects, proposals on the alliance platform to make it as concrete as possible so that the countries, the young entrepreneurs benefit from it. And the French Development Agency committed under the leadership of President Macron after the June summit Sergio mentioned in Paris to put €1 billion over the next 5 years to support governments and public entities that will need to set up initiatives or support existing initiatives, be it banks, agencies, new initiatives that support young and women-led businesses and enterprises. This is what we call the Choose Africa 2, which completes the Choose Africa 1 program, which our subsidiary for private sector, Proparco, implemented over 2018 to 22 for at least €3 billion. In a nutshell, the partnership today with AFDB, Ahmed will talk about it, we committed already in 4 countries, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Togo, €200 million to co-fund and match approximately the same amount from the African Development Bank to support initiatives of those governments to be able to deliver on the promises we've made to those heads of states and government to support entrepreneurship in these countries. And of course, completes what IFC has done, what Sergio talked about at length, EBRD, etc. And for me to go further, at the end of the day, in a year or 2 or 3, our objective would be to probably be in boardrooms. I know my sister Yassine likes that word a lot, where different partners come up with concrete projects, proposals per country, and then we join our forces to maximize the efforts. For instance, we, IFD, we will put 20 to 50 million in Senegal. Oh, I will talk about Côte d'Ivoire. And we're putting $80 million in Côte d'Ivoire government-led entrepreneurship initiative called the Guichet Unique de Développement des PME at the Prime Minister's office in link with the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Commerce. AFDB is working on a loan of 50 million to add to that one. IFC can join, IFAD can join, others will join, and go up to $500 million investment for the government of Côte d'Ivoire to address employment and job opportunities and entrepreneurship for youth. If we reach that level, we will make impact.
Thank you, Papa. George?
Yeah, thanks, David, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is George Odo. I'm from African Invest. I've been with the group for 16 years now, and I'm honored to be here, spend some time with you. Hopefully we'll have some meaningful discussions. The question you asked David was, why are we here? Why African Invest? Why the Alliance? Why are we an associate member? It makes a lot of sense for us because we've been in private equity for 30 years. We've been in private equity for 30 years. We're one of the older private equity firms in the continent. And when we started our trade in 1994, to date, we've done over 200 transactions in the continent. More than half of them are actually in the SME space. One of the things we quickly realized is if you look at the trends more recently, David, it's becoming increasingly more difficult to raise capital in Africa, even for us experienced folks, because everybody's looking at capital from a very competitive lens, a commercial lens, and everybody is not considering what more, the impact, the fact that we need to create jobs for the youth, the fact that we need to look at things from a diversity and gender perspective. So when we look at all of that, we found that the Alliance would be a very relevant forum to have this meaningful discussion on how can we unlock capital and attract more commercial and impact capital into Africa. So for that reason, David, that's why we were motivated to join the Alliance, and we'll be happy to share with you and share with the group some of our experiences, and there's a particular tool that we want to share later, which we think will be innovative and can attract and unlock capital into the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Ahmed?
No, thank you, David, and thanks for the panelists. Excellent introduction and presentation. Well, let me start by saying that at the African Development Bank, we take entrepreneurship as part and parcel of our business as usual. So entrepreneurship is really a cross-cutting function that is spread across different departments at the African Development Bank. So we are empowering entrepreneurship from the financial sector perspective, from the agribusiness perspective, from the human development perspective, and of course from the agribusiness and all these kind of activities. So for us, it is something that we have been really empowering. We have been doing a lot of partnerships for entrepreneurship in partnership with different partners globally. We have been partnering with the MasterCard Foundation in establishing the Africa Digital Financing Initiative to support small-scale farmers, small-scale MSMEs, access to small type of finance. And we have also established what we call the Boost Africa, which is really a platform that can help venture capital access to risk capital. This is important for ventures to make sure that on a long term and on a sustainable manner, they are able to access this kind of capital. We have been successful in rolling it out, and I think now we're even going for a second replenishment. This is a sort of partnership. We have also been partnering on creating an enabling environment for entrepreneurship when it comes to capital markets development through the establishment of a capital markets development trust funds in partnership with the government of Luxembourg and Netherlands. This is also explain how partnership when it comes to creating an enabling macroeconomic condition is very important, and especially when it comes to capital markets. Last but not least is, of course, our affirmative finance action for women in Africa, and of course the YEBs, and I think we'll come to it later, but I want to say that our partnership with Agence Française and I think Papa Sarr, he demonstrated what we should not be doing in partnership, pointing me to the wrong chair. But I think he is really a great partner, and I think we have been rolling out a lot of activities together, and I think the future is really for this kind of partnerships. One question that if I'm sitting on that side of the meeting or the panel, I'll be questioning, so what is the AfroE? What is the importance of AfroE? I think it brings scale. I think VP Solomon alluded to it, VP Serge alluded to it. Of course, Heike also alluded to it. Scale is important in what we are doing. No one single financial institution, no one single DFI will be able to deliver for Africa or even for any other lower or middle income countries without scale. And the scale will not happen from our balance sheets alone. It will happen through co-financing, partnerships, and so on. It's also bringing the right ecosystem with one single platform. You drop an email, you can find some partners who can come and join you. As I said, Papa Sarr, a great partner when it comes to the YEBs. It came through, of course, we know Agence Française from a long time, but when we are putting the right storyline within the right framework, this is what happens. Last but not least is also durability and sustainability. We have to maintain the framework for the future. Yes, we have the youth problem today, we have the women problem yesterday, but in the future we have the climate, we have the greening of financial sector, we have the greening of our infrastructure projects, and without a very regulated framework, I think we will not be achieving our goals. And that's why we have to really, not to invent the wheel, but really to leverage what we have. And what we have now is the AfroE platform. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Ahmed. And if I can just stay with you for a minute. We've already sort of entered the discussion about the projects on the platform and the partnerships that are being enabled. So can you sort of take a deeper dive into that and talk to us a bit more about the two projects that AFDB has on the platform, which I think are YEB and AFAWA, and the partnerships that those are enabling, and what other partnerships you're looking for?
Sure. No, thank you, David. I think the two initiatives that created a number of transactions has really demonstrated the convening power of our African and our global development finance institution. I think we at the AFDB we have noticed the AFAWA, but of course at the IFC, at the EBRD, and our partners at the AFD, we have also noticed how these kind of initiatives are really creating this kind of mobilization of resources to the right cause. So if I can take the AFAWA, or the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, just to give you a taste of what we are doing. So we have really mainstreamed it as an activity within our business. So we have no single financial sector operation, be it financial intermediation, capital markets, or trade finance that does not have an AFAWA component. Mainstreaming of it was very important, but mainstreaming of it in partnership with our development partners. So it's not an effort that we're doing alone. It is in partnership with our partners from the DFI's space, and of course from other private sector players, be it financial institutions, banks, or non-banks. Now, the second pressing need in Africa is really youth employment. It is something that we are all trying to mitigate, and it's a challenge that is really growing. And I think for that purpose, we created the Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks. And it is really a model where we are offering 3 types of services under one stop-shop approach. So our aim, or how success will look like for this kind of structures is that under this one-stop-shop envelope, you have access to financial services in form of debt, in form of quasi-equity. You have access to risk capital in form of equity or support to venture capital firms owned or companies owned by young or youth or the young entrepreneurs. And last but not least is the technical assistance platform that can create this kind of capacity building when it comes to the non-financial services. We have rolled it already in 2 countries. We have 2 operations approved in Liberia and Ethiopia. It is a very important area for partnership, and that's why AFD and Papa Sarr is really leading these efforts on that side. We are really trying to roll it out in 4 other different markets where we as African Development Bank, leveraging our balance sheet, but at the same time, we're trying to crowd in and onboard other DFIs. Of course, Mastercard Foundation has played a very important role in the conceptualization of these efforts, and it is going to continue going forward. So this is again shows the importance of partnership. The AFAWA and the YIBS, or the support to women and support to the youth, were leveraged, both of them leveraged the African entrepreneurship or the alliance that we're really trying to scale up in the future. So I will stop here, David. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Papa, if I can come to you, we've already spoken a bit about the connection between AFDB and AFD on YIB. So is there anything you'd like to add to what Ahmed has said? And also you mentioned Choose Africa, so it'd be interesting to hear a bit more about that. Thank you.
I could come back quickly on Choose Africa. As I said again, the first edition of Choose Africa, which is run by our private sector branch, Proparco, have been able to deploy around 3 billion euros overall in the continent. It was launched in 2018, actually, in Dakar, when I was back in government with Minister of Finance, Bruno Le Maire. And the objective was to support SMEs, because all of us here know that SMEs account for at least 90% of economic giants in Africa. And giving them those access in credit, in equity, in guarantee will help them develop, expand, and sustain their businesses. And the French president decided to add a second component, which is a Choose Africa 2, which mainly, as I mentioned, targets the public sector entities, because we realize that there is a failure, is a gap in there where both the banks, the investment firms do not address. And the bridge we create in there is to prepare those small and medium-sized enterprises to have access to capital up to 100, 200, or 300,000 euros, so that they are ready to go at the next level of raising millions of euros or dollars to expand their business. And the objective also of this program is not only to support these enterprises or the ecosystem with financial support, but also with technical assistance, capacity building, and last but not least, support the governments in setting up an enabling environment that is conducive to growth and supporting the private sector. For instance, we did it in Senegal, and it replicated in Cote d'Ivoire, and now in Rwanda and several countries, what we call the Startup Act, which is a legislation that we in Senegal at that time inherited from Tunisia to set up a law that will allow entrepreneurs and startups to not pay taxes for 3 years at least to be able to develop their business. All this, of course, with the objective of supporting the private sector to grow, the businesses to grow, in order to create more jobs, and because we believe and we know that it is in the role of the private sector to develop those jobs. Governments cannot create at length. So the junction between us and AFDB, private sector department, which holds the YIB, again, there were some issues, when we were conceptualizing the YIBs. Some of our donors and banks were saying, why would we create another bank within the bank? And to make it clear, it is not a bank per se, as it doesn't have a license or a banking agreement that allow them to operate, like a commercial bank. The way we've seen it and identified it is we tackle it, and with the development banks that exist already, it become a branch that will be able to work and offer services, financial services, non-financial services, and guarantees to be able to support the entrepreneurs that will need those easy to access resources that commercial banks do not do. And aside of it, of course, you still have the intermediation activities we do with commercial banks to support and scale the businesses we support. So in a nutshell, it's a continuum of services that will help small, medium, and big enterprises to grow on the continent.
Thank you, Papa. George, you'd mentioned a new tool around measuring impact. So can you talk to us a bit about that and how you see the Alliance potentially benefiting from that and how it supports your work? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, David. I'll take a step back. I said that African Invest been around for 30 years. We started off as a private equity shop. Today, we see ourselves more of an investment platform because we have different products on that platform. We have private equity, we have venture capital, we have private credit, we have sector-specific solutions, and these are all structured differently. Some of them are structured. We've got evergreen vehicles, so permanent capital vehicles. We've got the typical private equity limited life funds. We are recently trying out blended funds, so hybrid funds. And this is very interesting because if you look at our history of where we sourced our capital from, capital came from folks like the IFC, folks like EIB, folks like the bank, EBRD and others. But increasingly recently, we're getting a lot more private capital. How did we manage to attract this private capital? One was obviously performance, track record, but what's attracting private capital today is the ability to also structure blended capital vehicles. There's a recent fund we set up in the health sector. It's partly catalytic and partly commercial, so it's a blended capital vehicle. And the interesting thing is we managed to attract, and that's a partnership we have with IFC and others, we managed to attract a number of commercial investors who we never got before because they were able to see the catalytic capital de-risking their own commercial capital. So using innovative models like that has enabled us to attract capital. That's what we are doing as an effort to try and mobilize capital to invest in the MSME space. Now, because we're looking at impact investing, because that's where we are, it's actually impact investing. If you want to invest in Africa, you have to consider being an impact investor because, if you're going to be looking at job creation, you're going to be looking at diversity, whether it's gender, whether it's all sorts of diversity, you have to think about impact investments. So we're talking to a lot of partners, and one of our aha moments came when we stumbled across this tool, which we developed with Bridgespan. Bridgespan is an organization, a not-for-profit organization from the US. They introduced us to this tool that measures multiple of impact. But it's more multiple of impact rather than multiple of invested capital, which is what we were used to. So rather than measuring the traditional IRR, the traditional multiple of invested capital, it gave us if you like, a way to measure impact in a quantifiable manner. So what that multiple of impact tool does, David, it brings various impact variables, whether it's job creation, whether it's gender diversification, whether it's environmental, and it packages all of those and comes up with a quantifiable which can be monetized. So that's the other big thing. One, you can quantify it, you can measure it, and you can actually monetize it. So when we go to our IC today, we don't just talk about ROIs and MOICs, we also talk about multiple of impact, MOIs. And this tool was developed, as I said, with Bridgespan, David, and Bridgespan has worked with other bigger private equity firms in North America. So it's actually taking a tool that was developed for the North and contextualizing it for the South. So what's the innovation we've brought is actually just making it relevant for our market, for our continent. And it's based on a lot of research, it's based on a lot of surveys, and we came up with this tool. It's not perfect yet, but we think it works. I'll give you a quick example. There's an insurance company, an insurtech company that we've invested in through our VC fund. Must have invested about $3.5 million. They have about 1 million customers in a few years. When I compare that with our traditional insurance investments, we've invested in an insurance business. It's market leader, 7 countries in this part of the world. They have about 3 million customers, but they've got those 3 million customers over decades. This insurtech in a few years has got 1 million customers. So it's definitely a challenger. And they basically are able, we've been using the multiple impact tool, we've been able to track how many jobs it's creating and what additional impact it's able to leverage. If we hadn't looked at that, we probably would not have signed off on it at our IC stage, David. So what is this doing? It's allowing us to attract capital by looking at a different lens. So not just focusing on commercial, but focusing on sustainable metrics. And multiple impact is one such tool. And we think this is an exciting innovation to share with the Alliance, because if we can get consensus amongst the providers of capital, amongst the investors, that this tool is, yes, pretty standard, the measurement moves subjectivity. In fact, quoting TPG, who have used this in the US market, they said it removes religion from impact. So if we can use such a tool, and we're talking about a more objective measurement of impact that can be monetized, then I think we've got something that makes sense. And we start to attract private capital. And as I gave, the example I gave on the health fund, which we raised, we were able to see a lot more commercial investment capital coming in because they completely get it. They measure the commercial, but they also see the impact. And this is a very important nuance, and I must say this, because when you look at returns in Africa and you compare them to returns in other markets, Africa's struggling. That's just the reality. I was looking at a Cambridge Associates report, and I can see the returns in Africa compared to Southeast Asia, compared to obviously North America, Europe. Africa's lagging. But we've got what is traditionally called the Africa risk, whether it's we take a big hit when it comes to climate change more than other markets. We have governance issues. It has an impact, so there's a risk there. We have a big impact when it comes to our foreign exchange, our cost of borrowing, etc. So when you look at all those challenges, you're bound to end up, even when you have high growth companies, you're bound to end up with a slightly lower return, whether you like it or not. And so the only way to rationalize it, not the only way, but one of the only ways to rationalize it, is to start having a wider perspective. So not just look at commercial returns, but look at the other impact returns that are sustainable. And if we can agree on a tool that measures that removes the subjectivity, then I think we're onto something. And that's the tool we'd like to share.
Thank you. Thank you very much, George. And it's been a very interesting discussion so far, but as always, time is not our friend. So I just want to check, if I can check with the technical team, do we have a roving mic? Because I want to see if we have any questions from the audience. Are there any questions whilst we're waiting for the mic? Yes, the lady in the fourth row. If you can just stand up, please, so that they can. And if you can just let us know who, your name, where you're from, and if your question is directed to any specific panelists.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Stella Sigana, and I'm from the Pan-African Chamber Business School. So we are an affiliate of the Chambers of Commerce, and we target to build capacity for entrepreneurs who are affiliated to the Chambers of Commerce through the business membership organizations. So, and we look at aspects of trade development, industry compliance, investment promotion, advocacy, partnership and networking, as well as business leadership. So my question is, what opportunities exist in the Alliance for Entrepreneurship for Africa for the Chambers of Commerce to impact the micro and small medium enterprises? Because they exist through business membership organizations to grow their business and become captains of industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another? We'll take the gentleman and then the lady. Oh. We are getting oversubscribed here. We'll manage.
Hello, I'm Roger Stewart from the European Investment Bank. As you know, we're working together with the African Development Bank on the Boost Africa initiative. And I think you were speaking about partnerships earlier. I don't really have so much of a question as, let's say, an enunciation of the importance of partnerships. I think through the Boost Africa initiative, we've been actively investing in 5 funds: Django, Partech, African Invest, Seed, Start, and th.com. And we're basically providing a lot of technical assistance to assist in this, bridging this gap that you were discussing earlier about an idea to bring it to a place where it becomes bankable, and essentially assisting investment teams in capacity building. So there's been a number of initiatives whereby we're effectively building capacity, training up investment teams so that they're then able to go out and then start to scale up. So I think I would just mention that as something we're involved in, and I think it's a good example of partnerships, something that we're rolling it out. I mean, and it's an ongoing initiative, and so we kind of look forward to continuing to collaborate with all of you and EBRD as well, Agence Française de Développement, etc. So yeah, it's not really so much a question as just an observation.
Thank you. So we'll take the lady in blue, then the gentleman in the hat, and then the lady with her hand up. Sorry, and then if we have time, we'll do a second round, but I doubt very much that we will have time.
All right, thank you. My name is Ivy Wamboy Mushoki. I am the advisory panel for Global Center on Adaptation. So I really, first of all, just want to congratulate you for this move. It's a very bold move, and Invest in Africa, this is something of relevance, especially for the young people. I was listening on the innovative systems on how you want to create financing options. And I believe Africa is now moving into a segment of where we now understand the resources we have, the capability we have. And one of my questions that I was asking, how come we cannot be able to look at our resources as a way of transforming it into an innovative, adaptive way of finance? Countries like Zimbabwe are now starting to trade in gold. So I believe that this is the time for us to now start looking at an innovative way of enhancing our resources and turn it into adaptable solutions and how to create, rather than using money, why can't we use our resources that are here with us? Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman in the hat.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Cameroon. I'm called Futsu Ngasa, the promoter of an agri-tech solution. I really want to congratulate all of you for your initiative, but I come from a country where most people don't understand our vision, and I wanted to find out how can we, someone from Cameroon, and I have other agri-tech or other entrepreneurs and young startups that are interested in onboarding on your institution. I don't know how it's possible for us, because I heard you talk about North Africa, East Africa. I don't know if it's possible. Yeah, thank you.
And then the lady, can you just pass the mic 2 rows back, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chisom Okole, a senior associate at Udo Udomambelo Sagi. So a few years ago, we launched a give back program focused on youth and entrepreneurs within the country, Nigeria, called YOLO. So my question is, I'm really excited to learn about the Youth Investment Fund, and I want to know what plans do you have for Nigerian youth within your program, and if there's been any impact for Nigerian youth so far since you launched your fund. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll throw the questions to the panel, so just feel free to react to any of the questions. Ahmed, do you want to start?
Yeah, maybe I will just take 2 and leave the rest for the fellow panelists. So I think a very important question, well, a comment on the Boost Africa and how important it is for venture capital space in Africa. I think maybe I missed to say that it is a symbolic collaboration between the African Development Bank and the European Commission. It has been really successful, and we have already rolled out 5 transactions. It was really impactful, and in the nearest future, we are trying to roll it out for the next stage. Another question about Nigeria. Yes, we are considering a potential YEB in Nigeria, and this will really be helping youth across the value chain. Last but not least, is about how we are helping the nature and how we are leveraging our resources. There is a lot of ideas from debt capital market solutions, alternative debt capital market solutions, and so on, that can go up to debt for nature swaps. We are really trying to understand, digest, and see how we can accommodate our policies to this kind of innovative solutions that can leverage African natural resources. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. George, was there anything?
Yeah, maybe just to talk about the Chamber of Commerce question.
Yes, please.
And maybe just say that, back in the day when I first joined the industry, started working in this space, we used to just focus on, basically knitting, basically making investment deals. Today, it's very apparent that you cannot just invest and ignore the rest of the ecosystem. You have to be aware of what's going on around you. So partnerships are increasingly important. Talking to policymakers is just as important. Your members in the Chamber of Commerce are people we can speak to as investors. Last week I was speaking at a forum where we're talking about how can we work with the Kenya government to help them get out of this grey list they just got into in February. That's a very real conversation. One of my founding partners played a very active role in Mauritius in helping and working the Mauritius government in that respect. So having conversations with policymakers, unlocking capital in whatever ways, removing any bottlenecks is critical. So speaking with industry associations, speaking with members of those associations is increasingly important. And even though we come in later in the value chain of investing, because we're in VC, but we do Series A, Series B, we don't do seed. But once they graduate from some of the other initiatives of the membership, they come to us. And we have a mentorship role. So it's not just investing and that's it. You have to work with the entire ecosystem.
Papa?
Complete on that, giving concrete examples of how we have worked and can work with chambers of commerce in the business facilitation processes and helping governments also setting up the commercial courts, also the whole work on the value chain, the packaging, the system strengthening. This is a role the chambers of commerce are playing in the ECOWAS region, name it Senegal, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire. So we, the IFJ, when we make the loan directly, we make it to the government, and then the government take 10 or 20% of it, depending on the needs, to support the enabling environment, and it is there where the chambers of commerce can get access to those sources to support the business facilitation and also the support to the value chain. But the role of the chambers of commerce is crucial. To answer the gentleman of Nigeria, we are working with the Development Bank of Nigeria on a 100 million loan that will support, sorry? There's Nigeria behind
There was a lady from Nigeria,
Cameroon, but Nigeria
and a gentleman.
there's a 100 million loan we're processing with the Nigerian Development Bank to support entrepreneurship programs, and then you might want to see those to see. For Cameroon, we have not yet, we have, of course, operations going there in the private sector support. Our colleagues from Proparco are here, but we have in a second phase in 25-26, 5 or 6 countries, including DRC, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Kenya, to see how we could expand. But again, it has to become from the government that wants us to do this job with you. But definitely, there is no limitation to West or North Africa. It's a continental-wide initiative. And I'm sure that with the YIP, the program will expand together with Choose Africa.
Thank you. It's been a very interesting discussion. We could go on for a long time, but unfortunately, time is not our friend. So I'm going to come back to our panel for closing thoughts, starting with Ahmed and then maybe ending with Papa.
Thank you so much, David, and I think I'll be very brief. I think partnership is hard work. It's a long journey for us to go through. It needs a lot of mutual understanding, and it needs a lot of investment in terms of capital, human resources, and the likes. But again, it's, when you look at the results, it's something that we really need to work on and to grow. I think, again, as I said in the beginning, we no need to reinvent the wheel, and please, let's all join the Alliance for Entrepreneurship in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. George?
Thank you. If I had my wish list, the way I'd see this panning out is get together in a small working group. We know how to measure risk. We know how to quantify risk and commercial return. We need to align on how to quantify and monetize impact. And if we can agree on that and use that as a tool, the platform of the Alliance is a great one to use. And that way, I'm convinced we can unlock more capital into the continent.
Thank you, George. Papa?
I mean, just to say, we said it throughout the process, the entrepreneurship is something that is crucial in supporting local economic transformation, regional integration, and economic diversification. And the partnership we're doing together with all our multilateral, bilateral, and funds to make this happen is crucial. And I want to commend again the work Sergio and team, Frank and all the colleagues have put together in the Alliance so far, and the progress report. I commend every one of us to go and have a look at it, and we look for more partners to join the platform, and the work IFC has done to promote this with the support of French Treasury is crucial, and we look for other members to scale it up and make it impactful.
Thank you. So on that note, let me just thank all our speakers, our brilliant panel, and of course you for being such an engaging audience. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you. And don't forget to take your copies of the report and download more.
Eu danço a dança das tuas marés, eu danço a tua dança, eu danço a tua dança, ai, ai, ai. Você maremoto, você maré mansa, você poça d'água, ai, ai, ai. Me acalme, espero, me afogo, você tsunami quando não quer saber de onda. Me desespero, são tuas ondas que me levam. Me desespero, são tuas ondas que me levam. Ai, ai, me desespero, são tuas ondas que me levam. Me desespero, são tuas ondas que me levam. Ai, 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 ai. Ai, 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 ai. Ai, 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 ai. Eu danço a dança das tuas. Ai, 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 ai. Ai, 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 ai. Ai, 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 ai. Eu danço a dança das tuas marés, eu danço a tua dança, eu danço a tua dança. ai, ai, ai. Você maremoto, você maré mansa, você poça d'água, ai, ai, ai. Me acalme, espero, me afogo, você tsunami quando não quer saber de onda. Me desespero, são tuas ondas que me levam. Me desespero, são tuas ondas que me levam. Ai, ai, me desespero, são tuas ondas que me levam. Me desespero, são tuas ondas que me levam. Ai, 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 ai. Ai, 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 ai. Darê. Ai, 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 ai. Eu danço a dança das tuas. Ai, 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 ai.
la farinya oye la mara la do de fe sabe jogu mambe wala jankono o fena na maraba mukela nya wanyama chumbeni de nyaba waiti nya la nya wanyama ambe na maraba kamuke dia nya monka mun ofo dia nya monka mun dia nya mana wara nya doma moekela jole de bolo baba bodima ambe wo kala nyarella cheikh fali yoro ibodu nibiye wari mogo mimbi bolo banki odo villa de la obedi de no mama mogo la do baga ni bolo here kankan ni anya monka ufuala ni anya monka mungie ki anya mana wara nyadoma mwekele jone difa kone ye jole ne ye wala fanyu manga jole ne ye jole ne le wala fanyu manga jole ne ye jole ne ye wala de ni la jole ye mana wara ne ye jole kone ye furu ganyu mala jole ofena le ne ye jole Ge Adama denye kleke jaro jeni sani jajo ala obi nyinge jaro ne wala pa ba nyinge jaro we kale chalubu nyinge jaro mula papi nyinge jaro we kale chalubu nyinge jaro kona bema bi nyinge jaro we kale chalubu nyinge jaro kona meme bi nyinge jaro we kale chalubu nyinge jaro yeso nyuru kora bi nyinge jaro we kale chalubu nyinge jaro jane fru bebi nyinge jaro fru chenye ma bi mi kleke jaro disani jatu Jenny sani jatu
san badeyaro nyogon juya manya ala no bedanang beni lulu beni layaro on tagi ne ya pale mala tagi ni kaya neko kabini ne kololomina kabini ne lolomina ijuguya kisekelen tenkono baole mole sobela on tagi ne ya fale mala tagi ni kaya neko kabini ne kolondomina kabini ne lolomina ijuguya kisekelen tenkono baole nole kanala on tagi maloko mala tagi ni kaya neko nimmogeran kimablamorela nimmogeran kimamogere juya fila dumbaga anina nimbaga chayas malum faliara antagi ya fale mala antagi kaya neko kolonjugu iriye karila mini ayare konolako dobe dudon dobe duda dudon anga sabali ala dobe dudon dobe duda dudon anga hinaya wana ala dobe dudon dobe duda dudon
mbali mauyo jega fotu masera jama mbali mauyo jega fotu masera jama param pararam pa jega fotu masera bukanu nyonga sigika kuma jega fotu masera ufuru nyonga sigika kuma jega fotu masera ubale mawa sigika kuma jega fotu masera usingi mawa sigika kuma mbali mauyo jega fotu masera jamha rampararampa Ojega fobi sigidia, mune be sigidia, musiga fobi sigidia, mune be sigidia, balema fila bijega kumaminge, ore be dudia, kubale mauga dudia, mune be dudia, sinama fila biziga kumaminge, ore be dudia, kusina mauga dudia, mune be Musommi chebi jega kumaminge orebe dudia ufuru nyonga dudia mbali mauyo jega fotu masera jamha rampararampa sindi uyo jega fotu masera jamha.
Calls to action, high-level commitments, and celebrations were all part of the official opening ceremony held on day 3.
It is a great honor for Kenya to host the 59th meeting of the Africa Development Bank Group,
which then set a powerful tone for the day.
We are making a commitment of $20 million as Kenya into that meeting.
We've done well against the headwinds. I think we deserve a clap for Africa.
Next, the presidential dialogue carried on in front of a standing room only crowd, and President Ruto of Kenya urged Africa to invest more in African institutions.
We can support more financial institutions, the Africa Development Bank, and all the other continental institutions to support Africa's development and progress.
The bank officially launched their 60th anniversary celebrations with a spectacle filled with spoken word, traditional singing, and what's a celebration without dancing? If you thought that was entertaining, wait to see what's in store for the actual anniversary in September. And here, right where I'm standing in this very room, is where the boards of governors held their first sitting. And the Africa Investment Forum hosted a roundtable on project bankability and development, which experts say will be crucial for the continued advancement of this investment platform. Speaking of investment, panelists explain how investments have aided Zimbabwe in its debt arrears process. This event also solicited partner and stakeholder support to fully realize this ambition. Tomorrow promises to dig even deeper into this year's theme with knowledge events and the launch of the bank's flagship report, The African Economic Outlook. From the Green Hill in the Sun, Nairobi, Kenya, I'm Kristen Roby for AFDB TV.
On behalf of the Africa 50 team, I extend our heartfelt congratulations to President Akinwumi Adesina and the entire African Development Bank team on this momentous 60th anniversary milestone. We are looking forward to many more decades of shared progress and prosperity.
Day 2 of the annual meetings really dug into the heart of why we're here, to provide a platform for our boards of governors to meet and discuss. The Governors' Dialogue was a full-day event this year. In the morning, the boards of governors raised issues critical to their constituencies, and discussions continued into the afternoon on how to mobilize the private sector for Africa's transformation. We also witnessed the signing of a key financing agreement between the African Development Bank and Somalia, South Sudan, Comoros, and Djibouti on disaster risk management. Another highlight of the day was the Business Opportunities Seminar, where local companies learned how to engage with the bank for business and contract opportunities. The bank also showcased exciting new prospects and networking opportunities.
Private businesses, as you know, are the main drivers of development in Africa. Therefore, your success is actually critical for the continent's growth and prosperity, and to our own success.
Later in the day, a Horn of Africa Ministerial Roundtable brought together leaders from the 7 countries to address regional integration, fragility, and peace and stability. Financial institutions shared strategic insights and the role of the bank's independent accountability mechanisms in ensuring transparency and responsibility.
Africa is providing the promise of sustainability not just for the continent, but beyond.
To cap it off, the African Bankers Awards celebrated the best in banking across the continent. And who won Bank of the Year for 2024?
Afrexim Bank.
Tomorrow, we'll hear firsthand from heads of state about the most pressing issues facing the continent. And don't miss a stunning cultural performance that will open up our 60th anniversary celebrations. Stay tuned and keep following us on social media.
In the face of multiple shocks caused by climate change, inflationary pressures, and geopolitical conflicts, Africa continues to show its strength, boldness, and resilience. Across the continent and through our High Five priorities, the African Development Bank Group is addressing multiple challenges and strengthening Africa's resilience. In over 1,000 locations, the bank's investments totaled $8.2 billion in 2022 and $10 billion in 2023 have nurtured the continent's economic vitality. The High Five priorities are accelerating Africa's transformation. The bank's Light Up and Power Africa priority is aligned with the goals of Africa's climate-resilient development by making clean and renewable solar and wind energy accessible to increasing numbers of people. In 2023, 2.4 million people gained new electricity connections, while the bank invested in nearly 40,000 kilometers of new or improved power distribution lines. 14 African countries now have more than 50 megawatts of solar capacity. Kenya's Lake Turkana wind project has a direct impact on the local economy.
Since I started this job, I was able to do several things. Built my mama house, I take care of my family, I provide for my family, even my siblings, both married and unmarried.
$530 million have been committed to the Desert to Power G5 Sahel financing facility to provide 3.5 million people access to electricity.
Africa's food production has been unable to keep up with population growth and the devastating effects of climate change, leading to an increased reliance on food imports. The bank's Feed Africa priority addresses this challenge on multiple fronts. At the Dakar 2 Africa Food Summit, the bank announced an investment of $10 billion over 5 years to increase Africa's ability to end hunger, reduce reliance on unsustainable imports, safeguard food security, and become leading providers of food for the rest of the world. The bank's Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation Initiative, known as TAT, has enabled Ethiopia to become entirely self-sufficient in wheat, and it has increased the average wheat yield in Sudan by 67%. In Chibobo, Zambia, the Agriculture and Food Security Project helps farmers improve the health of their cattle.
Tunashitoala kuditi mkudipishako baka skulu mwashitishia mwa bompya kwa mpia mwa shida kwa baka skulu ma uniform tishia tu wa family shida tu wa.
In response to emergency grain shortfalls due to Russia's war in Ukraine, the $1.5 billion African Emergency Food Production Facility provided 20 million farmers with certified seeds to produce 38 million tons of food. The bank's Industrialize Africa priority is focused on doubling Africa's industrial GDP in the 10 years from 2016 to 2025. To achieve this, major infrastructural and industrial projects have been funded. Also, effective capital markets have been promoted. The bank also supports enterprise development and efficient industry clusters. In all, over 400,000 enterprises gained better access to financing. Also, in 2023, 352 kilometers of roads were improved or maintained in order to address critical transport infrastructure bottlenecks. Industrialization also means advances in medicine and production. COVID-19 demonstrated the critical importance of adequate access to medicines. One of the bank's innovative responses is the African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation to develop Africa's capacity and self-reliance through locally produced medicines and vaccines.
3 in 10 Africans still lack basic drinking water services. To remedy this, the bank's strategic priority to improve the quality of life for the people of Africa has helped over 9 million people gain new or improved access to water and sanitation. Projects like this in Kenya's Narok County have nearly doubled the town's access to clean water.
Sahi tunaweza kuosha kwa nyumba, tunaweza kukunywa kwa maji ya tap, maji iko kwa hospitali, tunaweza kutumia maji hata kuoga, hata unapoenda kusalia hospitali.
In a continent brimming with millions of young, smart and entrepreneurial youth, job training is critical. Today, the bank's It's Coding for Employment program trains young people for demand-driven digital jobs. Our youth entrepreneurship investment banks and programs support youth employment and innovative companies such as this renewable energy initiative in Senegal to create jobs.
Jusqu'à ce que ce financement-là nous a trouvé et que nous a boosté de pouvoir acheter des matériels supplémentaires pour pouvoir être face par rapport aux besoins. Au début, on était à 4. Et aujourd'hui, avec cette nouvelle démarche, cette nouvelle perspective que nous avons eue, nous a permis de recruter au moins 3 à 4 personnes de plus.
In all, over 1 million young Africans received job training in 2023.
The bank's Integrate Africa priority supports the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to help African countries achieve full growth potential. Today, almost every country in the continent has signed and committed to removing tariffs on 90% of goods by 2030. In 2023, the bank also funded over 1,300 kilometers of cross-border power transmission lines and 163 kilometers of cross-border roads. In the process, helping 3.5 million people gain access to better transportation. One-stop border posts like this between Zambia and Malawi cut transport time by 30% and increased regional trade.
It has reduced the time taken for the cargo because all the exit and entry formalities are done on one side of the border.
The African Development Bank's High Five priorities are at the heart of our commitment to provide innovative solutions to Africa's numerous complex challenges and to help this beautiful continent of 1.2 billion people achieve strong, resilient, and sustainable growth. Together, we are changing the continent one life at a time and making a difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United Kingdom is grateful to the African Development Bank Group and the Republic of Kenya for hosting the 2024 annual meetings. The African continent needs a strong African Development Bank more than ever before in the face of rising threats posed by climate change, instability, and conflict. Britain's recent white paper on international development sets out our plans to help build a fairer international financial system. We are committed to working with partners like the African Development Bank to ensure that countries can access more, better quality and well-targeted finance, and that they need to pursue their priorities. Over the past 60 years, the bank has been at the forefront of efforts to transform economies, support energy transitions, create jobs, and improve lives across the continent. Britain has been a strong ally of the bank for many years. Under the most recent general capital increase, we have purchased additional shares to increase our shareholding in the bank, and we front-loaded our contribution to complete our payments 4 years early. We also support a general callable capital increase to help protect the bank's financial capacity. We are proud to remain the largest overall contributor to the African Development Fund's 16th replenishment, including the Climate Action Window. And we are using guarantees in partnership with the British insurance sector to unlock $3 billion of climate finance from the bank. And we are using guarantees in partnership with the UK insurance sector to unlock $3 billion of climate finance from the bank. We are also planning to provide around $45 million to the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa and intend to contribute a substantial amount of shareholder hybrid capital subject to the outcome of the UK general election. We also stand ready to contribute our share to the forthcoming general callable capital increase. But there is more to be done to ensure that the bank is fit for the future. 1, we need to increase its financing capacity even further. The bank has been a leader in pursuing innovation to do this. For example, it recently became the first multilateral development bank to issue commercial hybrid capital to private investors. More than half were based in the UK. Second, the bank needs to mobilize greater volumes of private finance. It should consider potential changes to its business model to allow it to do this, such as the originate-to-share model recently adopted by IDB Invest. We welcome the bank's commitment to invest with the Private Infrastructure Development Group, largely funded by the UK, to support the new Dhamana Guarantee Company. Dhamana will operate right here in Kenya and in Tanzania and in Uganda, issuing local currency guarantees to mobilize domestic pools of private capital, including for infrastructure investment. Third, the bank needs to step up its support for member countries' climate plans. To assist with this, Britain has committed £200 million to the Climate Action Window. We hope to see other donors, including philanthropic organisations, step up to scale this further. We also commend the bank for its recent commitment to incorporate climate-resilient debt clauses into its sovereign loan agreements through the African Development Fund. Fourth, we need a clear results framework to strengthen its focus on impact. We urge the bank to include clear targets for tackling issues such as poverty, climate change, and sustainable growth, all at the heart of its new 10-year strategy. Finally, the bank must continue to drive forward its internal reforms, including decentralization, which will strengthen regional and national teams, improve the bank's agility, responsiveness, and impact across the continent. In all these areas, Britain stands ready to support you with finance, expertise, and other partnerships, working together to build a bigger and better African development bank.
Imagine a day where every moment matters and where every interaction is an opportunity. That was our day today. We kicked off the 2024 annual meetings with several closed sessions involving the Board of Governors. These sessions, the Bureau and Joint Steering Committee made crucial recommendations for consideration by the Boards of Governors later this week. And that was just the beginning. Kenya then kept the day going as host country with a special side event.
Why we find our own developing economies in Africa lagging behind is the quality of institutions and leadership in those institutions. We do believe that If you don't have human capital expertise, we are going to lag behind.
If we have a power project in Kenya, how can youth get integrated in that power project?
And that wasn't all. The Lusophone Compact presented promising advances for African Portuguese-speaking countries, signaling a bright future ahead. Debates continued with the African Legal Support Facility Governing Council and an inspiring session on education with the African Development Bank and the African Union.
The government support since 1970, every 20 years, enrollment in tertiary education has doubled. That means that there have been investments. But because of the huge demographics, we're left with only 10% of kids enrolled in higher education because of the numbers that are coming in, but there has been some investment.
Sustainable development and innovation were at the heart of discussions during the ADF 17 Working Group, the Climate Action Window, and the Financing Smart Cities Visions side events. Each set out concrete actions for our planet.
Our meeting today, therefore, offers a timely opportunity to update and receive feedback on the results of the appraisal of the said proposals from the Climate Action Window Donor Committee.
To evaluate the progress of the Agricultural Compact commitments made during the 2023 Presidential Dakar 2 Summit, a follow-up side event was also held. We concluded the day with some fun. The bank president welcomed the press at an evening cocktail and welcomed all participants during the opening reception. And we're just getting started. Follow us throughout the week on our social media channels and on our website, am.afdb.org.
اللي لاحظته في علاقة ياسمين بالمدرسة تبدلت. ياسر ولات فرحانة بالمدرسة، تستنى وقتاش تمشي تقرأ باش تستعمل التابلت. بدلت فيها برشا حاجات، نفحتها برشا بالقراية، ولات هي تبدأ تقيم فيا الصباح، تزرب فيا باش تمشي تقرأ. الانترنت ولا التابلت سهلت برشا، رغم اللي مش كل يوم يقراو بها، أما سهلت عليهم برشا حاجات. كل يوم تعود لي اش قاعدين يقراو واش قاعدين يعملوا.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, honorable governors, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is a pleasure to welcome you all today to discuss the financing of Africa's transformation in a changing global financial system. My name is Asatu Diop Nsele. I'm the Vice President for Finance and CFO of the African Development Bank Group. And I am honored to serve as your moderator today. The event will run as follows. We will first have welcoming comments, introductory remarks from the President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Adeshina, and this will be followed by a discussion with distinguished panelists who will share their views and insights on the subject. We will close with closing remarks from our Vice President, Solomon Quainer, Vice President for Infrastructure, Industrialization, and Transport. So without further ado, let me welcome you, Mr. President of the African Development Bank Group, for your introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, and good evening, their governors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When you saw us actually in front, actually taking that photograph that many of us saw us, it was part of this program. It was not something we did outside of the program. And that's because when you think about financing Africa's transformation in a changing global financial architecture, the first thing that we think about is how do African financial institutions themselves finance Africa's transformation? Before we start asking others to finance us, we've got to be able to finance ourselves. We have to make sure that Africa's financial institutions are strong, they have good capital, and they have good governance, and they have the capacity to finance Africa's transformation. And I'm proud of all of my colleagues, and all the way from these institutions, Africa 50, Africa Exim Bank, Badia, and the Eco Bank, and also the BORD, and we have the Trade Development Bank, and several other, and many more financial institutions about Africa. Charity, they say, begins at home. And I was talking to them earlier today, that today, because of the way we work collaboratively, there is not a single project today, because these are now strong, mature financial institutions, that we cannot support and that we cannot finance. So my first message is capitalize strong African financial institutions. The second issue that I want to raise as we think about the global financial architecture is to ask ourselves how that global financial architecture is serving Africa and what needs to be done to improve how it's supposed to be serving Africa. So I'll make a few points. First, that global financial architecture is not serving Africa well in terms of mobilizing resources to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And as you know, the UN Secretary General says that it used to be $2.5 trillion that we needed. Now we need $4 trillion to be able to do that. And Africa itself just needs $1.5 trillion to be able to meet those Sustainable Development Goals. And Africa isn't getting that money. So there's something fundamentally wrong in a continent that still needs 600 million people to be connected to electricity, in a continent that still needs money to have 1.2 billion people to have access to clean cooking energy. So the global financial architecture has to do more to meet the needs of Africa, to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. The second point about it is the global financial architecture is not serving Africa well when it comes to the issue of debt. In the 90s, you will recall, we had the highly indebted poor country initiatives. We had a multilateral debt relief initiative. It took forever for those negotiations to be concluded, and Africa had lost one whole decade. And today, as we are here, we are in a situation where Africa has to pay this year $74 billion in terms of interest payments, servicing their cost for debt. And we had a debt service suspension initiative. Yes, fine, but it simply postponed the difficult day, the evil day. We have the G20 Common Framework, which we all agree with. It's a great framework, but it's worked for Creditors Committee for Chad, for Ghana. They had also Ghana, Ethiopia, but it's slow. And so we cannot afford a situation in which, once again, the global financial architecture fails Africa. And today, as I speak to you, because of the overlapping payments that are going to be due, Africa will need this year alone to pay it will need $20 billion to refinance its debt. Next year, it will be $10 billion to refinance it for the next 5 years, every year. But there is not a single global financial institution that exists to deal with refinancing of Africa's debt. IMF is not set up to do that. And that's why, to us, at the African Development Bank, we are actually working based on what the African Union asked us to do, on what's called the Africa Financial Stability Mechanism, just like you have in Europe, just like you have in Arab countries. A shock should not have to deal with contagion effects across all of our economies. And so this will be a vehicle that will actually be able to do the refinancing of Africa's debt, because you can't go far to run, have the kind of growth rate that the chief economist talked to us about today. He said, well, we will need 7% to maybe 10% growth rate for the next 10, 20, 30 years. We can't do that if we are carrying a debt backpack of debt on our back. So the point I want to make is we have to make the global financial architecture when it comes to debt comprehensive. We have to make sure that it also is able to do debt relief and debt resolution faster. The third has to do with climate change. The global financial architecture is failing Africa on climate change. Africa needs today more than $277 billion a year to tackle climate change. And how much do we get? $30 billion, that's it. And so there's something fundamentally wrong that in the same continent that has 9 of the 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change in the world, the same continent that contributes no more than 3% in terms of global greenhouse emissions, and that suffers disproportionately, losing $7 to $15 billion a year, that will rise to $40 billion a year by 2030, is getting only 3%. There's something fundamentally wrong with that kind of a structure. And I believe that as we have been asked as multilateral financial institutions to change our business model, I believe that the global climate finance institutions need to change their business model to make sure that those financing that's available can be accessed. You ask any country how to access those finances, it's very difficult. They're pulling teeth. The small island states, they can't find it. And so I have said that we need to also make sure that the global climate financing institutions are reformed to have more resources, but make the resources more accessible to African countries. Last thing I want to say also is where the global financial architecture is failing is in terms of conditional financing when you have shocks. Take a look at what happened during COVID. Developed countries spent $19 trillion in terms of fiscal stimulus. That was roughly about 18-19% of global GDP. How much did Africa spend? $83 billion. Just about 3.4 or so, 4% of its GDP. And that's why we find it difficult today to continue to recover faster. That's where the divergence is coming from. And yet, the instrument that is the contingent instrument to do that, which was the special drawing rights that were issued, Africa got only what? There was $650 billion, and Africa got $33 billion, which was roughly 4.8% or 4.5% of that. And so we got to make sure that it's not just about allocation based on quota, it's to be allocation based on need. And I'm sure that IMF and others are looking at that. That's why I want to say that I'm particularly grateful to IMF, Board of Directors, for approving the SDR rechanneling as hybrid capital that can be used by multilateral development banks based on what we've done. And I think I would like you, honestly, I always say I have great, great staff. They're all over this place. But this lady on this stage actually did a lot of that work. And so put up your hands for her. We and our team, and they're all here, the senior vice president, everybody else, it's a team. But they work tenaciously under my leadership on that consistently to be able to be where we are today. So what does that mean? It means that our $20 billion approval limit can be leveraged by a multilateral development bank by 4 times. And in fact, that is just the minimum. Because it's hybrid capital, it means that it is there for a very long time, and you can continue to use it. This can leverage hundreds of billions of dollars. It's the best use of donor money, costs you nothing. The taxpayers don't lose it. It develops, it gives you huge developmental impacts. And at the same time, when you need it back, you can always get it back the way that it has been designed. And lastly, for having this transformation we are talking about, I go back to where I started about charity begins at home. We need a lot of domestic resource mobilization on this continent. And to do that, we need to do a number of things right. Good macroeconomic policies, yes. Good tax policies, good tax administration. But sometimes I think, ministers, we give too much away. Africa gives too much away in terms of tax exemptions. Tax exemption for this, tax exemption for that. If the environment is macroeconomic environment, the policy environment is such that the investments will work, and the demand is there, the population is there, why do we have to keep giving away freebies, almost as if you are causing diabetes with too much sugar for the same money that we need to grow our economies? What I'm trying to say for that is this. Every company working in Africa, making money out of Africa, must pay taxes in Africa. And then we have to deal with illicit capital flows. You cannot, and corruption, and good governance. You can't keep asking for more money. If you put water inside of a basket, it can never be full. So we need good governance. And the chief economist today, inside of the analysis, talked about that. And I just want to say that it's going to take more than just the multilateral development banks. It's going to take the ecosystem, mobilizing more resources domestically, making sure the global financial architecture works. Oh, and by the way, just one thing before I forget. Even if we get all this right, we have to change the plumbing system. The plumbing system that delivers those finance to where it's needed. Today, we fund only sovereigns. But water, sanitation, energy, roads, all those things are in subnationals. We've got to therefore make sure that as we change the global financial architecture, we also change the delivery mechanism to support the subnationals, help them to rate themselves, help them to cover fiduciary issues, risks that might be there, build their capacities, and let them be able to raise long-term capital for their own development. After all, I come from an agricultural background. I know that you don't grow a crop from the top. You grow a crop from the bottom. And therefore, we have to make sure it's not just changing the architecture. We have to change the delivery system to go to where the needs are. My last message, support the subnationals and let's change our delivery system. And then we are going to have impacts a lot. Thank you very much, and I wish you good discussions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your insightful comments. A big round of applause again for President Adesina. Before asking others to finance us, we need to be able to first finance ourselves. Charity begins at home. We need to make the international financial architecture work for Africa. Access to vertical funds have to be unlocked. Access to resources have to be unlocked. Domestic resource mobilization is critical. Good governance is essential. We need a baobab solution. We all need to work together to amplify our actions. There are solutions. Let's embrace them. Let's use them. Thank you for your message, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the next session. And please allow me to introduce our high-level panel. First, let me start with Madame Chanty-Bobin. Mrs. Chanty-Bobin was appointed Deputy Assistant Secretary, Multilateral Financial Affairs and Development in the Directorate General of the Treasury, the Ministry for the Economy and Finance and Industrial and Digital Sovereignty in France in December of last year. She served previously as Deputy Director for European Affairs in the Directorate General of the Treasury in the Ministry of Finance, Economy and the Recovery from July 2021 to November 2023. And before that, she served as Head of Regional Economic Service at the French Embassy in Madrid between 2019 and 2021. Mrs. Bobin is an alumnus of the National School of Administration, l'ENA, and the Institute of Political Studies of Paris, Sciences Po. A big round of applause for Madame Bobin. Sir Pasi Hellman has been Under-Secretary of State for International Development at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland since September 2022. His 30-year international career has focused on the nexus of international relations, global and development issues, sustainable finance, and business internationalization. He has been a career diplomat in the Finnish Foreign Service since 1995, and before his current position, Mr. Hellman was Finland's Consul General in Shanghai, China. Mr. Hellman was also the Managing Director in the Northern Development Fund in Helsinki and has served in the Board of Directors of the Asian Development Bank in Manila. He has a wide experience of board-level positions in national and international financial and other institutions, most notably in the African Guarantee Fund, UNO-WIDER, and as Finland governor or alternate governor in various international financial institutions, the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, IDB, and IFAD. A big round of applause for Mr. Palmer. Mr. Ole Thanke is the Under-Secretary of Development Policy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Denmark, and he's the alternate governor for Denmark in the African Development Bank. Mr. Thanke is a career diplomat with over 15 years of experience in different parts of the world, and prior to his recent deployment, he was the ambassador of Denmark to Kenya between 2020 and October 2023. Mr. Admasu Tadesse has been serving as Trade and Development Bank Group President and Managing Director since 2022. And prior to that, he led PTA Bank and its evolution into Trade Development Bank. He previously served as Executive Vice President for the International Finance and Corporate Strategy with the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Under his leadership, TDB Group has expanded into several new and underserved markets with new strategies, new strategic business units and subsidiaries, achieved investment-grade ratings, with total asset growing about tenfold to $10 billion in 2023. Its equity capital has also multiplied manifold, with its investor base more than doubling to 48 shareholders. He is a recipient of several distinctions and awards, including African Banker of the Year, African Business Leader of the Year, and Development Banker of the Year. He is an alumnus of the London School of Economics, Western University, with Business School, and Harvard Business School. A big round of applause for Mr. Tadesse. His Excellency Dr. Sidi Ulta is the president of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, a major AAA MDB, multilateral development bank, at the service of the Arab-African solidarity. Under his transformational leadership, since his appointment in 2015, BADEA established itself as a key long-term development partner in Africa with a special focus on social impact, sustainability, private sector, and trade finance. Development Banker of the Year in 2022, his pragmatic, game-changing development approach led BADEA to receiving strong credit ratings from top rating agencies, signaling its outstanding financial solidity and shareholder support. Prior to joining the bank, he served as Mauritanian Minister of Economic Affairs and Development and worked with the Islamic Development Bank Group. He holds a PhD in economics from the French University of Nice, Sophia Antipolis. Big round of applause. Mr. Serge Ekwe is the president of the West African Development Bank, BOAD, since August 2020. Prior to joining BOAD, he served as Natixis Corporate and Investment Banking country manager for the UK in London since 2016. He combined this position with that of head of global capital markets for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. In addition, Serge Ekwe was previously head of Natixis Africa and Russia departments. A well-known expert in financial and capital markets, Mr. Ekwe managed Natixis global markets for the Asia-Pacific region for nearly 6 years before taking over as CEO of the bank based in Hong Kong. Having held these important positions worldwide, he has over 20 years of experience in international finance, structured finance, and markets. Mr. Ekwe is a graduate of the Institut d'études politiques de Bordeaux and holds a postgraduate degree in banking and finance from Paris 5 University and an executive MBA from HEC Paris. Big round of applause for Mr. Ekwe, please. Mr. Jeremy Aori is the group CEO of EcoBank. And prior to EcoBank, Jeremy Aori had leadership roles in international and African banking majors, serving in 3 continents, including as managing directors of Absa Bank in Kenya and managing director, Standard Chartered Bank of Tanzania, in the Middle East and Africa. At Standard Chartered Bank, he also led regional sales and performance for the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa, and led consumer banking in the UAE. He holds an MBA from McGill University in Canada. A big round of applause. Mr. Alain Ebobisse is the CEO of Africa 50 and the Pan-African Infrastructure Investment Platform, capitalized by the African Development Bank and over 20 African countries and central banks. Prior to Africa 50, he was global head for the World Bank Group's Global Infrastructure Project Development Fund, IFC Infraventures. He oversaw a team of experienced infrastructure specialists in the development of an investment in numerous infrastructure projects in Africa, Asia, Europe, and Latin America. He also served as CIO in the Chief Investment Officer in the Global Infrastructure and Natural Resources Department of the IFC and held several positions in the financial sector in France. A big round of applause for Mr. Ebobisse. And Mr. Armando Manuel is a distinguished professional renowned for his contributions to economics, finance, and governance, both nationally and internationally. With a rich and varied career, Mr. Manuel has played a pivotal role in shaping economic policies and fostering strategic leadership, leaving an enduring impact on the global landscape of economic development. As chairman of the FSDEA, Mr. Manuel leverages his extensive expertise in sovereign wealth management to drive sustainable economic development and enhance Angola's economic resilience. In his role as advisor to the President of the Republic of Angola at the Economic and Social Council, Mr. Manuel provides strategic insights and policy recommendations to the President, contributing significantly to the country's economic and social development agenda. His dedication to education and research underscores his passion for nurturing talent and fostering intellectual growth. Thank you very much for accepting this invitation. Very distinguished panel, very interesting discussions to come. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me start with Madame Chanty-Bobin. what suggestions do you have for development financing institutions to better tap into the emerging and cheaper global green financing opportunities? We're trying to find the 1 trillion that we need to attain the SDGs in Africa.
Merci beaucoup à Setou. Je pense que le constat est clair. On sait qu'il y a des besoins qui sont énormes.
It is very clear that the needs are enormous. We know, as the President reminded us, African governments are facing challenges accessing financing on the market. We need to insist on the role of IFIs and the mobilization of funds, including vertical funds. We have concessional funding, but one of the first things that we need to do is to find out how to use them and to use them well. So mobilize these resources that are available and use them well. The global financial architecture that needs to be tailored to today's needs. It should be fit for purpose. And this is one of the themes that was discussed during the Paris summit. So I'll try to begin this roundtable discussion with 3 ideas to set the tone for the discussion. So what needs to be done? Firstly, international financial institutions need to increase their capital and use the available resources. They need to maximum the financial and developmental impact. The President said that we need to change the delivery systems. We also need to move from millions to billions and billions to trillions. It's not just public financing that is required, but private funding is also crucial. And that is reflected by the presence of my colleague panelists here. So financial institutions should innovate and increase their capital. When you have more volume, then you can play on the price. So you can give MDB conditionalities that are advantageous to countries. The African Development Bank is a good example. There's a work stream to optimize the funding of MDBs, and that is part of the roadmap of G20 on MDBs. Innovative instruments should be developed and leveraged. I would like to say something. I've been listening very keenly to previous sessions, and I'd like to come back to the issues of SDRs in 2021. In the post-COVID context, with the key challenges that emerged, there was a commitment made by African countries supported by France and G20 countries to re-channel 1 billion SDRs to the most vulnerable economies. So this is something that we have been pushing since 2021, the commitment to rechannel 1 billion SDRs, and 3/4 of this amount has been operationalized. There are things that need to be done, but there are things that have been done. And for example, the 3/4 of the billion amount for SDRs has been operationalized. The Poverty and Reduction Initiative and the Resilience and Sustainable Trust Fund have been put in motion. They're financing mechanisms that support vulnerable countries as well as African countries. So there are things that exist. And at the multilateral level, we've delivered on this. I think for SDRs, because the idea is to rechannel this money to multilateral banks, I would like to laud the African Development Bank and the Inter-American Bank for being pioneers in this regard through innovations and the approval of the IMF in May. So we need to optimize our funds, use innovative instruments, and my other colleagues will talk about this. Innovating does not simply mean creating new things. Innovating can also mean replicating good things that other people are doing or best practices. So when something works well from a bilateral actor or multilateral actor, when there's something working well in the ground, you need to draw inspiration from that, and it should be replicated at scale. Allow me to go to maximizing the impact, and that is my second point. Use resources in targeted areas. This is extremely important to have this trigger effect and to be able to mobilize more. So you'd have concessional funds being directed to the right places. We talked about vertical funds, global funds. We need to have projects using the terms of IFIs. We need to collaborate with countries so that they can develop good projects and work together, pool together. As shareholders, we try to replenish the funds, and everybody in the ecosystem should be able to collaborate. And thirdly, I'd like to say to move from billions to trillions, and we've been trying to do this for years. We know public funding is not enough, but need to channel public funds to the right place and bring in private capital for energy, water, sanitation, infrastructure projects. I think we've talked about risk and the perception of risk as well as real risk. We need to work on the risk chain and look at regulatory frameworks, the business environment, macroeconomic stability, which comes through domestic resource mobilization, a good management of debt, of course, to improve the rating of a country. And then it also is dependent, and I'm sure my colleagues will talk about this, having good bankable projects in the pipeline. You need to have projects that encourage investment, and then sometimes you talk about securities that investors can have a role in. You have guarantees, and the banks team has been talking about this, and then you also have project preparation. So those are just a few of my reflections on the theme of this roundtable discussion, and I just wanted to set the tone. We need to optimize the funding of MDBs for our countries and maximize the impact. And then we need to continue mobilizing private financing through the private sector with minimum concessional bonds and other instruments. Thank you very much, Ms. Bobin. You've spoken well. To move from billions and to trillions, you need the private sector. You've also recalled the commitment of President Macron to re-channel funds.
Vous allez également parler d'une plus grande collaboration au niveau des institutions financières pour répliquer et adapter certaines solutions qui
some solutions that work, and we need to ensure that we have a good business climate and a more tailored global financial architecture.
You've heard Mrs. Bobin. So what other innovative financing options are you using in your country, and can they be leveraged for the sustainable transformation of Africa?
Thank you, moderator, and thank you for that question, and particularly for the question being very concrete and I think practically oriented. I think as we Finnish people are not that well known to be great in rhetorics or great presenters or orators, unlike some of our very excellent African and AFDB leaders. It has been a pleasure to hear so many excellent presentations. But I would like to focus on three very concrete topics that can be helpful in trying to find new innovative financing options for the sustainable transformation of Africa. First of all, we are very much in Finland focusing on circular economy, and in a way that it can provide responses and answers for a lot of things: resource efficiency, materials efficiency. So it's much more than just recycling, and it's actually having this impact of improving materials efficiency and being environmentally friendly, and at the same time producing cost savings. So we have actually, together with the AFDB and the Nordic Development Fund and Government of Finland, we have established an African Circular Economy Facility, which is managed and hosted by the bank. And I think that's a very relevant option for African regional member countries of AFDB. Through the facility, you can get technical support, technical assistance, you can get support in project development, you can get policy advice for sort of a national circular economy roadmaps. And the good thing about circular economy project often is that the payback time is actually quite short. So it's a very attractive option also to mainstream circular economy in all activities. Secondly, on digitalization, and we believe and are following the principle of trusted and secure digitalization in Finland. It's very useful also to help achieve green transition. Actually, green transition and digital transition go hand in hand. And for us, digitalization is not a sector issue. It's an issue that can enhance efficiency and results basically in all sectors. So we work very much on digitalization, education, green transition, and also very much through the European Union's Global Gateway initiative. As an example, under the data governance in Africa Global Gateway, kind of a flagship project, we are leading something called Digital Invest Facility, which is a technical assistance facility aimed at mobilizing finance to green and secure data centers and other infrastructures in sub-Saharan Africa. This might be of interest to AFDB, specifically for the NEPAD IPPEF. On digitalization, we also recently were given quite strong new possibilities to support digital agenda and digital connectivity in Africa as our national development finance institution, FinFund, has signed an agreement with the European Commission for guarantees up to 100 million euros for digital connectivity projects in sub-Saharan Africa, and the project identification is actually very much an ongoing activity right now. And maybe thirdly, very briefly, I would also like to mention the possibilities then to collaborate and tap into collaboration with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. They have recently made a decision to expand their membership and activities to 6 countries in sub-Saharan Africa: Senegal, Ghana, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and Benin. And I think with their, and of course they have been already active in Northern African countries, but with their knowledge and expertise in private sector, I think that should provide good opportunities for cooperation, for co-financing with the African Development Bank once the EBRD is able to start their operations in these countries, which is maybe likely to happen in 2025. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights with regards to the circular economy, the green, and thank you very much for the work that you're doing, that we're doing together on the African Circular Economy Facility, shared green transition, the digital connectivity, and the potential of working even more with the EBRD. So thank you very much. So let me turn to you, Governor Tonke. So from your experience in a developed country, how can Africa sustainably finance its transformation?
Well, thank you so much. And I think, let me start yesterday where there was a very clear message from the heads of states that we need to reform the international financial architecture. And everybody has been saying that for quite a while. And I think we have come some way, but we have definitely not come far enough. I really want to commend the President for what he said just now on Africa also needs to take matters into your own hands and look at your own financial institutions, both the AFDB, of course, but also the other financial institutions that you have around, and some of them are even on stage here today, and to do more of that. I'll come back on that because my point is the first part of that international financial architecture is about decision making and who calls the shots. And there's no discussion that Africa do not call the shots in most of the international financial institutions that we have at a global level today. And the only place where you call the shots is in your own institutions, like the African Development Bank. And we know how hard it is to change the governance structure of, the UN we've been discussing for I don't know how many decades that we should change the structure of the Security Council because it's not really functioning. And it's just complicated. And I know every UN ambassador who goes there, they are so afraid that someone will put that task upon them because they know it's just impossible. So it's gonna really take time before we get that part of the IFA reforms done. So, for a country like Denmark and the Nordics, focusing on the African financial institution is a shortcut to actually deliver that decision-making process. And I think that's a political argument that you should really fast forward because there's so much will in a lot of countries like Denmark to really do more on this agenda and support the African countries on this agenda on decision-making. So that was my first point. Second point, it's about the money, and we've all heard the numbers that are incomprehensible, and it's trillions, and it's like, can Africa even absorb? If we had that kind of money, what would happen if it was even poured out in Africa? It would be like, difficult to imagine that, at least. In any case, that there's no way around that we need a lot more money than what is available, both for the SDGs as such, but also on climate financing. And there's a lot of processes going on right now. We will go, everybody, to the Summit of the Future, where there will be a discussion on this in September in New York during UNGA. Then in Baku in November, the world has to decide on what will replace the $100 billion target that we just managed to achieve last year. And then next year, there will be the fourth conference on financing for development. So there are some really key international events that can move this agenda forward that we really need not to miss. Then the question is, how do we raise more money? And recently there was a report by Bhattacharya and Songwe that dug into this, and we've heard the solutions. I think it was listed. First, we need to look at the MDBs. How can we make them bigger? And there we have the G20 CAF recommendation, and again, we need to focus more on, I believe, the African institutions. We as Denmark increased our contribution to the African Fund development fund. And we also really want to do more with the bank in the future. And again, I think you have a strong case, especially also because since the bank is doing quite well these days. Secondly, you are doing hybrid capital, and you were first mover on that. I really commend the bank on that. I think it has potential. You also, I know, are looking into shareholder capital, the World Bank model. For us development partners, that is attractive since we can swap it, and I don't believe it will mean that we'll just be status quo. I believe there will be, if we buy the hybrid capital, we will not go to when you have the capital discussions and just to exchange that and say that's what we have. We will have to come with more on that. Then I believe the guarantees is a key way forward. There's been a lot of discussion on the SDRs, and can we, as Western countries, use our SDRs and transfer that to Africa? It is difficult because of EU legislation for a country like Denmark to do that. But if we do a bilateral guarantee scheme, fundamentally, I mean, one way or the other, it's the same thing we are doing. We are using our AAA agents rating and transferring that to a project being in Africa or somewhere else when we guarantee it. So I believe, and we have initiated a new bilateral guarantee scheme inspired by Sweden, and that raises, I mean, billions, and even for Denmark, billions of dollars is a lot of money, but we can actually raise that through guarantees, and what it does is that when investors and when we try to attract private investors to Africa, which we really need to do, you can either lower the risk, because that's what they're all talking about, it's too risky to go to Africa, and guarantees is the perfect way to lower the risk. The other thing we can do is offer more concessional loans and try to blend it. So that's the other thing we are trying to do. We just increased our funding for our DFI, so we will triple the amount that our DFI can invest, and it has to invest 50% in Africa. And we are, it is using some of the capital, concessional capital, and guarantees to do funds that will invest in either climate mitigation or adaptation. So we are providing, for instance, together with the Nordic countries and the US, a base of either first loss equity or first loss guarantees. Then we offer that to the market of asset managers and ask them how much private capital can you raise if you have a base of 100 million guaranteed from our system. So the latest one is a $100 million dollar guarantee for adaptation in Africa. And the signals we got from asset managers at a global level is that will raise $500 million from the private market for adaptation in Africa. So instruments like that, we need to do more of that for more of that. And then finally, of course, domestic resource mobilization. There's no way around it. And again, on this agenda on African institutions, I mean, to really raise them to a level where they deliver, you need more domestic resource mobilization, and you need African governments to actually chip in and put your hand on the plate, just like we saw President Ruto do yesterday, where he announced a contribution to the fund. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we need to leverage our African DFIs. The numbers are daunting. We need to move forward in the agenda, keep the conversation going, moving from words to action, maybe at the Summit of the Future. The G20 CAF review does provide guidance from NDBs to do more in DFIs as well. And I'm definitely prepping for my mission to Denmark to discuss hybrid capital and guarantees with you. me and others, I'm sure. So domestic resource mobilization, and again, the important role that African DFIs can play. And you mentioned the African Guaranteed Funds, and we are shareholders of that institution as well. Thank you very much. So let me turn to you, President Tades. How can development finance institutions better finance Africa's sustainable and inclusive transformation and growth?
Merci beaucoup. En effet, les banques de développement multilatérales sont appelées à jouer un rôle beaucoup plus important dans le financement du développement durable et de l'inclusion dans le développement. Et pour pouvoir jouer ce rôle, il est évident que dans le cas des institutions multilatérales de financement et de développement au niveau du continent africain, il y a une urgence
development finance institutions, it is urgent to vest them with sufficient capital. This means that they must be provided with their own funds in sufficient amounts. How can they be recapitalized? This can be done in several ways. Firstly, through states, which must understand that a dollar invested in a DFI in Africa has a multiplier effect which is much larger than using a dollar to finance the investments directly in the country. The President Adesina demonstrated this yesterday, that investment of that nature could be 4 to 16 times larger, and perhaps even more than that. So this is very important for governments to understand, that investment in African financial institutions is a much more profitable investment than direct investment by governments. Secondly, development partners could be involved in these capital funds through various mechanisms, either through donations or hybrid capital. And I congratulate President Adesina for the innovation on hybrid capital in the bank. Another way is special drawing rights. The ADB will be the first recipient of these SDRs. There could also be double-step rechanneling of SDRs. I explained this. As a bank that can receive SDRs, the ADB can channel some of these SDRs to other development finance institutions in Africa which are not eligible for this mechanism. This means that there will be a multiplier effect that could be exponential in its reach, in that each institution that receives the SDRs could, in turn, use them in the markets to raise much higher amounts and multiply the amounts. This would be to increase the funding for financial institutions. Another important aspect is that of partnership. No institution can claim alone that it can significantly meet the needs of Africans. This means that there must be partnership between institutions. I am very pleased that we met this morning in this regard with regional economic groups. I congratulate President Adesina for this initiative. This is because together we can do what no single institution can do. The effect of that partnership would be to create a multiplier effect for impacts of the projects and programs we will fund, and especially in the beneficiary countries. So two aspects are important: provide funds to financial institutions and partnerships. Thank you very much, Mr. President. The resources we need are considerable. Multilateralism and its multiplier effect.
Des instruments novateurs pour optimiser les bilans, le DTS acheminé aux institutions financières africaines, et d'ailleurs c'est prévu.
Development Finance Institutions. This is something that the ADB is working on. President Adesina, in this regard, hopes that some of the SDRs that are sent to the AFDB should also be directed to financial institutions in Africa. And then there is partnership to amplify the available resources. So this is something of the beginnings of a solution to finding the funds we need. Thank you very much.
President Anmasu Tades. How can development financing institutions better finance Africa's sustainable and inclusive transformation and growth? Please.
Thank you very much, Hassatu. Also delighted to be part of this interesting conversation. A lot of very pertinent comments and remarks have been made already. I thought maybe I would come in on the angle of how we are leveraging one another at the level of transactions, because I think the organic issues of vertical capitalization of institutions has been dealt with very eloquently by President Ta, and I think President Adesina has spoken about it. We've also actually had some unusual success with some very committed partners outside of Africa. My hat off to the Danish. I think Ole has mentioned of the great cooperation we have with them on the organic vertical capitalization of banks, in addition to what our great MDB partners have done with us, both AFDB and Badia. And strangely enough, you know, we were so surprised when the World Bank Group stepped up a couple of years ago and put hundreds of millions of dollars on the table in a way we never expected. And so I think there's been some very good traction. I think credit is due in some regard. But I think the other point, AFDB annual meetings, I received a message from Africa 50 saying, velocity is very important. Scale, yes, of course, we're all working on scale, but we can't lose time. We have deals we're working on together, we're baking them in the oven, don't you delay us. And I said to Allah, you can count on me, we will work with you on the velocity side of the agenda, because velocity is just as important as scale, right? If you get the wheel to turn several times, you actually get a lot more done. But I think, you know, the ecosystem part of things remains a very important challenge. It's a very deep and structural problem we have at a global level. And I think it's so important that gatherings like this, we put the spotlight on some of these strategic issues that are beyond our control as individual institutions. There's been a lot of talk about how one can get the risk assessments done in a more finessed way. I think we all obviously expect more in terms of better risk pricing, because I think the premiums just tend to be too high and too sticky. Very fast to be downgraded, it takes forever to be upgraded. And it's just not fair that when you do all the right things, you know, you're not getting the credit, you know, in good pace you're not getting, and sometimes you just don't get it at all, right? You do all the things you need to do, but very, very sticky. The minute something small happens, they drop you 1, 2, 3 levels as you blink an eye, right? And so I think there's really fairness issues. I don't know what it is. So I was wondering the other day, is it a financial architecture issue or is it a bad practice issue? Because finance is about risk and return, right? There's nothing wrong with the mechanics or the logic of risk and return. The problem is the practice of risk assessment. And that practice is loaded and it's so much bias there. And then you end up with very unfair return levels being expected, and then you just have hoops you have to jump through that become very, very onerous.
But I think at the African institutional level, we've had great success. I think, like the institutions from Denmark who've come to the party, I think we put our hat out to the African pension funds. When, I think our good colleague from France talked about, the challenge of trillions to billions. In 2015, when the SDGs came out, there was this big call to bring institutional investors into the equation. And we decided to test. And a lot of us thought we would go global to test, but actually we started testing in Africa. Today I have almost 20 institutional investors, pension funds, insurance companies, sovereign wealth funds who've come to the party in a way that has really surprised us and delighted us. And I think on the back of that, we have a much better way of going to the rest of the world and saying, African capital has come. African capital is here and is at work. It's doing its share of the multiplier effect. But of course, our surplus capital is limited, so we need more, and we need to keep reaching out. And I think this is where partners like Badia have been exceptional. We're doing very innovative things with Badia on the capital side of things, but also in terms of co-financing. Not everybody knows this, but AGF has done a great job on the SME side, but trade finance is another segment of the financing landscape that's got huge challenges. The last study, I think the AFDB done, it was a $120 billion gap. Like agriculture, like infrastructure, it's just another segment of the landscape, huge gaps. And there again, we need to leverage one another. You need partners. And I think both ADB and Badia have come in with guarantees, risk participation instruments that have allowed us to do hundreds of millions of dollars more. And I think one also needs to give credit to the British. BII has come in and put hundreds of millions of dollars on the table with us, not just in terms of guarantees, even funding to back up those guarantees. So I think our ecosystem needs synergy in more ways. We've had a lot of success doing more together. Members on this panel and many others who are not here, but it's not enough, right? That's the problem. I think the agenda, the gaps in development financing that we're all solving for, they're getting bigger. Before COVID, we used to talk about gaps. Today, you just multiply 2x because things have happened, and then we have the demographics, and then new shocks have come, priorities have moved globally, and so we're really struggling. So I think, we just have to put a bigger premium on the synergy effect, and I think we have good momentum. I hope our global partners can join the party the way the African financial institutions have. I've been meeting many of them here at the AFDB annual meetings, and I'm hoping that we can continue to scale up aggressively at the vertical level, because the horizontal is working well. We have so many interesting examples to point to, but it's not enough.
Thank you very much. As you've indicated, velocity and scale is key. We need to look at the practice of risk assessment. You've talked about, the fact that African capital has come. African capital is here to stay. And let our global partners join the party. Message heard, I hope. We can only praise the dynamism and collaboration that already exists at the DFI level, but we need to move to the next levels because of the trillions. So you've talked also about the African Investment Forum, the synergies, but also there is the powerful convening power of that platform and how it can also help us go to the next level. So thank you very much, and let me now turn to you, Mr. Ekwe. So what is your institution, BOAD, doing to support Africa's transformation?
Asatu, thank you very much for your question. Thank you for having me and having BOAD sitting here together with you. The answer would be of three elements. Three elements of not what we should do, but what we currently do. And we know that if we, one could say, you may have a vision, but if you're not in position to execute, you all know that a vision without action is nothing else but hallucination. So I'll tell you exactly what we do. The first thing is we have a vision. And this vision is about prosperous Africa. We work so as to feed our population in our very region, on our continent. We work hard to make sure that our kids are in position to project themselves in the future, giving people a future. And I strongly believe that if we can't change people's life, then we're pointless, we're useless. So we're here to change people's life. How do we do that? How do we do that is, first of all, we work hard again to make sure that we have 5 issues solved behind us in a generation time. Third thing is everything related to infrastructure. We need to solve these issues of infrastructure. How do we commute? How do we communicate from point A to point B? This has to be solved, and we're working hard on this. The second thing is, but maybe we should reprioritize and think about the way we should tackle this issue of the energy gap. Again, no development without energy, as simple as that. So everything related to renewable energy, solar, oceans, everything that brings energy to our population. We need, again, we're working hard to solve this. Third thing is agriculture. Dr. Adeshina has been advocating so many times about, we have this capacity to feed our people, to feed our population, not only on the side of food security, but also on this aspect of value creation, moving up the value chain. The fourth thing is, as you know, we have a growing population, fast-growing population, and we're working hard to make sure that everyone has a roof above his head. So either through affordable housing, social housing, a key element, we're working hard. And the last, but surely not the least, everything related to health and education. And again, COVID-19 has shown us that if we don't tackle this issue, we could be in danger tomorrow. Not being a Cassandra, but after COVID-19, there will be COVID-20 or 21, 22. We don't know. We have to be prepared for any exogenous shock. So that is the vision. How do we do that? We do that with a strong and very impactful methods, starting with the way we work on our capital structure, starting with the liability side. The liability side of our capital structure, of our balance sheet, is very simple. We need, and as my brother Dr. Sidi has mentioned, we need to reinforce our Tier 1 capital. The core Tier 1 capital is essential. And I agree with the representative of French Treasury, who mentioned this question of how do we move from billion to trillions. The quantum is of a high necessity, and we need to face that. We shouldn't be shy. When it comes to talking about trillions, and I'm not talking about trillions of CFA francs. I'm talking about trillions of dollars, of euro, whatsoever. Because these are the needs of our population. We are a continent where investment is needed. So the question of the quantum is an absolute necessity. We need to face that, and we're facing that. When we came in charge and we started with this, the doubling of our Tier 1 capital, I think that some of our people thought I was either illusionist or a magician. No, these are concrete things we are implementing. 1.5 billion euro capital increase for BOAD is the minimum we have to do. So the question of the quantum, the question of the structuring again of our capital structure, the one lesson learned from my 4 years experience at the helm of BOAD is, again, we need to reinforce our Tier 1 capital. And every day, you need to search for equity when you don't need equity. Again, you buy a winter suit in summer, you buy a summer suit in winter. On the asset side, the question of how bankable our projects are is essential. We bankers, we're taking risk. This is our job. However, we work hard to make sure that the project we fund, the project we invest in, are efficient for our population, effective to change people's life. But as bankers, we know that there are risks, and we pay to take risks. And again, the absolute solution to bear a risk is to reinforce our Tier 1 capital, or Tier 2 capital. The question of the hybrid capital. Hybrid capital is not only the instrument of the moment, it is the answer to our very problems. Part of it is equity, which means it's a long-term commitment. But part of it is debt, which means that we have to reimburse at the end of the callability period, all right? But it is the answer to external shock. External shock. If it's a 5-year non-callability, at least for 5 years, our capital would be reinforced with this double solution. The first one, it is reinforcement of our capital, but the second thing is the increased enhancement of our balance sheet. We could do more. We could do more. So the quality of the asset, the reinforcement of our capital structure, these are key elements. The one thing I would like to add before going to my conclusion is the new methods we are adopting. De-risking. I think it makes sense for our population when we communicate on BOAD has been funding this electricity plant or this electric plant. When BOAD has been working so as to set up a new plant or a new road or a new highway here and there. This makes sense to our population. It's also a question of pride. We're proud of our organizations, we're proud of our DFIs, we're proud of our people, and people recognize themselves in our everyday action. So the de-risking of our balance sheets, the guarantee issuances, either for first loss piece or second loss piece, it just makes sense. BOAD working with the African Development Bank, a AAA institution, it just makes sense when the African Development Bank issues first loss guarantees, first loss piece guarantees. When the French Treasury or l'AFD issues first loss piece guarantees or second loss piece guarantees. There's no disbursements, but we're confident in our capacity to work on bankable projects. But as bankers, we know that problems can happen. So this de-risking method is something we work hard and we can try to convince as much as possible our partners that these are modern ways of doing business, in the sense that, again, we taking risks, being structurally risk takers, we work so as to either offset the risk through insurance, through guarantees, or offload risk through securitization, through distribution, credit distribution. Now, my last point is, what is the strategy? And I'm very proud to be here sitting next to my different brothers and partners. We hunt as a pack. We hunt as a pack. We have an aligned strategy, an aligned vision. We share risk. We syndicate our risk. We enter in club deals. We add our different balance sheets because we know that the more we are, the stronger we will be. Thank you also very much.
Thank you very much. And, listening to you, there is a clear complementarity between the African Development Bank, our priorities, and yours, similarities, I should say, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of renewable agriculture. But, you talk at the end of the day, it's about resources, and how we get to the resources. If we don't have the capital, what are the alternatives? What are the instruments that we can use in order to have a multiplier effect? You talked about the de-risking, the guarantees of first losses, how we can string all of that together to be able to do more. So thank you very much for sharing these insights with us. Let me turn now to Mr. Alain Bobissé. So what reforms of the global financial architecture would enhance financing for structural transformation in Africa?
Well, thank you, Asatu, and thanks the African Development Bank for inviting me to speak on this panel. Of course, many distinguished speakers, including President Adesina, my chairman, have spoken very eloquently about the reform of the global financial architecture. I just want to highlight 2 or 3 points. I think really the focus of the reform should be on 2 things: mobilizing more resources, but also, I think equally important, change in mindset. So in terms of mobilizing resources, I think we need to prioritize certainly project development and project preparation. You can raise a lot of resources. If you don't have enough bankable projects that are ready to receive the resources, they won't be used. At Africa 50, we have a dedicated project development fund. It's just $100 million. It's nothing compared to the needs. This is why it's so important that the African Development Bank, the African Union Commission, and Africa 50 are launching the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa to raise a project development and project preparation funds of $500 million. It's 5 times what we have. But it's still not enough, but at least it is a good step forward. I do believe that any reform of the global financial architecture should push more actors towards project development and project preparation. It is needed. So that's the first thing. Second thing is the need to have more equity in the system. So that's why I believe that the SDR rechanneling is really a game changer in the sense that this will allow the MDBs that are receiving those SDR to capitalize more financial institutions. But I think there has to be a requirement that these institutions should take a bit more risk, meaning they should do a bit more project development, for example, or they should invest more equity. Today, we don't have a big issue on debt. I mean, I hope that one day we would be at the point where we have so many projects that we don't have enough debt. We are not there yet. Today, the challenge is to have equity in the system. So more focus on equity from MDBs and members that are financial institutions in the financial architecture. Third, spending a bit more time on resource mobilization. I think that the priority should be almost equivalent in all the MDBs between lending and mobilizing capital from the private sector. Today, it's easy for many MDBs just to lend money to recipient countries or to projects. But they have to work a bit harder to mobilize private investment because that's where the leverage will be. Providing partial risk guarantees, PRGs, partial credit guarantees to raise more capital is something which is important. So I do believe that having mobilization as a target should be very important in the MDBs. And mobilization also in the case of Africa of our pension funds, of our institutional capital managers. Today in Africa, the institutional investors are managing over $2 trillion of assets under management from institutional investors. A tiny portion of that is invested in the productive economy. At Africa 50, together with the African Development Bank, we set up the Africa 50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, and we received the backing of 16 African institutional investors to fund infrastructure. BOAD is here, Badea is one of the investors, of course, the African Development Bank, the Fondo Soberano, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Angola. We came together to fund infrastructure of Africa. We have to do a lot more in mobilizing institutional investors' capital. Final mobilization target would be, again, on deploying more risk mitigation instruments, just enough to cover those risks that the private sector doesn't want to take. There is a lot of money in the private sector. If you cover the proper risk, this money will come, provided that there are projects. That's why project development is also important. Finally, mindset change. I would argue that it would be very important to change the scorecard of material development institutions and other DFIs. Why don't we include speed of execution, velocity, whatever you want to call it, fast execution as a measure that institutions will be measured on the time that they take to deliver a project? There has to be a sense of urgency. If people just sit and do structuring, they try to get to perfection while the needs are growing, that's not going to work. That's why we had a conversation earlier today with my good brother Masu. Speed of execution, can we put it on the scorecard, the performance target, even on the CEOs or the presidents, and say, your institution has to be faster? I don't know, it's a bit crazy idea, but I'm putting it on the table. I'm certainly accountable for speed of execution, and that could be also be looked at by other members. So these are some of the ideas that we want to offer. Again, it's about leverage, mobilization, private capital, and not just using the scarce public resources without thinking about the leverage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you're right. I mean, we talked about the billions to trillions. It cannot come from the sovereign alone, and we need to mobilize the private sector scale. Have we done it? Yes, to a certain extent. Is it sufficient? Absolutely not, because we're still where we were a few years back. So the sense of urgency, the instrument, the change in risk appetite that you've talked about, which could enhance private sector involvement, these are things that we all need to reflect on. Let me now turn to the holders of the wealth, the holders of the trillions. Mr. Armando Manuel, Sovereign Wealth Fund is a veritable source of development financing in Africa. Can you kindly share Angola's experience in building and utilizing this fund to achieve economic and structural transformation?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Asato, for the invitation to be in this important conversation alongside the distinguished panelists here. We have been adopting for almost 10 years multi-asset class, a global strategy, looking for growth on the long term, mostly concentrated in securities, fixed income, and private equity. But we have also an active presence in the continent where we invest in alternatives in sectors such as hospitality, mining, ICT, and we are strongly focused on agri, looking to cash crops, animal and vegetal protein. For instance, we believe that there is no sense for Africa to continuously import poultry meat when it takes 35 days to fatten a chicken, 20 days to incubate an egg, a couple of hours to smash the grain to feed a meal, and 3 months to produce the grain. This is doable, and we believe by doing it, we can have profits, but we can also provide jobs to the youth, and we can support the economic transformation much needed to the continent. We have been also focused on healthcare, mostly on manufacturing of generic drugs. and we have a huge appetite to green assets. For instance, we are currently developing a green asset comprised with 53,000 hectares, with the potential to scale it up to 200,000 hectares. Doing it, we are not only investing in the forest value chain, but we are creating conditions to easily tap the bond market and mobilize those resources of green bonds and support the economic transformation. Our strategy is to mobilize private capital. We believe by doing it, we leverage much more our balance sheet. For instance, in Angola, where we put $1, we expect to bring $2, $3, $4 from outside. This is all about partnering with asset managers, pension funds, or the sovereign wealth funds, investment banks. We have been also strong on infrastructure. As Alan alluded, we were one of the active players partnering with Africa 50 Acceleration, providing resources, and we are pushing to get into renewables, get into the grid sector. So this mostly comprises our vision. We see ourselves as a de-risking tool for FDI because we are on the ground, we understand pretty well the market, and we can definitively support the FDI coming into the continent. But moving forward, what we see here is the importance to partner with DFIs, with the development banks, with a number of multilateral development organizations, considering the comparative advantage that those institutions have in terms of knowledge, the comparative advantage that they have in terms of convening power, supporting governments to speed up reforms, to create one enabling business environment in which we can deploy safely our resources. So we expect, to see much more on the side of African Development Bank partnering with us, explore, for instance, the area of the project preparation, as someone mentioned here. We often say PDF. We need to plan properly, prepare the projects. We need to de-risk, and then those resources available can be deployed in terms of finance. We see a number, for instance, of pension funds in the continent with massive savings. But the idea is how we can create the risk mitigation instruments. For instance, currency risk mitigation instruments that can able to get those resources and deploy them across the continent. How we can look, to the set of instruments, loans, guarantees, syndicates, diaspora bonds, and be innovative, tailor those instruments to match the investor's expectation and the risk-return profile of the investments. Perhaps this is something that we have to work out all together. Tap the blending finance, impact finance, but not forget the role of the trust funds. At some extent, grants can be used to offset the cost of the transactions. So basically, our understanding is that we can create a strong financial ecosystem in the continent, and the African Development Bank can have a strong role and bring us together, work with the governments to speed up reforms and ensure that we have a safe environment to deploy our resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me now turn to you, Jeremy. Please share your views and your expertise and insights with this panel.
Okay, thank you, and glad to be here today. Just by virtue of context, we're the private sector commercial bank on this panel. EcoBank is represented on 35 countries across the continent. Those countries range from GDPs of 1 billion to 500 plus billion. So you can see the difference in realities of each of those countries. I'll just share a few facts and then come to my points. When you look at banking capital, and I'm talking about private sector banks on the continent, it's 1% of global banking capital. Yeah, 1%. So yet we're 3% of GDP, but 1% of banking capital. So you've already got a problem there in terms of funding the project from a private sector perspective. When you look at the total tier 1 equity in the top 100 banks, combined is smaller than some individual banks globally. So you might find one bank globally has more than the top 100 banks on the continent. So we have this challenge of a shortfall of equity, which creates then a challenge of being able to then bring the right amount of hybrid or other forms of financing, which are much needed to drive the economies that we're in. We've talked about financing gaps, and I think the distinguished panelists here are much better placed around whether it's infrastructure financing, climate financing. So I won't really talk that much specifically about that. But I think we need to think, the first point is we need to think around what President Adesina said earlier. How do we, charity begins at home, let's start there. How do we mobilize more savings on the continent and be able to use those savings to get the multiplier effect within the financial system? So obviously there's financial inclusion, education, that it is, you're better off if you can put your money in a bank, and then we can leverage that liquidity in a way that we intermediate between savers and the borrowers. I think we need to think about how can we get more equity capital from the holders of funds, some of which are here on this. And I've got to appreciate that we've had a lot of support from almost everyone on this panel in one way, shape, or form around that. We need more African equity invested in commercial banks. You know, typically when we go and we say we need to raise tier 1 or some other form of equity, the first is we say, oh, we're going to go and do the beauty parade, but money always comes from outside, right? We'll go and say, let's go to London, let's go to New York, let's go here and there. As opposed to, why can't we find equity capital within Africa? Local currency equity capital. Because at the end of the day, we need to do local currency lending to take out this whole exchange rate risk. And as we heard earlier, about 85 billion in servicing debts. This takes away that effect for much needed productive sector. So I think the question is what more can we do with the sovereign funds, the pension funds, to be able to invest equity within the banks? And from there, we will obviously work to fund projects, businesses that can create value addition, can create employment, which then obviously generates profits, which generates taxes, which governments can use, subsequent to that. I think the other thing that I want to really talk about is entrepreneurship. We talk about SMEs a lot, but I think SMEs doesn't necessarily do it justice, because you have entrepreneurs of different levels. So today there's a $300 billion funding gap for SMEs. They need $300 billion of financing of one way, shape, or form. The big problem that they have is most of those businesses don't have collateral. And your typical bank says, okay, I'll lend you money, but what's your collateral? Where is the security? Because we have to manage risk. So they say, well, actually, I don't have security, but I've got a great idea. Right? We say, okay, that's good, but maybe we're not the right bank for you, right? Or we'll give you small loans in line with what we think the risk is, because the reality is many businesses don't survive. So I was at a session yesterday with the whole ecosystem of startups, from venture funds, private sector funds, people who have started and running interesting businesses, and we were there as a commercial bank. And we are really trying to ask ourselves, how do we disrupt this? How do we transform this whole equation? And clearly this issue of collateral came up. And my belief is that we have to find substitutes for collateral. And now with the changes in technology, the changes in artificial intelligence, the changes in analytical capability, data becomes our new collateral. We need to take people's transaction profiles, where and how they spend their money, analyze that to correlate to which are better risks, what those businesses are actually able to afford to be able to pay back. Because sometimes businesses borrow more than they can afford, and then they run into problems, and that creates challenges for them. And we've got many companies coming up now starting to do this data analytics. And as banks, what we are trying to do as EcoBank is invest in this capability. We're trying to bring experts who have done this elsewhere in the world. And we're looking at developing markets, not developed markets, because our solutions are unique in Africa. You know, I was telling somebody when I was in the US last week, you know, on the continent, we do loans for a few hours, not a few days or a few weeks or a year. They said, well, what do you mean? What's the purpose of a few hours? I said, you've got a mama mboga, as you know here. These are ladies who sell vegetables. They take money in the morning, 4, 5 in the morning, and then they go and buy vegetables and they come and sell them to people in town today. And they make 2 or 3 times the money and they pay back the loan in the evening, right? Now, the price isn't so important. The liquidity is important to them. Now, how do we scale that up? Because now we can link agriculture to that small business person. They then can educate their children into being able to do this. So what we're looking at is, how do we mobilize these resources? How do we get this technology to work in our favor to be able to do this? My third point, which might be somewhat controversial, and is a challenge operating in this wide ranging of geographies. So we've got smaller countries, those 1 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion GDP, and then we've got the bigger ones on the continent. The question I ask ourselves is, so why are we in so many countries? And what does it matter? And how do we derive benefit for the populations in those countries and the businesses in those countries? Typically, most banking models are localized. I operate in one country, I raise my deposits, and I lend in that country, right? That becomes a problem for big projects in small countries. So if you take Sao Tome, Cape Verde, they have a big project, 100, 200, 300 million project. It's very difficult to mobilize those resources, and the individual banks in those countries don't have single obligor limits that would allow them to do so. So now we're left with the development partners here to step in, or governments to finance some of those projects. So what we're trying to solve here is to say, how do we benefit scale of the continent of over 1 billion people, as they do in places like India, as opposed to 54 countries with each of their populations, and take the cost of financing, the cost of banking, down to a level where that customer in Sao Tome gets a cost of banking that is equivalent to a big market like Nigeria, right? Where does the rubber hit the road, and what is a challenge for us is we have to deal with more than 40+ regulators who are obviously interested in their country's welfare, right? In the risks that are being taken. And it can be sometimes complex moving capital and money around the continent for such projects, yeah? It can be difficult running a single platform which provides services and gives you that scale. So we're trying to solve some of these problems, and I think if we, working with governance, working with the likes of Africa 50, can work on service models and technology models that will drastically reduce the cost of finance, we can address that $300 billion financing gap. We can get banking services at a much cheaper cost into the hands of Africans today, and then that will help uplift the livelihoods of those Africans, plus generate more income and taxes, which are much needed by the government. So to bring it to a close, ultimately, I think, as my colleagues have said before, we're all aligned in our purpose, in our mission here. It's about partnerships, it's about collaboration, it's about coordination to get this thing done. And we need to leverage the best, brightest brains, capital financing that is homegrown to solve some of these problems. Because as we heard earlier, sometimes Africa is seen as one country. So you have a problem in one, and then your credit rating in the other side is affected, right? Because they say, oh, didn't this happen in country X? Your credit rating also gets affected, and your cost of capital obviously rises as a result. So I'm encouraged. We're committed to financial integration and inclusion across the continent. And I think in working with these fine colleagues here, the future is bright, but the work is hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So very interesting ideas. What financial integration can provide in terms of savings, in terms of leveraging, about the enabling environment that can create, that can incentivize also savings, which can be reinvested into the economies, and using data as collateral. So very much looking forward to to your progress on that. And let me just end by saying, Mr. Manuel, you play a central role. You are part of the solutions as well. You're interested. So, we talked about partnership, collaboration, and coordination, and what you, provided over the few minutes that you were talking was about exactly that: partnership, collaboration, and coordination, about the enabling environment, and the famous PDF: prepare, de-risk, and finance. So please do join me in applauding this outstanding panel, and thank them for sharing their insights with us. Let me ask my colleague, Solomon Quainer, to provide some closing remarks. I had another conversation for you all, but given the time, we will wait for the next panel next year. Thank you. Solomon, please.
So another round of applause for this great panel. And also the great moderation by my colleague. Okay. So we started off today with President Adesina setting the tone, okay? And part of the message there was we need to capitalize strong African institutions. And my good friends and President Adesina took a picture to actually signify that. We also talked about the gap. President Adesina talked about the gap in meeting the SDGs from all the financing that needed to be raised, and began to outline some of the issues in the global financial architecture that we needed to solve, because if we don't solve, Africa's development is going to really be compromised by the nature of the global financial architecture. And he mentioned the 74 billion of debt service payments, excess payments most likely, most of it, that African countries face this year, and also the refinancing risks and the need for an Africa financial stability mechanism similar to what we have in other continents. And then the importance of really having, such a system being able to help refinance significant debts that come due. Charity begins at home. That's a very important point that was also signaled by many of the speakers. We have $2.5 trillion of assets under management in Africa, from institutional investors like the Angolan Sovereign Wealth Fund, from pension funds, from insurance, and also from collective savings. However, most of it is invested in government treasuries, of which the bulk is used to finance recurring expenses and not really capital projects. How do we, as an MDB system, use our own balance sheets, and I think that point was also mentioned, instead of putting debt out from a balance sheet, let's rather use guarantees and catalyze really other investors. SDRs, I think the case has been strongly made, but today what we've also learned about the SDRs in greater detail is not only would it really create leverage of 4 times, if it comes in the form of hybrid capital, which gets transferred to the other African DFIs, we could really amplify the leverage that comes from that as a system. And of course, we're very grateful to the great work done by both AFDB and the Inter-American Development Bank that has resulted really in the approval at the IMF for the reallocation of SDRs using hybrid capital. One of the other last points that President Adesina made is we need to also change the plumbing. And part of the point here was that most of us MDBs focus really on financing national governments. However, the infrastructure needs, the basic needs are really at the subnational level. And so we need to really work on subnational solutions going forward. So we heard from the governors from France, Finland, Denmark. We also heard from my good friends at MASU, TDB, where we've done green shares recently. I mean, this is our African MDB system, and we work together. In fact, I like what Serge said, we hunt as a pack. Okay. So very clearly, we've had a rich discussion, and I'm not going to try to really summarize all of it. But we work with Sidi of Badea. Thank you for your support on Nigeria. Thank you for your support on the Africa Investment Forum. We work with Serge. Serge, we supported the ambitious Tier 1 capital increase as, AFDB. We did invest a small piece, but it was mostly the signaling effect. Jeremy, thank you. We continue to partner. Great ideas. We're going to study data as the new collateral, data analytics. We're going to study that. And Alain, my brother, I'm glad you reinforced the point that it's not only about financial resources. If we cannot deploy it and put it into viable risk assets, that is going to create another secondary problem. So, thank you, governors. You guided us in various areas that we need to pay attention to, the circular economy, digitization, and I like what you said about digitization. It's not only about digitization for the sake of digitization, but it's the efficiency that it actually brings and can really apply across all sectors. And we are collaborating with EBRD. We actually have a collaboration framework. There's 6 areas of collaboration, of which a critical area is on the SME side. And we've collaborated with them in North Africa, and we will collaborate with them when they come to Sub-Saharan Africa already. We're working on different programs with them. So partnerships is very key, and I think this message came out, very loud and clear. But I know it's been a long day, great deliberation. We're taking note of everything we've heard, and we will continue to really focus on partnerships, collaboration, innovation, and we will do this as a system. So on that note, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Africa is changing rapidly. 10 of the world's fastest growing economies are in Africa, but it's not changing quickly enough. Extreme poverty remains the world's highest, while manufacturing employment is actually declining as a share of total employment. Change is all around, But how can we move away from unequal growth and towards a transformation that is fair, sustainable, and that can enrich the lives of all Africans? Now is the time to transform Africa at scale and at speed. The continent's growing population requires substantial resources from the global financial system, and so far it is not delivering. Due to insufficient resource mobilization, African countries have resorted to international capital markets, often on unfavorable terms that create debt vulnerability. Africa's debt has nearly doubled since 2010, and servicing it is now absorbing about 11% of government revenues. Poor credit ratings have made the international system even more unfair. African countries now carry interest rates that are substantially higher than more advanced economies due to perceived risks. Debt restructuring has become too complex, protracted, and costly, and poses a serious risk for countries dealing with debt distress. The present system's special drawing rights skews emergency funds towards developed countries instead of towards those who most need it. Reforming the global financial system will unleash the resources to finance at scale what Africa urgently needs for significant economic transformation. Welcome to the 2024 Annual Meeting's first thematic knowledge event. Together, let's explore how to achieve real financial reform. How can we make the system nimbler and enable it to close the rich-poor financing gap? How can Africa's resources be mobilized and receive their full valuation? Together, let's innovate and create reforms with transformational impact that can assure a fair, sustainable, and enriching future for all.
I'm going to present. Is this the pointer?
Make the resources more accessible to African
bank. He also led
Vice President, everybody else. It's a team. But there was exemption for that. Good macroeconomic policies, yes.
De volume de financement à des conditions des banques.
And then we analysis talked about that.
Utiliser l'impact et utiliser
closing remarks from our Vice President.
Build their capacities and let them be able to raise.
He has been a career, and he's the alternate governor for that.
What time do you have to leave? Testing, whoa. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can I ask you to take your seats, please? The next session is about to start. I would encourage everybody to stay on and listen to a very important conversation that we're going to be having about a new mechanism for mitigating currency risk to support Africa's energy transition.
Can I ask all our panelists to come forward, please, to the front? Because I'm going to be inviting you on stage very soon. Can I ask our panelists from the previous discussion to please leave the stage because we're running late. Unfortunately, we started half an hour late. So, ladies and gentlemen, could you please leave the stage, if you don't mind, if you're not participating in the next session. Can I ask colleagues to be seated, please, to enable us to start the next conversation? I really would like to encourage everyone to stay if they can, because this conversation is very relevant to what we have just discussed. So it's getting late, I know, and we don't want to keep people for any longer than is necessary. I would also like to encourage the audience to come forward towards the stage, and let's congregate around the middle of the hall, because this is quite a big hall, and it's good for us to be able to have an interactive, intimate conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for joining us today. I think I would ask our presenters and panelists to please come to the stage and take their seats. Thank you. So I'm going to read out the names of our panelists. But first of all, let me just give you an overview of the agenda. This conversation is supposed to last 90 minutes. The topic of the conversation is a new mechanism for mitigating currency risk to support Africa's energy transition. What's that? Oh, okay. So on the panel, we have, I'd like to invite Mrs. Maureen Mbunde, who I'm so sorry, I hope I didn't pronounce your name incorrectly. She's the Deputy Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises for Namibia. So thank you very much to the Deputy Minister. We appreciate your presence and your support. Okay, the next panelist we're going to have is Mr. Amadou Hott, who deserves little introduction because he is a special envoy of the President of the African Development Bank for the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, and also former Minister of Economy for Senegal, former Vice President, African Development Bank. So we're very honored to have Mr. Hott on the stage. Thank you so much. He's a personal friend, mentor, and former boss, so I have to respect him. Thank you. We also have Mr. Demba Diallo, who is the Managing Director and Head of Project Development at Africa 50. Demba, please come to the stage. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, the Minister of Finance for Zambia is unable to join us. He's been called to a meeting, a very urgent meeting. So we understand ministers often have conflicting priorities. Last but not the least, let me invite the managing partner for KPMG in South Africa, Mr. August Cloud. So thank you so much. Please join us on the panel. So the conversation we're going to be having today is about currency risk. And this is the elephant in the room that not enough people talk about. So we're going to delve into this topic because it's something that really affects the viability of our projects in Africa. But before that, to give us opening remarks, I'm going to invite my boss, Dr. Kevin Kariuki, Vice President, Power, Energy, Climate Change, and Green Growth at the African Development Bank, to give us his opening remarks.
Your Excellency, Mrs. Maureen Bwende, Deputy Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises for Namibia, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good evening, and thank you all for gathering here today. On behalf of the African Development Bank Group, I wish to thank you most sincerely for your participation in this very interesting session. A central message emanating from the various events I have attended this week is the fact that energy transition remains a priority for Africa's development. However, there is a huge funding gap which will only be fixed if we attract new investors. I think if you are talking about renewable energy, Africa accounts for only 2% of global renewable energy investments and only about 6 billion, whereas what we need are in the order of hundreds of billions. However, one of the primary concerns for investors is the volatility of exchange rates. Lack of currency stability and predictability continues to limit their investments in the energy sector. Given the current scenario, which is increasingly unsustainable, there is a need for a mechanism which can guarantee convertibility and facilitate hard currency financing while protecting local projects from the disruptive impacts of local currency devaluation. Therefore, short of a common currency, which requires political commitment and concessions on monetary and fiscal sovereignty, not currently present in Africa, the mechanism that will be discussed during this side event offers a feasible solution towards addressing the funding gap previously mentioned. In addition, African countries have struggled to fully benefit from the commodity cycles and the large reserves of minerals in our land. Therefore, pooling a small part of these resources, working together to support each other under a transparent and well-governed mechanism will allow us to overcome the problems of the past. I beg your pardon. This time, we must take advantage of our key role in energy transition and benefit from it for good, thus avoiding mistakes of the past. This initiative satisfies numerous sought-after criteria. It provides stability to investors and local sponsors, facilitating borrowing for energy projects and mitigating currency risk. By limiting the scope of the clean energy sector and requiring a minority portion of the participating country reserves, it allows governments and central banks to keep control over monetary policy and sovereignty. Finally, the corporate governance and checks that will have to be put in place will ensure that African resources, which are part of this initiative, are exploited in a transparent way that amplifies the benefits for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that this discussion kickstarts a concerted effort towards establishing a pathway towards attracting much-needed investors to support Africa's energy transition. We very much look forward to working closely with the African countries, donors, governments, investors, and many of you in this room today to facilitate the alignment of available expertise, funding and governance in our noble pursuit of universal access to modern energy for Africans. Let us all work together towards this common goal, and I thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Vice President Kairyuki. So let's go into the presentation. I hope the slides are working. Good. Can we please project the slides? Okay. So there we go. Can everyone see the slides? Great. So what's the problem we're trying to solve? We know we have over 600 million people without access to electricity in Africa. We have over $200 billion of investment required annually for Africa to achieve its energy and climate-related goals by 2030. But the investment that has been going into Africa has been declining. Was under 90 billion USD in 2022. Africa currently accounts for only 3% of global energy investment and a mere 2% of the world's clean energy investment. So what do? We've talked about changing the global financial architecture. We've talked about Africa using its natural endowments in a way that benefits Africa. So we need a paradigm shift in our thinking. And it's not just about MDB reform or more blended finance or loss and damage or concessionary financing. That is not enough. And when people talk about global pension funds, control over $130 billion, that money is not for us. The pension fund manager in California has no interest in investing in Lagos or in Kinshasa or in Lusaka. They have zero interest. And people don't talk enough about the currency. The biggest issue we have on the continent is currency risk. And people need to talk more about it. So, in my view, there's no country that has ever developed based on the savings of other countries. African countries need to grow their domestic savings and pool their natural resources in a manner that allows them to rely on those pooled resources to raise financing for much needed investment in infrastructure. So what we're saying is, every time you go and borrow in dollars, you're relying on the savings of outsiders to develop your infrastructure. It doesn't happen. It's never happened. And we can't reinvent the wheel. There are too many countries in Africa. There are too many small countries. These countries don't have external reserves. That's why their currencies are so volatile. And then you expect that country or a project in that country to borrow for 15, 20 years on a project where they're collecting local currency. That's not so. You talk about sustainable energy. We should talk about sustainable finance. It's not sustainable. I go to India, I finance in rupees. It's only in South Africa that we have sustainable financing. We finance in rand. And it's no surprise that the most successful renewable energy program on the continent is in South Africa. They've raised over $14 billion equivalent into renewable energy. So why don't we talk about this issue more often? You can raise as much project development money as you like, but if the currency is wrong, those developers will fail. And our African countries are no longer able to provide sovereign guarantees. Yeah? It used to be, yes, give me a sovereign guarantee. Everybody is running around asking for sovereign guarantee. Guess what? Those times are gone. After the high-peak debt forgiveness, we had a window of about 20 years where African countries were able to clean their balance sheets so they could provide some sovereign guarantees. So people saw IPPs and all these projects, and they thought, okay, African countries can provide sovereign guarantees. Now, they're heavily indebted again. They can't provide the sovereign guarantees. So we need more innovative thinking. And this idea that we're discussing today is a start. When you talk about a change to the world's global financial architecture, this really is a prime example. So what we're saying very quickly is, what do African countries have? And what can we use to secure our borrowing? Well, we have commodities. Now, you have critical minerals, and we're going to invite KPMG to present a study, which we commissioned at the African Development Bank. The value of these critical minerals is skyrocketing as the world transitions. Energy transition is actually mostly about electrification. You move from fossil to electric cars, you're talking about electric bikes, you're talking about electric cooking. A lot of the energy transition, I can't remember the exact figure, but it's probably something like 60% is about electrification. So how are we going to electrify if we cannot finance the projects that deliver electricity to our countries? In Europe, you bring your electric car, you park it outside your house, you plug it into the street light outside your house to recharge. Here, if you don't have grids, there's no distribution system. You can buy an electric car, but if there's no light, how are you going to charge it? So it's really important that we channel investments. So what we're saying with this program is, basically, it relies on a few concepts. How does Africa leverage its commodities? Using the example, for instance, of the gold standard. During the time of the gold standard, which the world was using to facilitate international trade at one time, you had countries whose currencies were anchored on gold. That maintained the stability of the currency. The question is, do we have a basket of commodities that can be more stable against the dollar or the hard currencies than the individual local currencies of each of the countries, so that Africa can pool its resources? A country like Ghana, for instance, when the price of gold goes down, the cedi goes down. In Zambia, the kwacha will go down when the price of copper goes down. But if you combine these commodities into a basket, you can benefit from the portfolio effect, right? So, for instance, we did some modeling that showed that manganese is very stable. So when the price of gold is going down, manganese is either up or stable. So we constructed a basket that has a low volatility index. So what we're saying is, if some countries who are part of this scheme borrow in a unit of account that is linked to the commodity basket, it's going to be more stable than borrowing in their own individual currency or borrowing in the dollar because of the devaluation. And this whole liquidity is going to be managed by a settlements agent. We had the Bank of International Settlements, which acted as a settlements agent during the gold standard. At some point, after piloting this approach, we may establish a Bank of African Settlements, but that's for the future. This idea could be piloted within the African Development Bank if my colleagues agree and if the board agrees. But let's just assume you have a settlements agent that guarantees the liquidity. So we're saying the countries that are participating can pledge up to 25% of their proven commodity reserves to the settlements agent to trade on their behalf. And countries are already pledging their reserves for infrastructure. They pledge it to the Chinese all the time for a new rail project. They pledge it to trading houses. But the difference is it's not transparent. It's opaque. We don't know how much they've pledged. We don't know the value they've derived from what they've pledged. Now we want to put it on a transparent platform so that if I'm a project developer in Zambia, I take the revenues I'm getting from selling my power for kwacha, I take it to the settlements agent and I ask him or her to use it to settle Citibank in New York, who was giving me a dollar loan. And my loan is denominated in units of account. which is very stable against the dollar. So I've given you an overview because what KPMG is about to present is very complex, but just remember the story I've told you. The idea is to have sustainable financing so that you don't wake up after your currency has devalued 100%, you're still having to service a dollar loan. So the countries that are part of this scheme can benefit. And we're going to start with a few countries, and as countries understand the program and the merits of it, they can join. So let me leave it at that. After the presentation, by August, we will have a panel discussion, and when we'll also take questions and comments from the audience. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Wale, and distinguished guests. Welcome to this session. Wale, you say that what KPMG did was very complex. I don't think so. I think hopefully I will see that it's not that complex. So basically what the mandate was. Just show that. Okay. So just a few facts, right, that we all know about Africans' minerals. We know that a large quantity of those minerals are needed today for the clean energy transitions, and those are found on the continent. We show some reserves amount of those critical minerals, where Africa has 6% of copper, more than 0.5% of the world reserve of cobalt, bauxite, graphite, manganese. And the key part is that there's huge demands on those minerals now, and the demand is only increasing. As we can see, over the next 10 years or to 2030, almost doubling from today, 2024. So a huge demand, of course, driven by EV, for instance, driven by different requirements for the green economy. So the question on that part, is that while Africa has that wealth of mineral reserves, the continent has been trying to fund its energy transition through two ways mostly. The first one, loans in hard currency, and the second one, some resource-backed loans, which are in most cases non-transparent. Not transparent. And we've seen that it's, this morning we mentioned the demand that is required over $20 billion required every year to 2030 to meet the requirement, the energy transition in Africa. And those funds currently come mostly from DFI spending on the continent, but we've seen that there's very little of that funding coming from Africans themselves leveraging their resources, right? So there's really a big gap there, a huge demand to fund that transition, and funding which is very expensive because it's coming from mostly hard currency, because also the risk is overestimated, but clearly something is missing, something is amiss, right? So just some numbers, and I really just want us to pause here on those numbers. I think Wale mentioned the fact that the new currency, the one that mentioned here, the AUA, will require potentially 25% of the country participating to pledge the currency, the critical mineral reserves. So we estimate here, just using only green metal, so only 25% represent $1.3 trillion. This is excluding fossil fuels, excluding precious and industrial. So a massive number. And if there was a mechanism, for instance, to leverage that wealth to get loans or funding at lower cost, it will have a massive impact. Right? It will have massive impact in terms of attracting more funding to the continent. Massive impact because that mechanism, of course, will reduce the hard currency FX risk as you mentioned today, and also reduce what we call the asymmetrical and non-transparent lending here, as we saw also before here. So, and finally, also quite important, it will encourage countries to invest in finding more reserves, right, in the underground because of the value linked to that. So up to here, the story here is that we are sitting, the continent is sitting on a massive wealth. That wealth is not used at all. And so we were commissioned by the bank to actually look at how this could be done. And so what's showing here is going to be some of the data and the answer we found, right? So the first problem statement here was, as I mentioned, how can Africa use its resource endowments to attract more lending for for development objectives, right? And so is there a way as well for those African countries to really get a better value from those resources in equitable way, right? So on that problem, so we actually look at a way to find a basket of commodities. We all know that countries have been borrowing, asset resource lending based on one commodity. We know that Zambia was borrowing from China using, one commodity, or Chad using oil. So it was a way to use a basket of commodity. The question here is there a way to have a basket of commodity, which of course will bring a diversification effect, and also find a way to reduce currency risk. So the view here was that by doing that, if you're able to do that, you attract, of course, more lendings on better terms, in a more transparent manner, and you won't need all the sovereign guarantees. So the finding we had were quite interesting. I will take you through it. So to do that, we actually select a set of African countries, our major economies, Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, and also mineral-rich countries, right? DRC, Zambia, and so on and so forth. We also look at G7 currency, because our aim here was to look at first comparing African currency against G7 currency, and comparing a commodity basket, which operates as a currency, against those two, and to see what could be derived from there, and to see that, to prove the hypothesis that basically a commodity basket of African critical minerals could be more stable, more rewarding, provide a better return than hard currency, and of course, than African currency. Yeah. So we create 3 baskets of commodities. The first basket was made, it's equally weighted basket, right? It was made only of green minerals, right? The one used in wind turbines, electric vehicle, and so on and so forth. The second basket, again, equally weighted, of green minerals plus industrial. And the third one, all the commodities, of course, that are found on the continent, right? Including fossil fuels, okay? And the metric here, what are we measuring here? We're measuring 3 things. The first one we're measuring is basically how are they appreciating or depreciating over time. The second one is the volatility. How stable are those baskets against those currencies? And third one, the duration, number of days during which that basket fall below what we call a limit, right? 10%, 20% of its core value, right? And so, first thing, very important slide. Just going to pause here for one second. It's showing here a cumulative depreciation of African currency on the left and G7 currency on the right. This is over 5 years in the green color, 10 years in the black color, and 15 years for the gray color. Right? And you can see here that, for instance, over the last 5 years, the Nigerian naira has depreciated by almost 300%. Largest currency depreciated the most on the continent, the naira or the cedi or the Egyptian pound. And you can see on the right that G7 currency very little, right? With even Swiss francs appreciating, right? The only one appreciating over that period. So this is a very interesting picture. And we, of course, contrast that against our commodity, not the basket here, just the commodity, one by one, yeah? And those, of course, were the one that was selected as part of the critical minerals, And also, of course, we have also here some fossil fuels. And you can see here that basically the vast majority of them are appreciating in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Some of them on a very short period can depreciate, but really below 5%, so below 50%. So nothing here which is substantially worrying. That is individual commodity. Okay. We also look at the volatility, volatility or standard deviation for those who use those terms. It's just to see how volatile or how fluctuating is the currency. It's a measure of stability as well. And again, African currency versus G7 currency. Again, African currency, higher volatility, still within norm, yeah? The most volatile one here, the Naira, at 35% or 40% over the last 5 years. But on average, over the last 15 years, they are around 20%, 25%. The G7 currency, around 5 to 10%. So really important here to see that when you contrast that against the commodity, you can see that commodity, because they're traded a lot, they are relatively, around 20% on average. It's just to show that, again, that the commodity are going to be, at stability will be better, of course, than African currency, slightly worse than G7 currency. So based on that, we then push forward in our analysis, and this graph just shows you, we then put together a portfolio of commodities, and looking at the trends, appreciation of that portfolio over the last 30 years. And you can see that the trend is really increasing. This is against, of course, the base is dollar, right? You can see that the trend is really a progressive trend with some dip, those dips, those slumps. The first one, of course, is 2008, 2009, credit crunch crisis. And even after that, you can see that the return is quite quick back to where the trend was, right? And then 2015, 2016, which was the longer commodity cycle, negative cycle, mostly driven by the slow demand in China. Again, it went back quite quickly. And you have also, of course, 2021 COVID crisis. So the trend here is that if you had invested, $1, in a commodity basket in 1993, it will be worth $2,000 today. It's 2,000% increase, in 30 years, right? So, if there's hedge fund manager in the room, they will say, of course, we know this, right? These are our jobs, right? This is what they make their profit on. For African countries, most of them, they're not aware of that trend, of that wealth sitting, on those countries. So it's quite impressive to see a commodity prices or cycle of African commodity in upward trend when African currencies, as you remember from the previous slide, are a downward trend, right? So it's really a case here to say there's probably a value here, to go back to what Wale was saying, a mechanism where you have a commodity, a currency backed by commodity for lending on projects, right? So what we did further was to, it's important when you lend on long-term project over 10, 20 years, right? Is to say, when there is a downward cycle, how long does that last? Because it measure, right? It measure, do I start panicking? Does that last too long, right? So we measure, a very downside, so a very downward cycle in 2014, 2018, around 4 or 5 years. And we actually look at, how low can the portfolio go, right? And you can see that here, if you look at 25%, which is basically what, the target is here, for 25% downward losses, it lasts around 200 days, right? Around 7-8 months. So on the 4-year downward cycle, on the commodity cycle, only for less than a year, you are below 20% or 25% of the value, of that basket. And of course, it went back quite quickly. So even the downward is very limited. And this is really for the world 3 baskets here: the critical minerals plus industrial, and the one with all the commodities. So it's really important and unique insight, that's coming here. And of course, the next one is, we also, of course, did something quite important, is to say, let's compare that commodity basket, right, to best performing African currency, or even the euro, right? or worst performing African currency. And you can see on that graph that, it's not even comparable, right? It's ways above the euro, of course, ways above the worst African currency, and the worst African currency. So it's a case here that by looking at individual commodity, you have a idiosyncratic risks, of course, because it's one commodity. By creating a basket, it really has something unique that is for us doing this survey for the bank. It was extremely interesting and insightful as a base to move on that long-term and ambitious project of the AUA. So in conclusion, I'm just trying to make sure that I don't go beyond my time. So in conclusion, this is a mechanism that will enable three things, right? The first one, I think it's really to enable countries to borrow potentially in hard currency and repay in local currency, because of course, if they have pledged or accepted to join that mechanism, right, the commodity pledge will compensate for that, that currency risk. So really, for Zambia, borrowing in dollars, repaying in kwacha will be absolutely on project, will be absolutely critical. Second part is the transparency of the process, right? So this is, of course, is like the SDR or those listed baskets. This transparency there. So you move away from the back door or or over-the-counter lending between some countries, China probably, and African economies, where, of course, there's a benefit there, but they're not transparent, and they're not always at the benefits of those countries. And the third one, of course, we mentioned here, diversification effect. It's absolutely powerful. It's really is a key thing here. It's a key benefit here. So I'm just going to end here, and Wale, just thank you. Thanks everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Auguste. I just want to summarize, what this presentation, and I want you to focus on a number of things. Can we have the slides back on the screen? Because I really want people to take in some messages. The first one is that, and Auguste said it, that African countries are not aware of their wealth. They're not aware of their wealth. And if you look at what happened to the currencies, look at what happened to the Naira over 15 years. That level of depreciation, close to 900%. Ghanaian cedi, Egyptian pound, Ethiopian. That is a massive amount, a significant loss of value. So you can imagine if you're lending to an infrastructure project over 15 years, how is the consumer supposed to be able to repay? If it's a power plant, you cannot pass this amount of currency depreciation to the consumer. There will be a revolt. So this does not make sense. You cannot be borrowing in a currency that you're, not in control of and you don't earn enough of. And then the next slide that I wanted to show, which is a very powerful insight, is this one here that shows that if you are borrowing in this unit of account that is backed by this basket of commodities, over time, that unit of account is actually appreciating against the dollar. So our countries will actually, the cost of borrowing will be reducing rather than increasing. So it's actually, it's very, very beneficial. But the only way this will work is if African countries agree to pool their resources. So you're benefiting from the portfolio effect of this basket of currencies, which is much more stable even than the best performing African currency. So I think that's an insight to remember. So I'm going to go to the members of the panel, and I'll go to Denver first because he has a flight to catch and he'll have to leave within the next 15 minutes. So you're the developer. If I'm doing a project in Ghana and I say, look, I'm going to offer you a loan in this unit of account, this African unit of account, instead of you taking a dollar loan, finances. So which loan are you going to accept? And why?
Let me think.
Yeah, please.
Do you hear me? Yeah, that's good. So I think my response is straightforward. I will say 3 times yes, 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 yes. And why? Yes, because I will have on the loan side some positive effect, but also on the equity side. And as a global investor, it will also help me going on the small countries, as you said. So let me just, if you permit, just elaborate on how. So I'm going to take my flight. So I'm going to leave Nairobi with very good news, or at least some good hopes regarding as a developer. Because the issue we have, actually we invested in Nigeria, in Egypt, and other countries that you mentioned. And all those investors and Africa 50, we are having negative consequences of devaluations. And there is another aspect that you did not touch base, is the availability of FX. So when you want to pay your dividends, so this is important. So as a developer, I have to bring project from concept to financial close. So financial close means having the loans, but also having other investors. And if I am able to take away this risk, this FX risk, and get a loan in UA, so this means that I am lowering my cost because the loan will be in dollar and then in UA. So the fact of not having this FX risk will lower the cost. So first thing, I will get less cost on my project, so a prospective better IRR. A prospective better IRR means 2 things. I can pass on that to the consumer, so less off-take prices for governments, and also I can pass that to my potential shareholders. But those shareholders in the long run, as a shareholder, when you invest in a country, in a project, you have to weigh in also the risk you are taking, the direct risk, but the indirect risk regarding the FX and also the cost of loan to the project. So in the long run, the IRR that are asked by investors to invest on those countries will be lower because of a lower risk, because there is a risk embedded into the IRR that investors are asking when they invest. So these are the 2 effects. So if I now, as a developer, I'm going to develop a project with a lower cost of borrowing, lower return asked for my potential investor that I was looking for. So this is like Alice, the marvelous land for me as a project developer. The third thing is that as a project developer, we are more and more working on a platform type of instrument, whereas we want to have shareholder not at the project country level, but at a platform level, and then working on a country level. If I'm able to have this type of positive effect in those big countries where everyone is looking at, I will be able to go to small countries who are not part of this and invest on those small countries. So this has a direct effect on countries who will be participating, but also an indirect effect on countries who are not part of it and who do not have perhaps minerals. So for me, it is a triple impact when we talk about project development.
Thank you very much, Denver. So just to highlight some of the things you said if you can lower your costs, because you said in some countries there are convertibility issues. You collect your money, but there's no FX. So you're just sitting on this local currency, which may be devaluing over time.
Yes.
So by the time you get your money out, the exchange rate may have changed and you're losing money. But if you don't have that issue, then you can pass on the savings to the end customer.
Definitely.
Which can only be fantastic.
Yes.
So some of this risk premium that we're talking about, where we're saying Africa risk premium is higher than other parts of the world, that will disappear.
Definitely.
Because we're just looking at the credit risk of the project based on the project's fundamentals. You're not looking at convertibility risk, which you're factoring in. So automatically, African projects start to benefit from lower interest rates. So thank you very much, for that comment. I think it's very important. And what we're trying to do here is just a window to finance energy transition infrastructure. I mean, it has wider benefits, but if you do that, the central bank governors are going to get upset because you're taking away their commodity reserves and all of their earnings. So what we're saying, only a small proportion of the commodity reserves will be pledged to support this currency. And we see that with the CFA franc, where the countries put 50% or used to put 50% of their external reserves with the French Treasury in order to sustain the value of the CFA. So let me come to Special Envoy Hutt. As a former Minister of Economy in Senegal, when you see this kind of solution, what concerns are you going to have? Because you're going to look at it from an economy-wide perspective, and it has pros and cons. So what would, if I came to you as African Development Bank saying, look, I've got this new mechanism, can Senegal sign up to be part of this, and you were asked by Mr. President to come and advise, what are you going to be saying about this mechanism?
Thank you very much, Wale, and congratulations to you, to Kevin, and to the whole team for always trying to innovate and to propose concrete solutions, thinking out of the box. Whenever Wale comes with an idea, usually I close my eyes and say, fine, let's do it, right? That's always the case. But on this case, I have some questions, actually, before I even answer to your question. When you're doing an IPP, you said that if you are borrowing in this new currency, AUA, right? The FX risk is sort of gone, right? But I'm not sure if it is gone, because the revenue you're getting is still in local currency. What is that local currency versus, let's say, the AUA value, actually? Because the AUA value is stable against the dollar and the euro, as shown by the analysis, but it's not stable against the local currency. And as a developer, we are saying that I'm getting revenue in local currency. Who guarantees that there is no FX risk between that AUA and the local currency? I want to answer that question first, number one. And then number two, as a pragmatic, maybe, policy maker, I would say, why don't I just make my loan-backed, commodities-backed loan just more transparent? Instead of going into a complicated structure, because the weakness, you said, on the backed loans, the commodity-backed loan, is the issue of transparency. If I can resolve that to make sure that when I'm pledging my gold, my reserves, and my oil or my gas, I'm pledging at the right value. And if the value of the gold and the gas goes up, the price goes up, then I reduce my reserves. I have a mechanism that is transparent, that I'm a strong government. I have competent people that can follow that loan and say to my counterparty, I've pledged, let's say, 1 million barrels. Now the price of oil has doubled. I'm reducing my reserves to, let's say, 500,000 barrels. So that is one of the questions that I had. Why can't we just make them much more transparent? And that might be easy. And number three is the $1.3 trillion of value that basically KPMG mentioned. Is this really proven reserves that will be exploited? Meaning that there is a project, reserves are proven, you have companies working on this deal, it's under development, then over time, you know that you're going to extract really that reserves off the ground. Or it is just something proven, it's there. I don't have yet people who are committing to develop this project, because there is a huge difference between those two. And then number three, as a Minister of Finance or Economy, my question also will be how the IMF will see this type of structure, is it exactly the same as the other commodity-backed loans, or is there something special? How does it impact my debt sustainability analysis? And also, how does it impact my debt to GDP ratios as well? Debt to GDP ratios, how is it impacted? And also, how does it affect also my GDP? So as a Minister of Economy, I'll look at all of that. And then you mentioned it, the central banks will not be very happy if you take away, that possibility to increase their own reserves, and then the impact of your even local currency for the rest of the economy. If you take, let's say, 20% of your commodities, back them on a structure, and you were supposed to get that money and put it in the reserve of central bank, suddenly your reserves are lower probably, and that will have an effect on your commodity. And then lastly, as a developer, Demba, your question also would be, what is the cost of that UA funding? Is it cheaper than euro or than the US dollars? It has an effect as well. So those are my questions, and once you answer this question, then I will come back and answer your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Special Envoy Hutt. It shows you're a true professional. You ask all the questions before you go and present to your president, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So can we have the slides back on the screen, please? Because it helps. Can the IT people please put the slides back, because people need to be able to visualize things as we discuss. So let me answer your questions. First of all, please remember that countries are already pledging their commodity reserves. They're just doing it in secret. So IMF will have the same problem. In fact, IMF will be happy because they can see how much has been pledged. And we're putting it on a transparent platform with governance. That's the first thing. The second thing is that it's better to have a portfolio. Your second question was, why don't I just do a commodity-backed transaction with commodity-backed loan and make it transparent? But if you're Ghana and you're only dealing with gold, when gold drops, your loan is going to become more expensive. We're talking about a portfolio effect. This AUA, because manganese is negatively correlated with many of these other commodities. When you look at the volatility, there's one slide on volatility. You'll see that manganese, the volatility for manganese is not very high. Look at that over time. Yeah? So basically you benefit from a portfolio effect. That's what we're saying, right? That's why you don't want to act as one country. We have many little countries in Africa. We're not pooling our resources. And on the issue of the reserves itself, by having a way in which African countries can monetize the value of their commodities, they're going to be encouraged to explore for more. They will update their geological maps, the cadastral maps, and we will, as this concept develops, you'll classify which commodities are near to liquid. In oil and gas, you have proven and probable reserves, P2, P3. So P2 is kind of like 90% percentile. P3 is like 50%. It's a while since I did oil and gas financing, but that's roughly the idea. You're going to classify the near to extractable commodities that have already been extracted, and you will grade what is going to be part of this mechanism. That is still being worked out. But the fact of the matter is, under the gold standard, right, and you had central banks keeping gold bars in their vaults, the gold bars did not actually move, right? The fact that the bank had access to those gold bars means you could issue paper. People were just trading the paper. The banknote that you were holding was an obligation that it was exchangeable for the equivalent in gold if you wanted it. But most people did not exercise that obligation. So this settlements agent is going to be like a big hedge fund. You can leverage the commodities. You don't have to sell them. You can borrow against them. You can do all kinds of financial, it's treasury management. And you are asking, what's the cost of the UA? You see, the UA is just an accounting mechanism. Like at the bank now, we record our loans in UA, but what the actual borrower gets is dollars. So there's an exchange rate between dollar and the UA. But at the point of making the loan, there's also an exchange rate between the local currency and the UA. But if you have an irresponsible government and the local currency is depreciating against the UA, then you ask the country to either pledge more reserves, like a margin call, in derivatives, or reduce the headroom that they can use for this mechanism. And the 25% is just to start with. You have to discuss with the countries, because the issue is some countries are not the one extracting the commodities themselves. It's a private sector, and the countries just get royalties. But Zambia recently said they're going to collect some of their royalties in copper rather than in cash, because they don't feel they're getting best value from the trading houses. These trading houses are multiplying the value that they actually pass on to the countries. And with this mechanism, all these African countries pledging a percentage of their commodity reserves, overnight you're going to create one of the largest trading houses in the world, which means you have more leverage to negotiate. Right now, our countries do not control the pricing of their commodities. You go to Chicago Mercantile Exchange or London, to get the price of your commodity. It's not decided. So the leverage, the market power, the portfolio effect. So the price, you said, what's the value, the pricing? It's the same, it's the dollar pricing on the loan. But the accounting mechanism is the UA, but it's a non-circulating currency. So you're not going to have a UA in your pocket. You're just going to borrow in it.
Just how about the effects between the local currency and the UA, the AUA, impact on the tariff? Because you're still paid in local currency. And if it devaluates against the AUA, what do you do?
You're going to pay to the settlements agent in local currency. And then the settlement agent will return that local currency to the country as payment for the reserves that the country has pledged. You understand? So it's not being converted literally back to dollars. The dollar liquidity comes from the settlements agent trading the commodity at the prevailing market price, not from converting the local currency that has been collected. You see what I mean? Yeah, okay. So,
I can answer your question.
And your final question is, because in effect you're talking about having a parallel exchange rate, right, with the wider economy. That's why this has to be a small window that doesn't interfere with the running of the wider economy. And we're saying that this small window should only be open for certain transactions that are deemed to be energy transition. Because we're saying we have global warming, there isn't enough climate finance coming in. How can countries invest in their infrastructure? That's the window. You could use it for other things, but then you'll be replacing the function of the central bank. And ultimately, we want to end up with a single currency, but politically, that's way, 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 way far ahead. So you're just creating this small window. And on this point, I want to come to our Deputy Minister of Finance, because you also have to go. I'll go to Senegal, and then I'll come to Namibia and say, please, Madam Maureen, please go to the president and sell this idea. Because we have to do a lot of policy advocacy to get this thing accepted. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, how are you going to sell this idea to Mr. President of Namibia? And are you going to recommend it? Or do you see landmines that we should try and avoid? Is the mic working? Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, it's working. Wait, do I switch it on?
I think it's
not to be working. It is on, eh?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think I will just start from, first of all, let me say thank you very much for everybody that has shown resilience by staying on for this discussion, because the currency debate indeed requires resilience. I also just want to say that much has been said right from the dialogue around more or less this question. But I like the point where you say that it is almost a precursor for a common currency for Africa. But my take is to say, for us to get to a common point, we have to first of all acknowledge that it is a cross-cutting matter. It's not an issue for finance ministers and governors, but it is, we need a multi-stakeholder engagement. We need the mining ministers, we need trade, we need planners, you know, everybody else, economic ministers to sit together, to put the heads together. And also, maybe I must appreciate the bold steps taken by Zimbabwe for their efforts in Angola. But at the same vein, it is not sustainable if you stand as a country alone. So we need the collective, we all have to move in the same direction. And saying that, I was told what must I advise my minister, but I want to first advise the group before I go to my president. I also want to say that I think it is a topic that goes beyond Africa, because you're also looking at multilateral banks or financiers, for example, but also trade partners, because you have to talk to, I mean, you're talking about the resource you wish to use for infrastructure financing, yes, but you also have a destination countries, those ones that are consuming the products. So you all have to sit together to understand that COVID has proven to us that we need each other. And I know that earlier slide was talking about Africa having had challenges for extracting it or getting investors for extracting. But it is true that the geopolitics has proven that we need diversity in source countries, and that makes Africa attractive. So I think the timing is right to engage. I would want to say to my president, of course, I'm coming from a common monetary area. You know, we still have the big brothers in Africa. But if we want to advance intra-Africa trade to start with, if we want to pull Africa out of poverty and avoid talking about school feeding programs at such international platforms, that we address poverty, basics of the poverty, we need to pull our resources together. But we need to understand what is the value of our resources. We need to influence pricing, because the volatility of resources, of the prices, commodity prices, is decided somewhere else, and sometimes not even so transparent how it is done. So to me, it is, I would advise my president for us to consider this subject. We have to look at it as a cross-cutting issue and as a multilateral issue for Africa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. You know, you said to me when we met, we only met like 2 days ago, you said next time you're in Namibia, you have to let me know. So I will let you know so that you take me to the president.
I also wanted to mention, sorry, though, that I think in 3 weeks' time, Namibia would be hosting rare earth elements conference. I think it's the second. It is organized by the Southern African Mining Institute, which is based in South Africa, around 18th to the 20th. And I think it will discuss really the issues around the critical minerals and understand our deposits, even looking into what is it actually, what are the potentials and where are the deposits. I think Namibia might come up very soon as a country with the second largest rare elements
Wow.
depositors after China. So I think Africa has the resources, but we need to understand where are they, what are because they are not renewable. So what is the volumes that we can take out and at what price? And in closing, when we meet, we also need to talk about fairness in pricing, fair trade, so that we get the value of these resources, because so many of our resources through illicit financial flows are leaving our continent. We don't necessarily know the actual output of raw material out of Africa, neither do we know its real value. And I think the last one I wanted to say on the growing of the domestic savings, if we look at the aspect of repatriating, in fact, tracing, identifying illicit financial flows and repatriating to Africa, or even getting fair value for future trade, we will build up that required domestic savings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Finance Minister. I think that, I agree with everything you said. The thing is, there's a second scramble for Africa going on right now. China controls around 98% of the critical minerals in the world over. They're buying it up. And Africa must not make the same mistake of the past. We cannot leave money on the table. So we have to be smart and look at the best way of extracting value from these minerals. We can't make the same mistakes again. So this mechanism that we are highlighting actually addresses many of the problems that you're talking about. How do we get fair value? It's going to be transparent. Everybody can see. How do we get development? You'll be able to channel flows. My fund manager in California is not going to worry about convertibility risk. So more of that money is going to come, combined with our own local savings. And when we invest in infrastructure, we industrialize, we start to export, we're competitive, and we have our own savings that we can plow back into our development. Now, we've reached the end of our time, but I want to take maybe maximum 3 questions or so from the audience. Okay.
But I haven't answered to my president yet, so.
Oh, okay. So please go ahead very quickly.
Just very quickly. I think my answer to Mr. President would be to simplify the issue, to look at, imagine my country is a country that has many commodities. I will say to Mr. President, let's start in my country first, because we can create the basket ourselves, because we have many commodities. It might be simpler to do it in one country first. Having 5, 6 countries to get them to agree to do everything will take time. So I would say let's test it with one country that has 4, 5 commodities, and then see the consequences. And if it flies, then you make it a wider initiative. Thank you.
Okay. Well noted. Thank you very much. So can we have Edie Oyebode there, number 1? I'll just give people numbers. Vivek, number 2. The lady with the headscarf, number 3. Gabriel, number 4. And gentleman, number 5. Okay, so please go ahead, Edie. Do we have a roving mic?
Thanks, Wally. I have a comment and a suggestion. The comment is this looks like we're going backwards to go forwards, going to the past, when we're trading with cowries and copper beads, etc., which had intrinsic value. So this is quite interesting. But my suggestion is for you to look at what Amadou Hott said. It might be easier if you adapt the structure to move from proven reserves to mined and secured reserves. It might be closer to money and I'll give you three reasons why. First, if it's in the ground, it's proven, and you have conflict, fragility, political risk, etc., how do you mark down the margin of what you've proven, but you're not extracted? Two, when you're doing pledges, some of our countries rely on English law, and there are all these issues around pledging assets in the ground. And when can you really do a true sale of a pledge? Lawyers will get into that. It raises a lot of complications because each jurisdiction may have different rules. So how do you ensure standardization of what you've pledged when the legal systems under which you're pledging these assets vary, particularly when it comes to land and mineral laws, which can vary quite a bit? And then finally, in terms of ensuring that you get the central bank's buy-in, why not encourage, and something we tried to do in Nigeria but didn't quite pan out, encourage people to mine and pull out those resources, put them in their reserves, and then from their reserves you pledge. So if you have reserves of, let's say, 15 billion, and you have proven and extracted rare earth minerals that you've put into your reserves and categorized as part of your reserves of 5, then you can pledge out of that. And then it's more standardized, it's closer to money, it improves the structure significantly. And then you get in the buy-in of some of the central bank authorities, because the first thing I see when I look at this is the president will ask the central bank governor, and if they're not comfortable with this, it will never fly.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Can we take the second person? Yeah, I think it was Vivek, right?
Thank you very much. Vivek from Afida, Africa. While there are lots of, it feels like moving parts to this. And knowing you, I expect you things on how it breaks, what can...
That mic is not very good. We can hardly hear what Vivek... There's another mic behind you, Vivek. No. Please use that mic. Yeah.
Thank you. I expect you've done quite a lot of analysis on it. It'll probably take a day of discussion to really understand the ins and outs of this. But the question to the panel is there a simpler version of this that can actually work on adaptation and mitigation by pledging forestry, our carbon sinks, our oil and gas reserves, which should stay in the ground. So sort of, getting better value out of some of the other commodities as well, which are a little bit more fungible, if you will, and have long-term value. Forests will stay forever. If we can use this to extrapolate and see some of the other commodities as well, I think there's a germ of an idea, but I'm wondering whether if you've thought about this or, nature conservation is something that's coming up. And could we apply the same principles to that sort of asset class?
Okay. Thank you. Number 3.
Thank you, and well done. A number of my questions were actually, some of the questions you talked about earlier, but I was wondering, you talked about syncretic risk if you're looking at individual countries' commodities, but I think we might be encouraging some countries to borrow beyond, the capacity with respect to, say, what has been pledged or what has not been pledged. And I think the request for them to pledge even more commodities, I'm not sure focuses on the key governance issues. So I'm just wondering, the settlement bank, would the settlement bank have responsibilities around enforcement responsibilities like ensuring effective utilization? Because then I'm thinking, if you're pledging 25% of your commodities, how does that impact on the future wealth of the nation? So effective utilization is even more important than under normal circumstances. And the final question was, you're pulling a basket of countries. What about contagion risk? So a certain country or a certain commodity behaves a certain way. So how does how do we look at contagion risk increasing in that scenario? You know, if one country is impacted, how does it impact the other countries? And just to add that, maybe, you know, looking at technical assistance and increasing the transparency around individual countries pledging their commodities could be something we should also look at maybe further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Gabriel?
I think my name is Gabriel Onogurua. I'm a lawyer, and I'm looking at this from a legal perspective. You know, I think Deji mentioned a little bit of what I'm about to say. But given that a lot of African countries have exposure to the World Bank, as you know, and their World Bank negative pledge restrictions when it comes to issues around pledges, security of assets owned by the states or state agencies. In this plan, are you contemplating, you know, taking along the World Bank so that exceptions and waivers can be granted by the World Bank? Because as you know, a number of African countries have that exposure, particularly some of those that have been mentioned in this presentation. So it's a fundamental one to consider. I know you talked about the possibility of asset pledges, but those have come on the very, should I say, structured transaction framework. So a lot of thinking will need to go into that. I just thought maybe if this is one of the issues that you've considered. So the World Bank negative pledge restriction will be a major point to be resolved in making this workable.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Thanks, Gabriel.
All right, thank you. It's been an impressive session. My name is Boyega Olorunfemi, Senior Research Associate at the Center for Climate Change and Development, Nigeria. I just have a few comments and then some questions along
Please
the line.
make it brief, though, because
yes, it's brief,
run out
and
of
I'm
time.
going to ask them directly.
Yeah.
Do you consider adaptation of ACFTA in developing this bucket and in also carrying out that research? And then secondly, do you consider the cost of extraction with varying currency implications across Africa? Again, is there a plan to stem down the prevailing conflicts in mineral resources rich countries in Africa? I also like to say that what is the basis for any impending geopolitics? And I think that the workflow regarding what is expected of each country's banks needed to be more simplified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, there's a lady there, very, very quick. No comments, just a question.
Thank you. My name is Neria Miko. I'm in gold and metals trading. What I find amazing about this, and I'm just going to comment, is the spread of this is just all metal and energy. And one thing that I think that you should also look into is that when you look at Africa, the reason why we're here is in the map, we're mostly trading grains. All the commodity exchanges do not handle metals. If we pass the metals and our energy through our commodity exchanges, and even with this play of digital currency, and you now have the central bank digital currencies as well, passing, just imagine the volumes of trade of all these metals. We're not even going reserves. I think a simple solution of seeing a different direction, even for countries in Africa that don't have metals, they can also access this as well, derivatives on top of it. So something else to consider. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So maybe let me just clarify. When we talk about pledges, we're talking about trading through a settlements agent. It's not really a pledge per se. So these commodities are being sold anyway, right? We're just saying that countries should pledge to trade through this settlements agent because you have to sell the commodities. You either add value in your own country, but if you don't have electricity and you have high cost of production, whatever you make is not going to be competitive. So while we're getting to the point where we get industrialized, you just want to trade through a common platform. And that's what the lady was alluding to. Right now, we have countries that are being controlled by trading houses because that's the source of their forex. You know, Vitol, Glencore, they actually control some countries. I won't name any names. We're saying, let's not do that. Actually, let's use our market power. We're the ones that own this thing. Let's consolidate the trade. So it's not really, World Bank negative pledge will not come into it because you're just using this platform to sell. And so this entity will have liquidity that allows you to then settle your borrowing against certain industries. Now, we can apply this to grains as well. I just selfishly, because I deal with energy, I said, let's look at this in relation to critical minerals because of what's happening with the world's energy transition. And these critical minerals are going up in value. We're going to lose a lot of value if we allow other institutions and entities to trade this thing for us. We're going to have to sell it anyway. But do we sell it ourselves? Are we going to be the shop owners and the shopkeepers that will sell this thing? Or you just go and give your value away to somebody else? That's what this concept is about. It's about nothing else. You can apply it to whatever you like. But let me give, because I know Demba has to go and catch a flight, and we've run out of time. So 1 minute, each panelist, if there's anything, and let me say something, that's why I hired KPMG. They can go and answer all the difficult questions. They will write their report and send it to me, so it's not for me to try and answer, that's your job. I've given you the idea, go and flesh it out, come back with a report that I can implement. But August,
yeah,
please.
sure. So maybe just a word. So I think the pledge, as mentioned, the reserve pledge, we mentioned the CFA France countries who have been pledging the reserves to create stability, right? So that's the mechanisms in place. It doesn't mean that you don't have, you cannot reduce your GDP or something like that. It's just that, to guarantee your currency, you have to pledge something somewhere. I think the question that are being asked, they're very interesting, and we'll definitely find a way to address them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, August. Demba, please, over to you.
Thank you. So thank you, everyone, for being here until this time. I just want to say that I have a private session with Wole, so regarding how it works. So that's why I didn't ask many questions. But as a developer, if I can have a CFA-like pegging to the UAE, I will be happy. It doesn't mean that I will not have devaluations or re-evaluations, but at least it will not be all the time. I will get rid of the volatility. So as a developer, that is what is important for me. I'm on the good side because I don't care about how it is implemented. I'm just working on the positive effect that it might be on my side, and it will be good for a developer and for investor as well. Thank you.
Okay, Amadou.
Just quickly to say that for me, for this to work, I think E.D. Bode actually alluded to it. The reserves have to be kind of liquid reserves. They have to come from projects that already exist, that have reached financial close, that are under production, and you say the share of the government of the next 20 years is this quantity. And this is what the government is pledging. You cannot pledge reserves on the ground that are not exploited, that are not, let's say, you don't have a project to develop them. It wouldn't work. Because you're talking about the CFA reserve that used to be given to the Central Bank of France were liquid reserves. They were US dollars, euros, yen, whatever. When we export, we take those hard currency, 50% we give it to the central bank. Now it's gone, by the way, and since 2020. So this thing also has to be from liquid commodity reserves, proven assets under exploitation. Over the next 20 years, we know what the shares of the government on that commodity is over that period of time. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I would look at the question of borrowing beyond capacity and indebting the future nations, and then on the governance issue. Just to say that these things are not mutually exclusive. Whether we manage to do the commodity-based currency backing or not. I think it is time that Africa considers its borrowing appetite versus risking indebting the future nations. And in Namibia specifically, we're looking at the sovereign wealth fund that ensures that even what you create, the wealth you're creating today, you still ensure that the percentage is invested for the future and not all consumed. So I think there are different mechanisms we can look at. And then, of course, the aspect around governance, architecture, it is something that should be getting on priority of Africa, be it for the new platforms or for its government in general. And probably to close off, also we need to work towards peace and security, because I think it is not independent. You'd still have security risk factors if we don't address that. It will not go away. So there are some issues that needs still assessment. And what I earlier wanted to also add is that there will definitely be some policies that we'll have to look at that would have a common thread. And obviously some countries would not want to join the joint port, but the joint port does not imply that you are guaranteeing somebody else as well. It's simply to say together we are stronger. And it will also eliminate or minimize manipulation, and I believe will influence the price volatility as well. I think.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Minister. So please, panelists, I want to thank the panelists and the audience for your endurance and for staying with us for so long, and I really appreciate all the questions and provocative comments, and this is just the start. You know, this is probably a 5-10 year journey. It's not gonna happen tomorrow, but we should have the discussion, since the topic of conversation is about changing the world, the global financial architecture. So I would say that, even if I say so myself, this is the most original idea I've heard in these conversations. Thank you so much. Let's take a group photo with the panel.
Foto mas era de amar, pararam pam.